This young man was stunned to hear a familiar voice. Is this child really Yu Dong's son? He heard Li Taixin instructing Choi that the child's childhood name is John, which was a good thing, just like the other kids. Then signaled everyone to be quiet, and the entire surrounding stands fell silent. He said, according to clan rules, at this moment, Li Yun looks tiny standing at the doorway, not yet stepping in. He slowly approaches the altar, his hand, still clenched tight and bleeding drop by drop. Li Yan extends his hand, letting the blood drip into a waiting bowl. His voice serious as he reports, descendant of Sumu Lan, I accept the challenge of the ancestors' test. Li Yan watches his blood turn into green smoke swirling around his body. Joined with his plea, please grant me permission. The building echoes back. The combat trial's only task is clear. The green smoke forms an illusion of Li Yan himself, and the challenge is announced. Defeat yourself. He stands across from the illusion. Quickly, drawing his sword and recalling the rule's unlimited attempts until victory, no quitting or leaving. Li Yan pulls his sword from its sheath, gets ready, and mutters, let's go. He pushes off hard with his foot, stamping the ground loudly. But before he can strike, an illusionary blade slices across his head, causing Li Yan to freeze and exclaim, ah. All weapons that choose Li Yun must belong to him. However, handling this simply, his head feels like it's coming off his neck. Li Yan shouts in terror, voice shaking, what the hell just happened? At the same time, his illusion pauses in its attack stance. That sharp voice still echoes. What's going on? Li Yan quickly grabs his neck, shaking it, face full of panic. Clearly suspicious, he touches his neck and reassures himself, surely my neck was cut, right? The illusion in this trial can't kill me. Li Yan forces himself upright, cursing under his breath. This feel is ridiculously real. At this level, any normal person would lose their mind. His eyes are cold, mixed with doubt. He looks at the illusion and wonders, muttering, can I really get this strong? He regrips his sword and quietly analyzes the illusion's fighting style, allowing himself to use power perfectly. Li Yan recalls the blade, slicing past him, but not killing him, only leaving a brief sensation that even he noticed won't be easy. So I want to hear everyone's opinion, meaning he hasn't fully tapped into his potential. If he could, he would have blocked that strike. Not wasting time, Li Yan resets his stance and shouts, all right, try again. Before he could rush in, the illusion strikes first, forcing Li Yan to learn from each encounter. But on the third try, he gets stabbed through the stomach and dies. The next illusion changes tactics to a chokehold. On the fifth, he blocks a sword, but then his neck gets snapped, dying again. Li Yan repeatedly experiences decapitation without count. 10th death, 1st death, 18th death, 20th death. This time, he quickly counters the illusion's next move. Their swords clash simultaneously, both bodies thrown backward. Li Yan slides out on the ground. He completely controlled his landing with his own feet. His breathing grew more and more rapid. He silently counted, is this the 75th or the 80th time? Suddenly enlightened, Li Yan's eyes widened. His face darkened as he muttered, now I understand a bit, I can learn it all. Tai Hyung was the first to speak. He felt that no matter the clan's rules, giving all weapons here to Li Yan. Li Yan gradually grasped the true rule behind the challenge. His greatest power was freedom, an overwhelming transformation. He turned his original sword into a spear. Li Yan's hand gripped the spear firmly, full of determination. He slashed forward with the spear, casting a confident glance at his own thoughts. Wielding an unpredictable fighting style, Li Yan charged at his illusion. He shouted, this time for sure. 2 spears clashed. The illusion quickly blocked his strike. Next, both weapons transformed back into swords. According to Li Yan's narration, they kept dueling swords, then gradually shifted back to spears, continuing the battle with no sign of stopping. After a while fighting, finally things went as he expected. His stance matched perfectly with the other. Li Yun's illusion slipped backward. Since it was an illusion, it wasn't easy to lose balance. The illusion transformed the spear back into a sword and stared coldly at Li Yun. Then, he deliberately left his defense open. Would go against the purpose of the weapon selection ceremony, which is a tradition. As before, the illusion charged. Its sword stabbed across Li Yun's stomach, piercing through, the blade nearly spent, but no blood flowed. Li Yun's triumphant, slightly contemptuous voice rang out, confusing the illusion, you idiot. One hand grabbed the illusion's sword hilt, pulling it toward him. The other swung his sword, shouting, I deliberately exposed a weakness, you fool. Li Yun's strike sent blue sparks flying through the air. The ground cracked beneath them. According to the narration, this sword move was called Chama, ***. Li Yun's illusion died then. The body slowly dissolved into tiny blue particles. His whole form vanished into space, and as he nearly faded away, the illusion blurred, smiling painfully. Li Yan stood amid the room surrounded by flying blue lights. Floating, he muttered, if I pass the blood vein trial, Sung Mulan will unlock hidden powers. In his past life, his power was just the most common type, enhancing his body with blue energy. Now a golden glow radiated. Li Yan whispered, but in this life, that must continue for future generations. So the fairest way is to let the 9 Li brothers each choose one weapon. He stared at the golden light within himself in amazement. His eyes seemed to freeze. Li Yan vaguely reached out to catch the golden energy, quietly asking, what is this power? Outside the room, many people gathered, probably those taking the trial. Taehong stood just outside the door, anxiously sighing nonstop. Crossing his arms, Taehong complained softly, I thought this time he'd be obedient, but that annoying kid. They organized a peaceful naming ceremony, but he caused so much trouble. Suddenly, an announcement sounded. Startled, he turned to the door. The magical energy density was shifting. Everyone looked on. Li Yan stepped out as the call announced his awakening. His expression darkened, body barely steady as he left the room. Taehong ran up, shouting his name in worry. Li Yan. He caught Li Yan's body, shaking him, asking, are you okay? Wake up now. His mouth was so dry it cracked. Li Yan barely managed a weak sound. Taehong gasped. What? His face turned pale like a patient. Trembling hands raised pleadingly. Water. I'm starving. From all those that chose him. Li Taishin agreed with his brother's words and immediately accepted this idea. He supported Li Yan's pale, lifeless body, mouth agape in helplessness. His whole body trembled, anger building to the breaking point, voice nearly shouting. A powerful voice rang out, scattering birds around the mountain walls. That brat, in a house full of nobles. A desperate call echoed outside. Young Master Kawa shouted emotionally, face full of worry. Tears welled up and fell. Kawa tightly hugged Li Yan, sobbing, do you know how worried I've been? From beast fighting masters to ghost hand mountain, and even the ancestors' grand trial, nursemaid. You've gotten so dirty, spending almost a whole month out in the open. She cupped Li Yan's cheek and teased affectionately. At first, I was going to give you a serious scolding, but welcome home, young Master Li Yan. He blushed shyly on both cheeks and replied, yeah, thanks Kawa. Then let him go. Wiping away the tears welling up gently, she said, I've prepared your bath. After you finish, I'll get dinner ready for you. Li Yan fiddled with the blanket in his hands and casually asked, oh, nursemaid, what about my aunt? At this moment, he thought she would be the first to come running. He snapped his fingers, and all the weapons flew up, neatly arranging in a circle. She suddenly paused, stammering in reply, making Li Yan a bit suspicious. That, Manga was all smiles when she welcomed you. My dears here? Manga was locked up in the cell at that time. Li Yan laughed out loud. What did you do to her? She squinted and smiled. Sorry, but as long as you're safe, that's what matters. Even locked up, Manga still cared about him. So, what exactly did you do? And your mana surged so much you haven't even digested all the energy in your body. She cheerfully said, sit down, old man, rest your legs. Sit down quickly, now all. He cut her off. Aunt, you do realize you're a bit over the top. She immediately felt embarrassed. It's okay, really, it's okay. You didn't expect me to go this far for you. Manga recalled why she was locked up, the reason she ended up here. At that time, she was so agitated she caused chaos among the elders' quarters, and 2 people had to restrain her. She kept cursing. It's because of you, right? You did this. Then Li Yan also floated up and was placed right in the center of that circle. Come on, son, choose what you want. She caused a commotion in the control room with the elders and the boss. She yelled at everyone. Again, just like always. Manga felt guilty for her impulsive actions. Sorry, my dear, because you thought they did something weird to me, you lost your temper. Li Yan was surprised hearing his aunt confess. I just felt so angry thinking I might never see you again. Manga grabbed her own neck, throwing a childish tantrum at him naturally. Her throat tightened. Li Yan recalled their memories, thoughtfully reflecting. Honestly, I never fully trusted her before, but I don't know when. I started seeing her as family. He smiled, sighed, letting this new feeling settle. All right then, now I accept it. Li Yan turned to leave but didn't forget to warn Manga. I'll get you out soon, so please wait a little longer. She reached her hand out from behind the bars, waving him back. How could you do that? Don't push yourself. Li Yan gave her a healing smile. Li Taishin said firmly, though unsure if a kid like Li Yan could understand. I won't do anything. You'll be free soon anyway. He closed the cell door, bidding Manga goodbye. See you next time then. Outside, at the airport, a plane landed in the middle of the night. Once it safely docked, The stairway was ready, and a whole crowd came to greet. Tessin stepped out of the plane, his subordinates respectfully welcoming him. "Sir, you're here." He passed by Weizian, who bowed low. "Sorry to keep you waiting." She politely declined. "No worries, the hot spring is ready. Please relax and enjoy your meal." Li Yan and Sihun stood quietly listening to the adults talk. I replied to her, "All right." He glanced around. After the naming ceremony, I thought I'd grown a lot. The father and son's eyes accidentally met. Li Yon had many thoughts, but the distance between him and his father, how far it really was, he still couldn't measure. His father's hurried turn made Li Yon wonder more once their eyes met. Was it really over? Tessin boldly led the way, saying casually, "I always say those who don't fight aren't needed in the clan. Arrange for a wet nurse to care for him, and assign a squad of swordsmen as guards." Also, of course, he understood, and Li Yan knew this choice was important, but his eyes searched for the target of his words. "Among us, there's only one child, who holds a burning desire to beat me." Tessin's words shook Li Yan. Who is he talking about? The boss? He sighed helplessly. "I've tried so hard to keep my emotions in check, and he can still see through me?" Cut to the grand banquet hall of Sung Mulan. Red carpet rolled out, everyone around chatting lively. Li Yon picked a quiet corner in the room, silently observing, since this event was rare at Sung Mulan. So this party was way more extravagant than other naming ceremonies. He scanned everyone carefully. Thanks to memories from his past life, Li Yun recognized them. That one is a mage, the youngest tower master ever known. Glancing at others, he also recognized the yin-yang director Lu, or rather, now the new deputy director. Suddenly, someone approached, breaking Li Yon-shin's privacy. Young Master Choi respectfully invites the clan leader to an audience. He didn't expect this. For him, even if he didn't know why things were different from his past life, but still this was a good opportunity. He asked again to be sure. "Father?" Choi replied, "Yes, please follow this way." Li Yan followed the steward, full of questions. "Why did Dad call me alone? Hope it's nothing serious." Outside under the starry night, he politely greeted, "I'm Li Yun. Father, what did you want to see me about?" "Son." Li Yin looked up, surprised to see not just his father but also his older brother standing beside him. Big brother Li Yon was sweating nervously. "No way," Tessin spoke before I finished thinking. "I think you already know why I summoned you." He ordered Li Yan to explain. "I want to hear about what happened at the ceremony. This naming ceremony, according to your words, Li Yun, you discovered the outsider and ordered his arrest." Li Yon instinctively bowed lower when Tessin asked, "This was your plan, right?" He gulped, closed his eyes tightly, just as he thought, Dad already knew. Li Yon gathered courage to admit it. "Yes, that's right. I was the one who proposed the deal to Big Brother, with the condition I get access to the scripture vault. So he had to make the most of it." Li Yun clenched his fists and began crawling. He passed by many valuable items for 3 days and helped Big Brother avoid this public backlash. So Tessin was out of options with Therkan's spians. This youngest son, forced to go easy on him out of respect for his contribution. "I'll overlook your false report this time," he warned Li Yun one last time. "But there won't be a next time." Li Yun bowed deeply, accepting his father's reprimand. "Yes, I understand. Now it's Myeongjeong's turn to be punished. Conversely, Myeongjeong will face proper punishment later. Organizing this party was your duty. Go back to your work." He placed a hand on his chest and said, "Understood, I will." Before leaving, Myeongjeong smiled warmly to reassure Li Yun, who worriedly glanced back at his brother. Not sure if Big Brother is okay. After the eldest left, Tessie continued talking to the youngest son. "Aside from the false report, the credit for this goes to you. You will get the reward my Li Yun promised." Li Yun was surprised by his father's words. "Finally, because you discovered the combat challenge, like the bloodline sword of the true dragon Braha, used to slay powerful demons, 2 sacred White Realm spears forged with parts of a saint's body, or the Wenhen staff, I will grant you a reward." Li Yun expressed his wish. "If that's the case." Cut to Tessie standing on the stage opening the banquet. "Thank you to all the guests for making the effort to come. May our 2 sons, the stars of today's party, be blessed on the path ahead," he declared as Li Yun and Hoa stood on the red carpet. The naming ceremony would continue. His warm voice echoed. Hoa stepped forward, smiling as she accepted Tessie's words. "I was chosen by the holy sword, and always shine like the sun around me. I will always walk this radiant path." He bestowed her the name Sehun, meaning eternal radiance. Just then, Sehun's name plaque was lowered. She happily responded to Tessie, "Thank you." Now it was Li Yan's turn. His father's gaze sharpened. Next, the whole hall fell silent as he invited the next person. Li Yun stepped forward, stood up, and walked ahead, paying attention to the expressions of those around him. Their reactions were no different from the previous ritual. But no matter. Li Yun stood tall, unfazed by anything around him, made from a branch of the tree world, where spirits rest, a spiritual sword forged under the alignment of moon. Hearing Tessie describe me, you're tough and sharp, but also flexible, never breaking like a blacksmith forging 10 pieces of iron from all directions into one solid block. You've also forged yourself. He spoke seriously about me. I can't find a better word to describe you. Instantly, he snapped his fingers, the sound echoing through the room. Li Yon's name tag is dropped, so I'll give you the name Qian. I stood silently before my nameplate. Before, my name meant to live strong like steel. Li Yon smiled with a hint of pride. But now that meaning has changed. I placed my hand on my chest. Until I reach the peak of Dongmu Lan, I won't stop. Li Yon proudly embraced my new name. My name is Li Yon. I smiled brightly at my father. Thank you. Scene shifts to Li Yon's isolation room at the Sungmu Land Judiciary, a small but fully equipped room for one person. But someone is going crazy, moaning constantly inside. Caption: Mr. Hoa has been locked in for days, can't take it anymore. She grabs her head, screaming, clutching the bars wildly, yelling at the world, sun, and stars. These great weapons waited for Leon's choice, but he didn't hesitate. I want out. It's suffocating, so frustrating. Not even allowed to see the naming of the kid. Gyong Wallen's noisy outburst escapes the room. He said he'd be released, so why the wait? The guards also want out. Emergency SOS. Help me. Suddenly the phone rings, grabbing their attention. After the call, he enters. Seeing Moon Gahua about to turn beastly, biting the blanket and screaming to get out. The guard unlocks the bars, telling the crazy one, "You can go now." She freezes, holding the scene still. Huh? Moon Gahua? Excited hearing this. Discipline matters will be notified later. For now, you're allowed out of Li Yon's isolation. She rushes out of this prison-like place, yelling loud. The guards nervously shout, "Don't kick stuff around." Suddenly, a voice calls her back. Wait, hold on. Moon Gahua gets even happier seeing him waiting at the door. "Oh, kiddo," she gasps, asking her dear little nephew. "Did you really get me out?" He replies, "Yes, that's right." Moon Gahua is puzzled. "Ha," and crawled straight to the Li family founder's sword, Sungmu, found in the untamed wilderness. How before she can finish, he holds up a paper in front of her. Moon Gahua opens it and reads, What's this?" Li Yun reminds, "You owe me one." Moon Gahua keeps staring at Li Yun's appointment paper. Moon Gahua is an elder official. The more she reads, the more shocked she becomes. And it appoints her as the master of the 9th young master, Li Yun. He beams, holding out his hand. "From now on, please guide me, master." Scene shifts. Li Yun adjusts the edge of his traditional outfit. Kawa curiously asks, "Starting today, huh?" Seeing him confidently wear the traditional clothes on his own, she is moved, tears streaming down. Li Yun smiles and replies, "Yeah, this is just the beginning." Kawa sniffles. The young master is already 13? He walks out the door, bidding farewell to the nursemaid. "I'm off then." Now, Li Yun at 13, under clear blue sky, bright and cloudless. Li Yun's voice echoes. Good. He stands admiring the school gate. His new life as a freshman begins. When lining up on the schoolyard, some whisper about him. Hey, isn't that the illegitimate kid? Untouched for generations, no one had unlocked its hidden power, leaving it silent in the shadows. Yeah, the 9th son. Li Yun hears them talking about the iron selection test and ceremony. Even the naming caused a stir, their words dripping with disdain, probably just lucky. After all, he's just an illegitimate son. Luck got him those results at the ceremony. Naming's kinda tricky, huh? Makes me curious. A man stands solemnly in line. Can't help but notice their crappy comments. How many times do I have to say illegitimate son, illegitimate son? Sounds so annoying. I'm dying. Suddenly, a whisper near his ear. Oh, that's Miss 8th daughter. Turns out they're talking about Lee Seo-hyun. Her elegant aura sparks envy, definitely a direct heir of the family. Quite a different presence. Now 13, Lee Seo-hyun acts a bit oddly in Lee Yun's eyes, but he notices everyone treats her way differently than him. A totally different reaction compared to me. Huh? Yeah. Lee Seo-hyun approaches and greets. Ah, hey kid Lee Yun. He politely replies, yeah, long time no see, covered in the dust of time. This sword was called Black Knight, and Lee Yun touched it. She shyly scratched her neck. You're not holding a grudge about the naming ceremony, right? He asked confusedly. Naming ceremony? Lee Seo-hyun quickly corrected herself. No, I meant the thing I told you about, the 7 desires. Only then did he remember that part. Lee Yun guessed he'd grow up cold-hearted, but still said something nice to her. All right, I'm not bothered by it. Lee Seo-hyun beamed, wanting him to confirm. Really? For real? She laughed loudly without worry. Thank goodness. You're kind of petty, huh? Lee Yeon's face darkened, annoyed by her words. Want to explain exactly what's petty? Lee Seo-hyun, curious as always, asked him. I heard you're studying with the little miss? And even in the secret library too. He was about to explain when a loud announcement rang out. Attention everyone. All instructors line up neatly. The one in the middle will announce. Class assignments are starting now. All freshmen called by name, gather in front of your trainer in formation. Lee Yoon started feeling nervous. What do I do? Getting nervous already. If I get placed in a terrible class, I'm screwed. TC watched him closely. Based on known facts, this sword didn't qualify. He sighed helplessly. That reaction was expected since the training period is 3 years, so class placement is crucial. Each grade has 5 classes. The more elite students get placed higher. The proctor's voice rang out as he approached. Lee Seo-hyun, Miss Lee Seo-hyun, Class 1. Congratulations. She happily grabbed her acceptance slip. Thanks. Lee Yeon drifted into his own thoughts. Lee Seo-hyun got Class 1 as predicted. The proctor's words cut off Lee Yeon's next thought as he stepped forward to receive his acceptance. Here I am. Thanks. Lee Yeon held the paper, read the info, and glanced at others' expressions. Some looked obviously pissed. He'd guessed where he'd be sent, knew it'd be bad, but didn't expect them to be this blatant. Lee Yeon seemed pretty satisfied with his assigned class. Class 5, aka the trash heap, where repeaters and dropouts gather. All arranged by Baekhwa Jeon, whose influence was growing more dangerous. Class placements for family members were based on the naming ceremony evaluation, but the review council was controlled by the elders and Baekhwa Jeon. Let this child attend the weapon selection ceremony with the 8 young ladies. Choi looked very surprised because Lee Yoon was just a kid, as a heavenly tier weapon, but because it was linked to the clan's founder, it was preserved. Everything was probably going as Lee Yeon planned. They thought they were setting him back, but this actually worked in his favor. Saved him a lot of effort. Just then, an instructor came over to guide him. Young Master Lee Yeon. Lee Yeon, Class 5. This way. Lee Yeon quickly turned to follow. Got it. I'm coming. He glanced at Lee Seo-hyun standing nearby, who looked pretty pissed. She was so mad she practically yelled fire. What's wrong with you? Not planning to complain right away, Lee Yeon marveled at her reaction. Wow, look at that face. To be ranked among the highest tier. But because it's linked to the clan's founding ancestor, it has always been preserved, along with weapons ranked in the highest tier. Until now, no immortal has ever been chosen by Black Knight, but Lee Yeon is different. TC is not sure if this is just a meaningless choice for a newborn, or a great destiny ordained by fate, but then he held his youngest son up and declared before everyone that Lee Yeon has chosen Black Knight, closing today's ritual. In the front row, Bitch Hoa's face turned cold as ice. She kept muttering, Lee Yeon, another troublesome one has entered the family. If it's an obstacle, then I'll just have to eliminate it. Time flew by, 9 years passed. Today was like any other. Lee Yeon said goodbye to his nursemaid to go train, but Manhwa insisted on seeing him off a bit. She was puzzled because the other training zones were mostly empty, yet Lee Yeon insisted on choosing Zone 1. Totally unprepared, and the age gap between him and the 8 young ladies was huge. That zone was really outdated. Before Lee Yeon could explain, they heard someone shouting loudly from Training Zone 7. No, that's wrong. Gripping the sword too tight will injure your hand. Come on, slice down one more time. It turned out to be Lee Yeon Hoa training with her master. Though she was a step above Lee Yeon Jeon, he never called Lee Yeon Hoa sister. Instead, he always called her Miss, even if it sounded a bit odd. Because to him, calling a girl just 5 years older than him sister felt awkward. Lee Yeon Hoa seemed to be struggling with swinging the sword, so frustrated she snapped at her master and threw her sword to the ground. The 9-year-old's young face showed clear anger. Then she shouted, Master, why do you keep nagging? It doesn't matter how I hold the sword, as long as I grip it tight. That's enough. Miss, all of this is for your own good. First, calm down and try again. This time, you'll do better. The other softened and picked up the sword from the ground, handing it back to Lee Yeon Hoa. This person was Big Yi Hyun. However, Lee Tae-shin had made up his mind. After confirming this, he and Choi left together. Captain of the Black Dance Society. Lee Yeon was surprised when he learned his identity. A 9-year-old kid with such a prominent master was really something else. Lost in thought, he unconsciously voiced his thoughts aloud. Manhwa heard this and felt deeply hurt. She had thought her young master felt lonely without a master to comfort him. Master, soon a good master will appear and recognize your true talent. Then Manhwa grew sad again, blaming herself, thinking she was inadequate, unable to serve her young master properly. while Li Yanhua, the same age, had been fed medicinal herbs since infancy, and Li Yun had grown up lacking so much. Seeing her like this, Li Yun really couldn't take it. He put his hands on his hips and said back, "Enough of that. Nursemaid, I owe you a lot, got it? And I don't need people like those. They're only here for the Li Yan Sumu family's status. Besides, I already have good masters." Li Yan lay in the wooden crib, breathing a sigh of relief. This was definitely his long-lost father, still as imposing and intimidating as ever. Seeing Li Yan's confident and mature demeanor beyond his years, Mangahua finally felt somewhat relieved. After seeing him off at the gate of Training Zone 1, reserved for the Li Sung-mu direct lineage, she left. Li Yan pushed open the door alone, symbolizing the long history of this prestigious family, but now it was more of a symbolic place than a true martial arena. However, Li Yan came here for only one reason: the storage of ancient weapons, more than any arsenal in the training grounds. He found an old reset sword in a corner. Its blade was cracked, but to him, it was a treasure. Because 9 years ago, when he returned to his second life, some extraordinary changes happened to him. The most amazing was his ability to read the memories hidden in weapons. The moment he held that old sword, Li Yan felt like he traveled back hundreds of years, standing in a classroom. And because of that, he received teachings, but more importantly, what the hell was really going on? If this was truly a dying flashback from countless masters of past generations, those were the memories engraved in this weapon. The older and more exquisite the weapon, or the longer it was cherished by its owner, the clearer its memories appeared. Like an unshakable pillar, thanks to past memories, being vividly replayed. Li Yan trained hard, and today he finished mastering the 7 refined swords. Since you came here at 7 years old, you've read almost all the memories of the weapons in the clan's warehouse. For someone like Li Yan, with such a rough past life, this is quite an achievement. Truly impressive. It's been a long time since I've seen a perfect 7-star sword like that, right behind Li Yan. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed. Thought it was AI, but it turned out to be Li Taehyung. As expected, his interface is just like. This villainous character is the clan steward of the Li Sung-mu family, and he's a level 4 martial artist. Though born a secondary son, his strength earned him recognition and his current position, and from the last life to this one. Then the feeling was way too real. Plus, the conversation between Li Yon and Choi just now. Li Taehyung is also the only one in the clan who truly cares for Li Yan. Maybe because they share the same status as secondary sons. "Greetings, uncle." Li Yun obediently bowed. Li Taehyung chuckled, ruffling his head. "You can just call me uncle. Practicing every day without fail. That's commendable. Every time I come and go from work, I see you around. Truly commendable. Every time I come and go from work, I see you around." John Taehyung seems really proud of this nephew, and more than anyone, he understands how hard it is to be treated differently than other siblings. Despite that, Taehyung hopes Li Yong can stand strong and overcome it all. "I'm fine, uncle. No matter what, I carry the blood of the Li Sung-mu clan." Li John replied firmly, "Using the sword as proof, that's the meaning behind our clan's name, and that's what I was taught. So I will prove myself through my own strength." Li Yun's answer stunned Li Taehyung for a few seconds. He felt sorry that such a perfect child was born with the status of a secondary son. Was something that really happened. Although hard to believe, it seemed he had truly gone back in time. Li Taehyung sighed deeply, thinking it won't be long before the naming ceremony. Though a bit late, before the naming ceremony, "I want to be your master. How about that? Would you be happy?" Li Taehyung suddenly proposed, his smile bright and clearly joyful. But then Li Yon had to pour cold water on his uncle by refusing the offer. Taehyung froze. He even thought Li Yan was unhappy to have him as master. But Li Yan quickly waved it off, then explained, "Before the naming ceremony, serving a master isn't allowed. That's a clan rule, and I don't want to put you in an awkward spot, uncle." That answer only surprised Li Taehyung more, because Li John's other siblings blatantly broke clan rules. The most recent being Li Hoa, who already has a master despite being the same age as him. Moreover, besides being taught by famous masters, they were also nurtured with all kinds of spiritual medicines. It was tough to accept this impossible truth, but months passed just like that. However, Li Yon said that even if this rule is no longer followed by anyone, it doesn't mean he shouldn't keep it. And as mentioned before, Li Yan wants to prove his strength on his own. These words came from the mouth of a 9-year-old. It was hard for Taehyung to believe. Looking into his eyes, he felt like he was looking at his own older brother. "Seems like you're not giving up on this stubbornness." "Huh?" Taehyung sighed. Then he started ruffling his nephew's hair. "You're just like your dad, one stubborn guy to the end." Though Li Yon refused the offer to make him his master, Li Taehyung still wanted to help the nephew somehow, because not doing anything made him uneasy. So Li Taehyung asked, "Is there anything else you need? I can help." Li Yun's eyes immediately lit up like car headlights. This was the line he'd been waiting for a long time. Li Yun scratched his head and started acting like a movie star, showing awkwardness but also a strong desire to have it. What about Yu Dong? How is she? Master. When we found her, Master Yu Dong had already. Since the first time he traveled back, the Li Sungmu family's special day arrived the weapon selection ceremony. Actually, I have something to ask, Uncle. I want to tour the clan's treasury basement. It wasn't hard to see the surprise in Ta Hyung's eyes after hearing this request, but in the end, he agreed. Hyung heard this proposal, but in the end, he agreed. Then the two got into a car heading to the Lee Sung-mu clan's vault. Two high-level martial artists guarded the gate. As the clan's chief steward, Lee Tae-hyung only needed to use the excuse of a routine inspection to pass easily. Lee Yoon sat in the back seat, introduced as the clan's youngest son, here for a visit. So the guards had no reason to stop them. After the car passed the main gate, Lee Yan immediately showed a reaction fitting his current age. After all, a kid coming to the treasury for the first time acting indifferent and calm wouldn't be right. He also didn't want his uncle suspecting him. Through the rearview mirror, I see Hyung. At this ceremony, the family's children showcased their talents by choosing their weapons. Seeing his nephew's excited face, he was also very happy. You like it that much? He asked. Of course, Lee Yan almost shouted. This is the treasury, where the family's most precious treasures are kept. But of course, he didn't tell Lee Tae-hyung his real purpose, to find a weapon he couldn't get in his past life. The family treasury contained legendary weapons, ancient artifacts that no one was even sure truly existed. Those searching for such wild things usually get the same answer. Everything can be found. Inside the family treasury, Lee Yan and Tae-hyung led Lee Xian inside, then pressed the elevator button. He said the basement was where weapons, sealed for various reasons, were stored, including demon-level monster weapons. Those weapons had devoured their owners. If you touched them carelessly, both your body and mind would be consumed. Lee Yoon's father was once chosen by dozens of swords as a child. Tae-hyung showed a sly smile. He wanted to scare the kid, but little did he know the kid had actually lived 2 lifetimes. Still, Lee Xian played along by putting on a scared face to please his uncle. Then the uncle reassured him. Don't worry, you won't be allowed into dangerous places like that anyway. I have some business upstairs, so just take your time exploring. Lee Yoon happily nodded, then jumped into the elevator. After the elevator doors closed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, having shed the toughest act in this life, which was pretending to be an innocent kid. Lee Yan pressed the button to the basement, also called the weapon graveyard, a place sealing countless weapons and artifacts. Lee Yon's only reason for coming here was to find a special weapon named Infinity. Originally, Infinity took the form of a short sword, but after imbuing it with demonic energy, it could freely change length, shape, weight, and even properties. In his past life, Lee Gun-seong, he became the greatest swordsman of his time. His eldest brother, chosen by Sword Book, accidentally found it in the treasury. Thanks to the sword's limitless transformations and overwhelming flexibility, he earned the title Master of 1,000 Forms, kicked out the eldest brother as the top heir, and became the family head. Then he tracked down Lee Yan, who'd always stayed in the shadows, and ruthlessly eliminated everything Lee Yan knew. Right now, that's all there is, and to stop that from happening, he must find Infinity first. Although it would take time, Lee Yan had no choice but to check everything one by one. Demonic energy appeared in his hand, with the determination that in this life, he would get that sword, not Gunsong. Lee Yon patiently infused demonic energy into each weapon, but after an hour, he had checked all the short swords that seemed suitable, with no results. Still, Lee Yan didn't lose heart. He was sure that weapon was here, and decided to check the display case on the other side. However, while moving, Leon accidentally dropped a rusty weapon. Magic and Staff gained fame for his exceptional skills in both swordsmanship and magic. More delicate than any other weapon in the treasury. Leon reached out to pick it up, but before he could, demonic energy surged from his palm, even though Leon didn't do it deliberately. Demonic energy poured into that rusty short sword. This strange phenomenon suddenly clouded Leon's vision. When he could see again, he found himself transported to another space, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, not the clean, orderly family treasury. Leon was a bit alarmed, but guessed this was the memory hidden inside that rusty short sword. However, this feeling was very different from the memories from other weapons he had read before. It was as if Li Yan was really present there. That feeling was shockingly clear. Then suddenly, he felt a cold chill down his spine. Leon panicked and turned around. It was a terrifying pressure so intense even nature itself seemed to tremble. He saw a pair of gigantic eyes glaring down at him from above. It was the apocalyptic monster that once surfaced from the blue hole. This time, Li Yan was the one participating in the weapon selection, just like his past life. Long ago, it swallowed countless civilizations. Li Yan went limp, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. This was the first time since his reincarnation that he felt this kind of fear. Li Yan knew there was no way he could win against that ancient beast. And if he wanted to survive, he had no choice but to run. Yet, he didn't know when an invisible entity silently appeared behind him. Li Yan, although the figure was blurry, he could still recognize it was a man. Holding a sharp sword, the man suddenly charged forward, fiercely confronting the ruthless monster. With just one strike, the man pierced through the enemy. Li Yan was so scared he sank to the ground. That power was terrifying. One blow was enough to finish off the opponent. After it was over, the blood-soaked man turned his head and gave him a cold, icy glare. Then he asked in a chilling voice, "Who are you?" Li Yan was even more shocked. He had thought this was just a fragment of the old short sword's memory, just a bit more vivid than others. He had to wear a very uncomfortable ceremonial outfit, sitting on a velvet chair waiting. Li Yan's wet nurse, Manhwa. But who would have thought this man could actually see him? Moreover, his eyes were clearly filled with hostility. Sure enough, right after, the man stepped closer and raised his sword. "Though I don't know why you're here, out of compassion, I will send you off without pain." Li Yan's eyes widened, but he had no way to stop the blade descending straight toward him. The painful memories of his past life seemed to replay in this moment. He gasped in terror. Then, in an instant, the space shifted. Li Yan was back in his clan's treasury. The short sword, the fragment of time in his hand, dropped with a clink. Li Yan returned to reality, though he still couldn't stop trembling. He couldn't say what just happened was only a memory. If it truly was a memory, then why did the person in that memory attack him? That overwhelming pressure still lingered, as if it were real. Then Leon glanced at the short sword again and was shocked, kept complimenting how adorable he looked in the bulky clothes and encouraged him not to worry, to see the rust on its surface slowly disappearing. A thought crossed Leon's mind. Could this be the infinite? He picked it up and examined it carefully. No doubt, this was what he had been searching for. So Li Yan immediately cut his fingertip and let blood drip onto the short blade. This lifetime, he was determined to become the master of the myriad army. The moment fresh blood touched the blade, a blinding light filled the treasury. Li Yan infused some of his mana into it and swung the sword, and sure enough, the short sword instantly transformed into a long sword. Time quietly passed. 1 week had passed since that fateful moment. Today, Li Yan continued training as usual, but his face showed clear dissatisfaction. Q, 7 losses again? It's been a whole week since I got the infinite sword I grabbed from that underground armory that day. Now I keep it as a ring to avoid detection. He sat down, wiped sweat from his brow, and recalled what happened in the basement that day. But what exactly happened then? Right, that man's decisive sword strike seemed to remind him, "It'll turn out great, your future is definitely wide open." That he still wasn't worthy. In Li Yan's mind, the bloody scene of that man's single devastating sword strike, destroying the monster, appeared again. Not to mention the power, just the way that man moved, radiated elegance. But no matter how hard he tried to imitate, he just couldn't replicate it. Still, he didn't feel frustrated. In his past life, he was looked down on, never even taught the clan's basic martial skills, exuded an elegant beauty. But no matter how hard I tried to imitate, I just couldn't replicate it. Still, I didn't feel rushed. In my past life, I was just a looked down upon nobody, barely taught even the clan's basic techniques. It's just one move, but this is the first time I've encountered such an advanced martial skill. I can do it. I remember clearly how that person moved in my memory, clearer than anyone else. Thinking that, his gaze halted, his face showing a look of enlightenment. That man wasn't an adult like him, but just a 9-year-old kid. If I try to copy every move exactly, I'm sure of it. Mangahwa smiled brightly. Li Yan felt happy with her. Obviously wouldn't unleash his full power. That thought flashed through Li Yan's mind like a ray of light, illuminating the path ahead. He had to accept this body and take it slow. Naturally, swinging the sword in a way that suited himself, with fresh determination. Jian closed his eyes, relaxed his whole body, took a deep breath, lifted the sword overhead, then clutched it tight, channeling all his strength into the blade's tip. The moment the blade touched the ground, a powerful shockwave exploded, cracking the earth wide open. Rocks scattered like they'd been hit by a thunderbolt. Looking at his result, Jian nodded slightly. Not bad, looks like I've got the feel for it now. The only thing left is to harness the magic power. But right after, a pensive expression returned to his face. No matter how many times he tried to use it from memory, it still felt like something important was missing, impossible to recreate. In the end, he just had to keep experimenting. All right, start over. He sighed, gripped the sword tighter, and got ready. But just then, Li Yan vaguely recognized the voice as the head of the Li family, Sung Mu, and the Li family steward, but his father should have. This wet nurse was like a real mother to him, since he had no mom by his side since childhood. But because of the other siblings' oppression, a soft but firm hand suddenly grabbed his sword. A strange voice whispered in his ear, "Hey kid, where'd you learn that technique?" Jian froze. The newcomer was a young girl, her hair black and silky, her eyes deep brown. No doubt, she carried the bloodline of the Sung Mulan clan. He frowned and cautiously asked, "Who are you?" Seeing his wariness, the girl laughed freely, a hint of surprise in her voice. "Oh, you don't know me? Well, yeah, maybe not, since I don't show up often." Without waiting, she cheerfully asked, "So, what's your name?" Surprised by her unusually friendly tone, John hesitated, then said, "I'm John." The moment he said that name, the girl lit up. She grabbed his hand and shook it repeatedly like holding a doll. "Jion, that's a really unique name." "Right. I'm Li Manga. Nice to meet you." As she said her name, John immediately recognized her identity. Little sister Li Manga. He recalled what Uncle Tahong said in his past life. About her being so different even Grandpa couldn't accept her. Mangahua was eventually expelled from the family. To Li Yan, she was the only one on his side, the only one who cried worrying about him. But what really surprised Jian wasn't her identity, but the question screaming in his mind. Why doesn't she consider how ridiculously strong she is playing around with her own nephew like that? John narrowed his eyes, glanced suspiciously at Mr. Hoa but said nothing. That's right, John narrowed his eyes and stared at Mr. Hoa with suspicion but stayed silent. Little sister seemed unfazed by the look, just glanced over once then made a casual remark. "Your body's a bit weak, huh?" she said bluntly, stepping straight up to Jian. Stopping right in front of him, she asked straightforwardly, "So, kid, where'd you learn that technique?" John wasn't easy to fool. Of course, he wouldn't spill the truth. Tilting his head, he asked back cautiously, "Why do you ask?" Mr. Hoa just chuckled, replying with a proud smile like showing off a trophy. "That's an ancient martial art. Little sister here absolutely loves old-school martial arts. That was back when monsters roamed wild. Right?" After saying that, she pulled an old book from her sleeve and handed it to John. Even at the very last moment, seeing Mangahua's gentle face, like presenting a treasure, she said, "So this is a gift for you." John raised an eyebrow in curiosity. She nodded encouragingly. "Yeah, open it and take a look." Without hesitation, John flipped through the pages, frowning more and more. The handwriting's terrible, so it's hard to read, but is this really magic? A thought quietly formed in his mind. Not just magic, it also records martial arts. At a level so advanced, I don't understand a thing. Maybe the rumors about her aren't accurate. Thinking that, Jian hesitated to ask again. Realizing the kid was still struggling, Mangahua stepped forward. Pointing at the book, she explained in a gentle yet excited tone, "Ah, this thing here? These are ancient magic techniques based on exposed spiritual energy. Back then, magic could only use the body's exposed spiritual energy without magic cores. Modern magic relies on storing spiritual energy in the heart. Exposed spiritual energy in the body without magic cores, while modern magic depends on storing spiritual energy in the heart. But can ancient magic really be considered outdated? No. Sometimes the techniques to control mana back then were superior, even more so than now." She paused briefly, then continued with a rare seriousness. Li Yan grew more determined not to let those heartbreaking things happen again, so he stretched out his tiny hands. "So, this little sister is also studying ancient deficiency techniques and transmutation arts, but the remaining records are too scarce." Those words pulled Jian's mind into a whole new world. A spark of interest flashed deep in his eyes. This was a perspective on endless magic he had never considered. Before Mangahua could grasp what was happening, Jian suddenly dashed off, somehow pulling out a sword. Gripping the hilt tightly with both hands, he closed his eyes and began channeling mana, energy from the mana core in his heart spreading throughout his body. But then he hesitated. Wait, that unnamed martial artist used it with exposed mana. The way that man used mana in the memory was beyond his understanding, but now he could do it. A gleam lit Jian's eyes as he gathered power and swung his sword hard into the ground. Instantly, a massive crack split the earth. Rocks exploded like a blast. Seeing the result, Jian couldn't hold back his excitement. Grabbed Mungahua's hands and pressed their faces together. Mangahua silently thought, "This time, I'll protect you, Li Yun." It worked, but before he could take a full breath, Mungahua rushed at him like a bullet. Her face full of panic, she grabbed Jian's shoulder, shook him hard, and yelled, "What's that? That's the deficiency technique, right?" Jian felt a bit uneasy, glanced away, and reluctantly replied, Yeah, it is the deficiency technique." "What?" Mungahua froze for a second then shouted, "How did you do that?" Jian kept his usual mysterious attitude, shrugging as he said simply, I just did. Of course, Manhwa wasn't satisfied with that answer. She gritted her teeth. What do you mean? How did you do it? But Jian wasn't one to be pressured. He replied sternly, why should I tell you? Manhwa lost her calm, her voice almost pleading, her eyes sincerely like a lost child. It's only because of the notebook you gave me that I knew this, sis. You've lived your whole life for this. You've searched for it over 15 years, even after being kicked out of your home. I'm begging you. She held John's hand tightly, trembling. Just then, a servant came to announce everything was ready. Meanwhile, Choi reported to Lee Taishan. A silent moment passed between them. Jian looked at his desperate little sister and sighed softly. All right, but you have to promise me 3 things. First, you can't tell anyone about me. If I don't allow it, obviously neither your big brother nor our father can know either. Why? Manhwa blinked and asked. John answered immediately without hesitation. Because I don't like people talking about me behind my back. Hearing that, Manhwa's eyes softened. It was unclear what she was thinking, but her face unexpectedly grew somber. I see. You're the same. Jean was briefly surprised as his little sister suddenly fell silent. Why does she look so unhappy? But instead of asking, he moved on to the next condition. Second, you can't lie to me, because we have to trust each other. I'll also be honest with you as much as I can. Manhwa hesitated for a moment, then nodded more seriously. All right, so what's the last one? Ah, about the last one. Suddenly, a year later, early morning with mist, that all preparations for the weapon selection ceremony were complete. He nodded, still lingering on the training ground stones. In the quiet air, only the sharp sound of sword swings echoed. John kept training as usual. Young master, young master. A hurried shout cut through the silence. Jian turned around and saw Kawa running straight towards him, clutching a letter, face panicked. Nursemaid, what's so urgent you had to run all the way here? Though out of breath, Kawa still pushed the letter forward. Like this thing was more important than life itself. Here, look at this. Jian took it and glanced down at the familiar writing. With just one look, he knew what was going on. A slight smirk formed as he thought silently. It's finally here. The letter was brief, decisive, without a single extra word. Summon order for subject Jian, 9th young master, scheduled for the 10th of September at 10 a.m. Details. Those attending the naming ceremony must gather at the central training arena before 10 a.m. on 9/10. Note, anyone bringing items outside the approved list will be strictly punished. Then led the group outside. The weapon selection attracted a large crowd, compared to the 8 young ladies, representative of the Mijin family head. Upon reading the name Myung-jong, John's gaze froze, and he muttered, the representative is the head of the Myung family. Is your father not home? I haven't heard any news about him showing up. Before I could think more, the naming ceremony? Manhwa suddenly shouted as if someone had just poured a bucket of fire on her. Jian startled and turned to see the youngest staring wide-eyed, her face red as if about to smoke. Why are you suddenly so fired up? Manhwa tugged her hair, stammering like she was trying to hold back a storm inside. Everything is just getting started. Now is the most important time. If you join the naming ceremony, you'll be stuck there and can't leave, so don't participate. Seeing her expression, like a kid losing her favorite toy, John could only sigh. It had been a year since making a pact with the youngest. Since then, we've been studying magic that combines primal and revealed magic together. A whole new magical system is her lifelong dream. Primal magic helps store and transform attributes. The illegitimate child recently brought home like Li Yon still drew their attention. Revealed magic allows for control and operation. Thanks to that, my magic use now far surpasses any kid. Manhwa muttered regretfully. Not joining really sucks. Researching magic is way more fun. I don't want to drag this out, John concluded firmly. You know it's impossible, right? Don't worry. Even if time is a bit shorter, I'll keep practicing magic and restoring ancient magic. That statement made Manhwa's eyes widen. What? How can you do that? The naming ceremony training schedule is brutal. But Jean didn't flinch, his eyes shining with undying confidence. I'll do both at the same time. A few days later, in a cold white room filled with artificial light, Jian and Hoa were surrounded by a dense magical glass cage. Like a prison of light, the two sat still inside, ready for what was to come. From the opposite side, a hoarse deep voice echoed, training starts today. First, endure magical attacks for 30 minutes. That was Jang-guk, captain of the Blood Tiger Squad. More than him, some familiar faces appeared, like Lady Baekwa John, Lee Tae-shin's official wife, the one directly in charge of training for the naming ceremony. Right after he spoke, a buzzing sound rose up, and the entire glass cage began firing out chaotic electric bolts, blue sparks flickering wildly. They shone like hundreds of live snakes, but when a lightning bolt aimed at Jian, it was suddenly blocked. An invisible windshield surrounded him, pushing back every attack like wind sliding past a bronze wall. Jang Guk, who had seen many prodigies, had to pause. Normally, 9 untrained heirs would have been fried to a crisp, but he repelled everything with magic. His gaze unconsciously shifted to Jian. At that moment, Jian's cold, calm, and piercing stare met his, suffocatingly deep. That kid is watching me? Jang Guk's heart pounded. He realized the boy wasn't on the defensive. He was experimenting, assessing, forcing others to raise their teaching to a new level. Damn, is that really just a kid? With that ability, calling him a prodigy is an understatement. This isn't naming ceremony training anymore. Li Taixin had already passed away. After seeing clearly what was in front of him, Li Yan confirmed this man was indeed his father. The Li family steward, Li Taehyung, who was Li Taixin's younger brother, eldest daughter Li Mihyunjong, and the 3 Li brothers. It's time for me to pour every bit of experience into teaching him, thinking about the huge potential ahead. Jang Guk's hand clenched unconsciously. A feeling beyond surprise rose within him excitement. The passion he thought long cold was blazing again. Time waits for no one. After the grueling training, Jian exhaled, stretching and muttering. Phew, finally done. This family is crazy. To train magic resistance, they throw me into a magic-emitting device? But I didn't expect the other side to be someone. Sorry about that, Jian shrugged. Looks like everyone's attitude toward me is starting to change. Anyway, time to take a break. Just as I turned to leave, as if fate was playing a prank, a shadow lunged from the side. In that moment, Jian reacted like a programmed machine, his arm raised decisively. The one sneaking an attack was none other than little Hoa. Teacher, beat that kid, she snapped coldly. Hey, you bastard, come here. Jian, of course, wasn't one to back down. Li Taehyung stared at him and exclaimed, still really too young. According to someone else's script, he stepped back, frowning. What game are you playing? Hoa couldn't keep calm and shouted, watch your words. I'm the legitimate child, and you're just the illegitimate one. Besides, I'm a year older than you. Jian didn't bother arguing with a kid like her, wasting time on fights. It's worse than training swordsmanship in a blizzard. He just flicked his hand lightly. I don't have time to argue with you. After saying that, the young man turned decisively to leave, but Hoa's anger wasn't easy to cool. She gathered her spiritual energy into a fist and yelled, hey, don't ignore me. I felt a surge of spiritual energy from behind. Jian immediately spun around, his eyes darkening. Using spiritual energy now? I was going to let this slide, but I guess I have to teach you a lesson. The punch came close, but before it connected, Jian smoothly dodged by leaning aside. At the same time, his hand shot out, grabbed Hoa by the collar, and lifted her into the air. His cold, warning voice, if you want to complain, go complain to your mother. Don't bother me, I'm busy too. With that, Jian released her. Hoa slammed down, but instead of giving up, Li Mihyunjong nodded in agreement, saying she'd never seen anyone participate in the weapon selection. She unleashed all her frustrations. It's all your fault, because you caused a huge scandal at the previous selection ceremony. I keep getting compared to you. Know your place as an illegitimate child and shut up. It's so unfair. I train day and night, but you were born with more talent. I don't want it either, but my mother. Hoa realized she slipped up and quickly covered her mouth. Jian raised an eyebrow, a faint, mocking smile appearing. Blaming others is easy. Huh? Like you said, I'm the illegitimate one, and that status doesn't give me the luxury of such excuses. You lose sleep? Then don't sleep. No snacks and still can't keep up? Then skip your main meals too. If I annoy you, then use any means to beat me and force me to apologize. That's the Sung Mulan family style. Without waiting for a reaction, Jian turned and left, his step steady without looking back. Behind him, the girl clenched her fist tightly, shouting, that kid talks big. But at the naming ceremony, at this age too, Li Ganxiong was visibly annoyed, which makes sense. I'll outperform him, make him call me sister, and kneel down begging. Just watch. Jean didn't turn back, just calmly said, yeah, I'll be waiting to see that day. At the training area reserved for direct heirs of the 7th district, a woman in formal attire approached. Without any announcement, her sharp presence made all the servants bow deeply. The madam has arrived, someone said respectfully. Madame Bei Quajon nodded coldly and stepped aside. I need to speak with my daughter. With that, she entered the training room where Hoa was focused, striking a dummy hard, sweat dripping onto the cold tile floor. A single question echoed, what are you doing? Hoa startled and turned, her hands frozen midair upon hearing the familiar voice. She stammered, Mother, I'm training. Hoa's gaze dropped to the floor, unwilling to meet her mother's sharp, piercing eyes. As expected, Bakwajon wasn't here to praise. She said, I'm here to dissect all your failures. Her words were colder than ice. Having his father suddenly gain an unknown illegitimate child. I've heard the news. You got overwhelmed by him? The icy voice came from behind the just-opened door. Bei Kuajian stood like a silent storm, her eyes full of expectation and pressure. I told you, if you can't suppress him, then crush him. It's so disappointing. If you only train hard because you're afraid of punishment, then stop. Her words cut deep into Hoa's heart. After a few seconds of silence, something inside her seemed to awaken. She slowly raised her head, her eyes firm as she faced her mother. I know what you think about my training, but I do it because I want to. I will defeat him, not because you order me to, but because I want to. I will decide for myself. Her answer made Bei Kuajian narrow her eyes slightly. Though her face didn't change color, a troubling premonition started to stir inside her. She muttered softly, getting stirred up by some nobody? You're the direct heir of the Sung Mulan family. Anyone without a big heart would feel uneasy hearing the clear declaration from head of the Li Taishan family. You and he were never on equal footing. He's nothing special, yet you're letting him rile you up? Saying that, she took a small glass vial from her sleeve and handed it to her daughter with a cold reminder. This is Mi Moring, a deadly poison. If you can't surpass it, then trample it. That's the Sung Mulan clan's way. Without another word, Bei Kuajian turned and left the room. At the same time, in another room, a whisper of shock echoed. Thursday to Thursday is can't be. Maid Kawa stared wide-eyed at the computer screen, which showed the latest results from the Sung Mulan clan's internal ranking system. Li Yon, male, magic technique level 1, weapon technique level 1, theory level 1, overall ranking level 1. Right beside her, Jian grinned like spring breeze, arms crossed boasting, "What's the matter, Nanny? Feeling less worried now?" Kawa could barely hold back tears, hugging her little master tight, voice trembling but proud. "I didn't do much to help you. Yet you did this well." The official selection ceremony began. Young lady Li Hoa went first. Taishin lifted her and placed her on the stone chair at the center of the ceremony. Jian chuckled softly in reply. "You've helped me a lot, don't say that." Then, suddenly, heavy footsteps thundered outside, shattering the warm moment between them. The door burst open. "Hey kid, time to train." Mangahwa stormed in like a whirlwind, face blazing as if fueled by fire. Jian blinked, still dazed, and blurted out, "But I just finished training." Mangahwa declared boldly, flexing her bicep like a superhero. "Exactly why you gotta keep going. Training magic will help you not get so tired." Jean looked at her with the calm eyes of a middle-aged uncle watching a kid babble nonsense. "I've never heard that works." Mangahwa paused, eyes darting sideways, stammering. "It really does, probably." Seeing that, Jian shook his head lightly but said nothing more. Then he got serious, remembering something. "Well, never mind. I do have something I want to show you." That made Mangahwa's expression instantly change. From curious to stunned. "No way you've reached level 1 star already?" Jean didn't answer. Then, he decisively cut Li Hoa's fingertip with a dagger. He just smiled lightly, enough to confirm everything. Normal magic control techniques have 3 clear stages: body strengthening, body enhancement, and chi transformation changing magic nature, then meridians unleashing superpower. But Gi Ong Hoa's magic system is divided into special star levels, combining both modern and ancient elements. Now, Gi Ong Hoa channeled magic into Jian, focusing to feel it, then held it up as if hitting the jackpot. "It's definitely level 1 star. Do you feel anything strange when using magic? I thought it'd take at least another year." Jian lightly touched himself, recalling those dark days of trial and error, full of hardship and death's shadow. "I realized this just by studying theory. Looking back, it was a kind of crazy training. If I failed to control magic, the balance between heart and magic veins could collapse completely, but in reality, just letting things flow naturally was enough. Magic is like water. It flows according to its nature." In the end, she immediately burst into tears, blood dripping onto the stone, instantly creating an invisible bond. "Our bodies are just containers holding magic." Jian's calm, casual words dropped like a pebble in a pond, shaking Mangahwa's mind slightly. She paused for a moment then mumbled, "The body is a container. Huh, kid. I think I can do it too. It might take time, but I can do it." Different from usual, this time her voice wasn't excited or cheeky, but gently happy, soaked with the feeling of suddenly realizing something important. Seeing this, Jian smiled softly, a small but comforting smile, like seeing a light at the end of a tunnel. Did she just have an epiphany? Asterisk. Jian thought, but that peaceful moment didn't last long, because a second later Mangahwa lunged and hugged him like a bear, holding tight and shouting loudly, "Thank you, my little darling, you're my lucky charm." Before Jian could react, her arm squeezed like a steel clamp, making his bones crack threateningly. "Hey, let go, you're gonna break my ribs." Only after hearing the real yell, the weapon connected to the other end of that bond was the supreme sacred sword, the ivory tusk sword. Manhwa finally released him with a face showing no guilt. Instead, she excitedly switched to a new topic. Awesome. Now let's move on to phase 2 of the spirit. From the start, you knew your spirit was different from the normal first phase, right? So what do you think you're best at using? Jian stroked his chin thoughtfully, as if reviewing his entire journey, then replied, what I'm best at using, I think it's the sword. But before he could finish, Manhwa immediately shook her head to cut him off. I don't think so. Jian was startled, frowning as he asked. But you've never seen me practice swordsmanship, right? Manhwa shrugged with a half-joking, half-serious expression. I have, a few times when I was free. What I mean is, you have a talent even greater than swordsmanship. It's hard to explain in words, but your greatest gift is magic. Your magical aptitude is so far beyond that everything else pales in comparison. I've tried teaching the magic I created to many people, but no one could master it. But he looked so young. Not just him, Choi was there too. Instinctively, Li Yun reached out toward them. Ivory Tusk hadn't responded to any Li Yun Sungmu offspring for a long time, but now it chose Li Yun Hoa. Hearing this, Jian's eyes dimmed slightly. He looked down at his hands as if searching for something he'd lost. Before I went back in time, I was mocked for not being able to use magic. A vague memory surfaced. Days of being looked down on, indifferent stares, pitying words. Seeing Jian start to drift into thought, Manhwa lightly flicked his forehead to bring him back. But now with you, reaching the 2nd star level isn't hard, and if you succeed at that, naming ceremonies will be child's play. After that, I'll teach you the real techniques, so focus. Jian nodded slightly, his voice calm but determined. Yes, understood. Hey, what's that thing next to you? He glanced toward a wooden box on the table. Ah, that's this, Manhwa said softly. Then she swept a sharp gust of wind across Jian's face, leaving a thin cut on his cheek before the strange object slammed into the wall. Behind it, the stone tiles cracked and shattered. That was the iron ball. You have to learn to release magic while moving. Standing still and using magic is useless. Li Taishin reached out to grab the ivory tusk sword, which immediately flew toward him. He raised the sword high before everyone. Magic while moving, if you just stand still and use it, that magic is as good as trash. Alright, let's get started. Manhwa smiled brightly, no hint of guilt at all. Jian, for some reason, had a very, very bad feeling about this deadly training. Time flew by in a blink, cutting to a large arena where Jian and Hoa stood facing Li Zhengguan. The Blood Tiger team captain spoke with authority and pressure, introducing himself. I'm the captain of the Blood Tiger team, Li Zhengguan. From now on, I'll guide you through Zhengmiga techniques. Choose the weapons you'll use. Bring them here in 1 minute, don't dawdle or be late. Jian and Hoa rushed to the rack to pick their weapons. But while choosing, Hoa kept sneaking glances at Jian until she couldn't hold it anymore. Jian gritted his teeth. What are you staring at? Got something to say, Hoa? Startled, she stammered. Just looking. What's there to say? Declaring that from now on, this weapon belonged to Li Yun Hoa. Everyone rushed to congratulate her. Then she quickly leaned in to whisper, You're using a sword too, right? Jian coldly replied, Number? Without another word, he picked up 2 swords and a spear and turned back to the training ground. Hoa's eyes widened, but I saw you clearly training with a sword before. Li Zhengguan glanced at the weapons in Jian's hands, frowning as he asked, What are you doing? You told us to choose our weapons and bring them here, Jian answered coolly. Deng Hoa emphasized, I said choose the weapon you actually use. Jian shrugged as if it didn't matter. These are the ones I use. At this point, even the Blood Tiger captain gave up, shaking his head in frustration as he spoke. I thought you weren't that stupid, but turns out you're an idiot. Remember well what I'm about to say. I said I'd teach you secret techniques, but not moves or stances. In Dengmui family, there are countless secrets called Inger-e. To master those secrets, first you must awaken the essence sleeping inside your blood vessels. She politely thanked them for having another outstanding genius born into the Hoajon family. From now on, I'll help you unlock it, so don't stress too much about awakening your instincts. As soon as he finished, Deng Hoan swung his spear with full force, the wind whistling sharply with each precise and rapid movement, as he quickly took an attacking stance. An opening he looked like a tiger about to pounce. Hoa shivered involuntarily, unable to hide her worry. What is he trying to do? As for Jian, he already had a rough idea of what was coming. He turned and warned in a cold, steady voice, Get ready if you don't want to pass out right from the start. Before the words even finished, Jung Hoen's figure struck down like a thunderbolt. Moving like a flash of lightning, he closed in on John instantly and unleashed a devastating blow. He tossed John up onto the training dummy, but luckily, in that split second, John managed to react. Using his sword to block the strike, he reduced most of the impact. That move made Jung Hoen laugh out loud in surprise. So you can block that? On the other side, Jian landed lightly, gritting his teeth with a storm of thoughts running through his head. But her eyes stayed locked on Li Yanjon. His ritual began right after Li Yanhoa's. Meanwhile, up there, damn it, I never expected to go through this crazy ordeal again. Last life, I couldn't even finish this training, but this time, it's different. Time passed relentlessly through endless training sessions under Captain Youngwan's special supervision. Both Jian and Hoa were constantly getting wrecked. It's no exaggeration to say they were literally being beaten to a pulp. So it's been exactly 1 month since John began this hellish training, he thought to himself. A 10-year-old kid going through training brutal enough to break bones and cause internal injuries. Definitely not for kids. But I'm not gonna complain. I'm starting to actually feel something. Jian muttered while smiling faintly at the corner of his mouth. Elsewhere, little Hoa jolted awake, still looking shocked. Did I faint again? She asked, confused. John just shrugged and replied nonchalantly. Yeah, that's your 22nd time. I've only passed out 16 times, he teased. Many people were whispering about his status, doubting that an illegitimate son with an unknown background deserved to participate in the selection ceremony. That's like poking a pissed-off cat, Hoa snapped, wiping her regretful bag. Wish I'd been better prepared the first day. At that moment, the perspective shifted to Captain Deng Quan standing nearby, watching the two kids bickering loudly. He silently calculated, these 8 little ladies have extraordinary physiques. Maybe I pushed them too hard. Yet none of them got seriously hurt once, while that savage kid from the other side, from day one, gave off the vibe of someone valuable. At first, I thought he was just some dumb kid, carrying all that gear. But damn, his skill with each weapon is top tier, even better than expected. Only a month into actual combat training, and he's showing results like this. Interesting indeed. Then, with a booming voice like thunder, he shouted, all right, let's get this training started. Everyone back to your positions. Listen up. Both Jian and Hoa immediately stopped arguing and gripped their weapons tightly. Their eyes turned deadly serious. Soon, Jian realized a harsh truth. If he kept fighting like before, he'd never get a chance to touch Zhengguan. So he glanced at Hoa and said, quick, I'll signal. You try to block once. But Tei Xin still embraced him, then placed him on that chair. Unlike his sister, Hoa asked in surprise, why should I do that? Jian shrugged casually. Well, if you don't want to, fine. I just figured we might land a hit on the old man. Hearing that, Hoa's face immediately darkened. It seemed she was harboring a grudge against Zhengguan after all the endless beatings. She gritted her teeth and asked, you sure about this? Jian nodded firmly. Definitely. Without another word, Hoa tightened her grip on her weapon, then charged forward, yelling, this one's on me. Right behind her, Jian struck precisely as planned. In his mind, a decisive thought rang out. With his genius level, there's no chance to win. So the only way is to use the advantage of numbers. Across from them, Deng Hon watched their coordination. A faint smirk played at the corner of his lips, as if he found something amusing. Without hesitation, he commented, working together? Not a bad choice, but only if the plan works. As soon as he finished, Deng Quang tilted his head lightly to dodge the spear thrust coming from Jian, a simple move as if he'd seen it all coming. Li Yan didn't cry out when his father pricked his finger. This pleased Tei Xin greatly. He ruffled Li Yan's hair in front of everyone. Then he immediately countered with a lightning-fast spear swing, but John had already predicted the move. The moment he saw his opponent strike, he quickly retracted his spear to block in time. Zhengguan's eyes flashed with surprise but didn't stop there. Just a split second later, he charged forward with terrifying speed. And right as both sides prepared their decisive moves, Jian suddenly yelled, now's the time. After finishing, he stepped back to create distance. Immediately, Hoa surged forward, his sword striking down like lightning, but that determined attack was easily blocked by Deng Quan. From behind, Jian silently observed. He knew this wouldn't be easy. The two of them couldn't take down Young Hon with just a single strike. At that moment, he decided to change tactics. John tossed his spear aside and focused his energy on a special ring, an infinite weapon he possessed. In the blink of an eye, the ring transformed into a gleaming longsword, then praised, well done. But Li Yan had lived a past life, and he felt neither joy nor satisfaction. This was one of the few weapons that could truly deal damage the sword he'd taken from the endless secret vault. Once again, he pushed off with his foot, and like an arrow, Jian lunged forward, his sword blazing with fierce energy. At the same time, Hoa was knocked back by a powerful strike from the trainer, but Jian seized that precious opening. He dropped the sword, shifted his weight into a fist, and unleashed a full-powered straight punch. It seemed like it would land, but no. Zheng Hon easily caught his fist with one hand. In that brief moment, Jian forced a laugh. Haha, you caught that. Before the question settled, Young Hon's devastating punch sent Jian flying like a cannonball. He slammed into the wall, coughing up blood uncontrollably. Still, the coordinated attack was enough to make the center. Officer satisfied, his deep voice sounding with slight praise. So it took 37 days. Huh? Instead of his father's praise, Li Yan felt tense because this moment had finally arrived. Congrats on unlocking your sixth sense, but the young lady still has a long way to go. Saying that, Deng Quang tilted his body, dodged another strike from Hua, then suddenly swept her legs, sending her crashing into the wall with no chance to resist. Seeing the two kids sprawled out, Deng Quang seemed satisfied and casually declared, "That's it for today." Soon enough, the bickering started again. Hoa got up, turning to Jian with irritation. "Hey, you said you could land a hit. I actually believed you." Ignoring the kid's argument, Zheng Hon turned and walked away. Meanwhile, he silently glanced at his palm, now slightly swollen. A cold thought flashed through his mind. Even after activating magic, it only pierced a little bit. Why, even a small amount. But I broke the taboo of not using magic, gave up a technique like that, plus my naturally excellent fighting instincts. I'm becoming someone who will terrify the clan's pillars. Time passed like a gust of wind. Then he was shocked to find his hands tiny like a child's. This made no sense at all. In his past life, the sword that chose him was the supreme sword, Ching Ching. By day 47, after Hoa had also unlocked his sixth sense, the training with Captain Deng Quang officially ended. The rest of the time, both were allowed to rest and review what they had learned. And right then, someone appeared before Xian, none other than his older brother, Lim Li Yon. Lim Li Yonjong, the eldest son of the family, known as Song Xian. He made both the magic and martial worlds wary. He was a top-tier master in both fields, a figure both respected and feared. But to Jian, he wasn't a legend or idol, just his one and only older brother. Jian took a deep breath, reminding himself to focus on the present. After they both sat down, Minyoung spoke with a guilty tone. "Sorry, I haven't been able to pay attention to you. It's just an excuse, but I've been a bit busy lately." Jian gently responded with a calm look that seemed long understood. "It's okay, I'm fine." Opposite him, Minyoung laughed when he saw John's somewhat reserved but honest attitude. Having been reincarnated, he wasn't sure if they were still fated in this life. Li John's blood dripped onto the stone chair. "This must be the first time we've met. Yet you already know who I am?" John didn't beat around the bush and replied straightforwardly. "Of course. Even if I'm an outcast, as your little brother, how could I not know my big brother's face?" Hearing this, Minyoung's entire body seemed to freeze for a moment. His eyes briefly darkened with sadness, and in a low voice, he reminded, "Outcast? Don't ever say that again. Even if we have different mothers, you and I are still brothers." Those words were not just a reminder, but a pang in Minyoung's heart. He felt bitter for Jian, a child who hadn't even had a naming ceremony, always seeing himself as an outsider to the clan. Not knowing what her brother was thinking, Jian awkwardly scratched his head and whispered, "I'm sorry." Seeing that expression, Minyoung sighed deeply, heavy with emotion. "No need to apologize, just understand. Next time, no need for such formal greetings. We're siblings. Why be so polite?" "Yes, I understand." Just like Li Hoa's, quickly forming an invisible bond. In the stands, Jian smiled and nodded. From memories of his past life, Jian always remembered his big brother, no matter how talented, always sincere and calm like this. Not wanting to make things too heavy, Minyoung changed the subject and pulled a gift from his jacket pocket. "This is a welcome gift. From when I enrolled at the F-Magic University in France. I got this, but I think you'll find it more useful. It's a kind of divine medicine called nectar." As he spoke, he gently placed a small glass bottle in front of Jian. The clear light inside emitted a special energy. The moment Jian saw it, he instantly recognized it as a top-tier spiritual medicine made at the Magic Tower in France. Only 500 milliliters is produced every 15 bottles, truly a treasure. After a moment of thought, Jian reached out and took the bottle, his eyes shining with deep gratitude. "Big brother, thank you so much for this precious gift." But this reaction seemed to surprise Minyoung, his older brother, a little. Cao Taehyung quietly observed the person beside him and saw Hoa John's face pale. Then he murmured slowly as if to himself, "You're a bit different." "Huh?" Jian squinted, a little suspicious. "What do you mean?" At this, Minyoung smiled warmly and explained, "The younger brothers I've met before all saw me as a rival, so this feeling is both strange and nice." Jian just chuckled softly and honestly said his thoughts. "It's not like I don't see you as a rival either. Since I was born into this family, you're also my rival, so don't just see me as some cute kid. Who knows, maybe one day I'll become your biggest rival. I hope we'll have an exciting competition." The clear confidence in John's eyes made Miguel laugh heartily. "Haha, all right then, I'll wait for the day you become my strongest rival." Saying that, he gently ruffled his little brother's hair, a ruffle full of affection and expectation. Meanwhile, Jian silently promised himself. His big brother, who always truly loved and protected him, this time he'll protect him. Time went on. You'd have to be blind not to see she was unhappy. Well, after all, a few days later was the second most important exam for the Sung Mulan family. The naming ceremony officially began. On the deck of a ship cutting through the waves toward the venue, Jian and Hoa stood silently side by side. They were being taken to a special island, Shichthan Island, where the color of the soil shifts depending on the density of magical energy in the air. This is an ancient site the Sung Mulan family uses for naming ceremonies of new members. The energy in the air here is the ancient site used by the Sung Mulan family for naming ceremonies of new members. As the ship neared the island, a crew member stepped forward, announcing seriously, "Now I'll explain the naming exam. Ladies and gentlemen must survive on Shichthan Island for 3 weeks and prove themselves. The devices given now are for tracking locations and must be carried at all times unless in an emergency. The final challenge of the exam will open 2 days after the 3rd week ends. Good luck to all." As soon as they set foot on the island, the atmosphere shifted, as if warning them of the harsh journey ahead. Li Jian was Tae Shin's hidden bloodline, and she was the official wife. It'd be strange if she were happy. Tae Hyung sighed quietly. Suddenly, Hoa hesitated and spoke softly, "Hey, I have something to say." But before she could finish, Jian sighed as if he already guessed what she was about to say. "Looks like you've made up your mind." Huh? What? Hoa blinked in surprise. "Since training, you've been trying to say something," Jian said bluntly. Jian's straightforward words hit a nerve, making the girl blush deeply and shout loudly as if to hide her embarrassment. "How did you know that?" Seeing Hoa's pitifully awkward look, Jian couldn't help but chuckle inside. "How could I not know?" He tilted his head, his tone like coaxing a sulking child. "Go ahead, I'm listening." From Hoa's perspective, she swallowed nervously. After gathering her courage, she took off the badge on her chest and looked toward Jian. A clear family crest glowed briefly, letting her understand his meaning. Jian also removed his badge. Both quickly hid the devices known to track and eavesdrop on every conversation. He felt Li Jian's fate was harsh, being an illegitimate son trying to survive in the Li Sung-mu family. Once everything was safe, Jian asked in a serious tone, no longer joking, "Is it all done? What's going on?" By now, Hoa no longer hid anything. From her coat pocket, she pulled out a glass vial containing a cloudy liquid, speaking clearly, word by word. "This is a poison called Times Mirmorn. It only affects kids under 15. If exposed to air for more than 5 minutes, it evaporates on its own. Once absorbed into the body, it blocks the magical energy flow for a long time." Hearing this, John's expression darkened immediately, his voice deepening. "Who gave you this?" A simple question, but heavy as a rock. Hoa knew well that no matter what she said, she could never reveal that name. "You handed this over to your own mother." So I just firmly replied, "I'm not telling you that." With that, she threw the glass vial straight at a nearby rock. The sound of shattering echoed. Glittering shards flew everywhere. Hoa looked up and said firmly, "See? There's no evidence left now." Was no easy task. Tae Hyung's small sympathy was noticed by a family elder. "I'll beat you fair and square. No poison needed. So you better give it your all." That attitude caught Jian off guard for a moment, but then he smiled slightly and nodded. "I was planning on that anyway." "Good." Then both put their badges back on, ready to leave. But before going, Hoa turned back, sounding like a nagging old lady. "Did you put the tracker back on? Don't risk going into the island's center. If you're not familiar with the terrain, it's dangerous." From behind, Jian sighed in frustration, shaking his head. Yeah, I know. Are you worried about me or what?" That immediately hit a nerve, making Hoa flare up. "What worry? I'm just afraid you'll die somewhere before even fighting me." As soon as she shouted this, a chilling howl echoed from deep within the dense forest. Both fell silent instantly, turning toward the sound. Their eyes sharpened with caution, and in that brief silence, Hoa lowered her voice. The old silver-haired man stepped forward a few steps, stroking his beard as he said, "It seems the steward also pays considerable attention." She said a short but weighty sentence. "Then don't die, all right? I'm going first," and turned away. She quickly walked to the left side of the path, her figure shrinking among the thick forest, leaving John standing alone watching her go. He mumbled as if talking to himself, "She's gone. Even so, my goal isn't the outskirts of the island. All right, I have to get going too," heading straight for the center of Sichthan Island. Meanwhile, in the Sung Mulan clan's observation room, where screens showed live footage from the island, the elders and high-ranking members were watching intently. One of them spoke, his eyes fixed on the screen. "Hoa really is the 8th child of the Sung Mulan clan and has already completed her first hunting mission. She's taken down quite a few monsters. Considering this is probably Hoa's first real fight, that instinct didn't come out of nowhere. It's been 47 days, if I'm correct. In the shadows, Captain Dung Quan quietly leaned against the wall, calmly saying, "This kid isn't as good as I thought. She should have taken at least 2 months to this illegitimate son, doesn't he?" Lee Taehyung didn't respond, just silently clenched his teeth. He felt that maybe it was because of stubborn old men. Young Hoen thought to himself, "She's talented, but only to this point. Someone must have pushed her." That someone is the youngest Lee John. His gaze slowly shifted to another screen showing John. Unlike Hoa, who's fighting non-stop, Jian seemed to be quietly exploring every step, checking every corner of the island. The stark difference made the old man frown and ask suspiciously, "But what exactly is that kid doing?" Dung Quan glanced at the screen, replying slowly, "Looks like he's looking for shelter." Immediately, several cold, bitter laughs echoed throughout the room. Acting like a scared rat running away, what a coward, truly a bastard. Elsewhere in the observation room, Myeongjong was also watching everything unfold. Hearing the harsh insults aimed at his younger brother, he couldn't stay calm anymore. He glanced sharply at everyone around, then coldly warned, "Enough. In a dangerous place like this, finding shelter first is the smart move." But Lee Yon had truly been reborn as a child. His first reaction was panic, stuck on pure bloodline ideology that things got so complicated. But the other man was elderly Cheonjung. Nothing to criticize here. Those words made some of the mockers cough awkwardly, then try to cover up with empty remarks. Yeah, that's right. Haha. Maybe it's because we've been looking at the young lady too much that our standards got too high." But not everyone knew when to back off. The sly old man, with no respect for the clan's eldest brother, kept taunting. "Let's see. In the Sung Mulan clan, acting ordinary is a crime. Isn't it ridiculous for someone with Sung Mulan blood to behave like a nobody?" Those vicious words made Miguel clench his fists tightly. He didn't respond, but inside he was raging. Just because of his background, they belittled a clan kid. Since when did our clan become like this? Or have we always been this way? But more importantly, what exactly is Lee Jian planning that he's heading straight to the island's center? That thought made him glance at Taehong, their uncle. At this moment, Lee Yon was biting his nails nervously, his eyes full of worry. A muttered phrase escaped the man's mouth. "Wrong. What the hell is that kid thinking?" A highly respected authority in the family. Taehyung was cautious, not daring to be rude. That comment made Myeongjong realize he wasn't the only one feeling this way. "I feel confused." I sighed softly. "So what exactly are you planning to do?" Scene change. Now Jian has found a deep cave in the forest, a spot secluded enough to be a hideout. He doesn't act rashly. Before entering, Jian lights a bunch of herbs, then throws a fire swallow stick inside. The spreading light and smoke help check for any hidden creatures. Then he covers the entrance with leaves. Every move is precise, not a step wasted. A few whispers of approval come from the watchers. Not bad sneaking skills. Suddenly, the old man's eyes widen as he shouts, "Wait, hold on, what is that kid doing?" All eyes immediately turn to the screen. The footage shows John removing his watch and badge, the 2 tracking devices, setting them aside. Then, he covers both devices completely with leaves. Instantly, the monitoring screen goes black. Behind, Captain Jungwon bursts out laughing. He replied with a clear voice, "Greetings, head elder." Lee Taehyung's gaze was ice cold. He knew Cheon Young never showed his true thoughts, so he could never let his guard down. Unable to hide his amusement, he says, "Haha, no way to predict that." Meanwhile, both Taehong and Migyong can only hold their heads in frustration. In truth, for Jian, this move was necessary. He couldn't let prying eyes track all his secrets. After hiding the devices, he mutters quietly, "No need to let others see this. Now I can use it endlessly. Once inside Red Azure Island, I have to harvest as much as possible. Alright, let's go." Saying that, he transforms the ring on his hand into a sharp sword cluster, ready for the next hunt. Time flies, night falls. By the flickering firelight, Jian sits before a clay pot, frowning as he stares at the liquid inside. A thick, dark blue liquid that looks like poison. So much so, he feels like he can see a screaming face inside the water. He mutters with suspicion, "It's probably done, but it looks awful. Is this really no magic power?" Like most, Cheon Young showed disdain seeing an illegitimate son. A memory surfaces. In his previous life, lacking money to buy cheap magic medicine, he had to follow some herb gatherers to find this magic herb. Now, here on Red Azure Island, where magic energy thickly fills the air, not using it to boost power would be such a waste. Misut once said that, "A sip of magic tea, no matter how disgusting, is better than nothing." Jian takes a deep breath, grits his teeth and says, "Alright, here goes." He lifts the pot to his lips. Shortly after, the clay pot is tossed aside, and Jian collapses, his whole body pale as if drained of life. He groans, tastes like it came straight from hell. And so, the solitary battle lasting 3 weeks officially begins. On day 18 of Myeongjong's office naming ceremony under a clear blue sky, a modest, antique-style house appears. Myeongjong is focused on work in his office when a voice calls out, "Sir, may I come in?" He looks up, attentive, and says, "Ah, come in." At that moment, a subordinate enters from afar, of unknown origin participating in the selection ceremony. "Sorry to bother you while you're working." Myeongjong pays no mind and replies with a caring smile. "It's all right. Judging by your face, you've got bad news." "Huh?" The person enters seriously and reports. "A large roaming group seems to have entered North Korea. I'm Ian Hoen, deputy captain of the Sword City Squad under Myeongdong." He stands straight, serious, disciplined, not missing a second as he reports the situation in detail to Myeongdong. "At first, I thought they'd cause trouble in the frontier area, but they're heading south, about 2 days away from a magic stone mine owned by the Myeongdong family." He grows somber, rubbing his chin as he thinks about the wanderers, criminals roaming the region. Then he continues analyzing, seeking Ian Hoen's opinion. "Those hyenas won't invade the family territory without a reason." Ian Hoen shares some doubts, pointing out suspicious spots. "They may look like wanderers, but could just be a disguise. Surely, some power is behind this." Myeongdong repeatedly taps the table, but what he said next was truly outrageous. The selection ceremony means nothing to illegitimate sons. That had been proven, worried about the matter. There's also news that the 9 dragon camps have moved troops to the northern border. From the info he's gathered, it's clear a huge force from Central Plains. The 9 dragon camps kept provoking the Seungmu clan by invading Myeong's unclaimed territory. He lowered his eyes, as if figuring out their intentions. It seemed the news about his father leaving the clan had been leaked. This was definitely a perfect opportunity for hostile forces. Myeongjong wanted to confirm the situation and asked, "Has our clan's intelligence unit gotten this information yet?" Ian Hoen responded firmly, "Thanks to your prior surveillance order, we caught this intelligence faster than the clan's usual channels. You also have a rough emergency plan." Myeongjong stood decisively. "Then first, cooperate with intelligence to dig deeper." He pulled up a chair, turned around, gazing outside. There was definitely something more. Myeongdong clasped his hands behind his back, keeping a calm face but feeling uneasy inside. Hopefully, it was just a false alarm, according to the steward's experience. Right? Lee Tae-hyung clenched his fists tightly. The scene shifted to nightfall, deep in a dark forest where a red magic circle appeared. It suddenly changed, symbols in the center flashing brightly soon after. Layers of space cracked open, revealing a black void at the center. Some kind of device clinked continuously, gradually emerging beyond the circle. Then a person appeared with a crooked smile, half of their hair covering their face. This mysterious figure suddenly showed up in the forest shadows, only their back faintly visible. A cold voice echoed, "2 nights is enough to kill a bastard child," beneath the clear sky. Near the gloomy forest, a distant beach rippled with waves, eerie howls echoed nonstop alongside the heavy steps of fierce beasts. The source of the commotion was a level 7 dragon-like monster combined with a crocodile, pacing and panting heavily. Draco Leon suddenly appeared before it, gripping his sword tightly, breathing hard. He really wanted to fight the old man, but obviously couldn't. So Lee Cheon-young remained arrogantly defiant. Draco raised his head, took a deep breath, his belly swelling and flushed, just seconds before. He spread his wings wide and unleashed a long stream of fire. Nothing could survive that power. Eyes wide, face tense and sweating, Lee Yoon seized the moment skillfully. As the flames approached, he leaned back to dodge right beside the blaze. He courageously channeled magic into his sword, swinging it straight forward. Lee Yon then leapt up fiercely. With his previously built-up inner strength, he faced Draco head-on. With a shout, bolts of lightning struck repeatedly. Fueled by his determination, Lee Yon jumped onto its head. Without hesitation, he stabbed fiercely, electricity crackling through the air. Draco couldn't dodge. Unable to defend, it immediately blackened and collapsed. Lee Yon exhaled lightly, hands clenched, wiping sweat off his clothes. Lee Yon was also scorched in places. He glanced over, amazed. "Oh, I apologize if I sounded rude, but the steward is of outside origin. Dragons are no joke. If I were still at the edge of Shichthon Island, I'd be down from the first hit." Lee Yon sheathed his sword, sighed, thinking silently, "It's only the 19th day I've reached the center of Thon Island. A dragon's territory, but staying here is just a waste of time." Lee Yon didn't linger. He quickly turned and thought, "I have another reason for going this deep." Suddenly, his feet froze. He stopped mid-step. His sixth sense was sharp, and Lee Yon was extremely alert. Immediately switching to defense mode, he dropped to the ground, back pressed against a tree, relying on experience. His eyes fixed ahead, Lee Yon's face darkened, sharpness radiating from his gaze and thoughts. Sure enough, another wave of monsters appeared before him, this time moving in a pack. They looked part human, part lizard. Records identify them as level 8 monsters. The lizardmen. Lee Yon didn't run. He stood in a hidden corner, watching their every move. Something's been off since yesterday, and has never been chosen by any weapon in previous selection ceremonies, just overly famous. The lizardmen should be living on the outskirts, yet here they are in the center. But when I attacked, they just ran instead of fighting back. He pondered seriously, rubbing his chin, thinking the low-level lizardmen aren't very smart. They must be influenced by something. Having figured out a plan, Lee Yon didn't hesitate and drew his sword, charging forward. If that's true, the lizardmen quickly sensed it. One of them glanced over. With its roar, the others immediately fled. Lee Yon's bet paid off no fear. He charged faster and faster forward. As predicted, Lee Yon unleashed a flurry of sharp sword strikes. One by one, none could dodge and all fell. He stood small among the pile of lizardmen corpses, thinking quietly. One time could be luck, but twice? Number, I have to chase the setting Sunday. The sunset bathed the sky, eerie sounds echoing through the trees in the arena. From inside the forest came voices, then ominous purple auras. Time to start the battle. He didn't understand what was happening, especially since he clearly had died already, and has never been chosen by any weapon in the past selection ceremony, just too famous. No surprise, the cause is still that mysterious man. He sat cross-legged, eyes on the sunset. His vigorous bloodline is indeed strange. He kept working non-stop, not noticing a lizardman behind him. Despite approaching a child like that and single-handedly killing so many monsters, it probably doesn't matter. As it came closer, he still muttered to himself, since it's just a kid. This man is Nishizama Sogo, the monster tamer. He simply smiled calmly. Glancing back, an inexperienced rookie easily falls into traps. Sogo was shielding some creature in his heart. His eyes lowered gently as he said, "Maybe I don't have to use what I've prepared." Lee Yon didn't know when he had climbed up to hunt from the trees. He surveyed the situation and suspected something too clear. But it turned out to be a trap. Could a monster tamer really control monsters? Lee Yon frowned. Trying to protect himself as much as possible, how did a stranger get into Red Qing Island? They say ginger gets spicier with age. The words Li Qianzheng. He kept sinking into thought. The plan isn't impossible. What if there's a teleportation array inside Red Qing Island? Just minutes later, Li Yon smiled slyly. A perfect strategy formed in his mind. Surely someone in the clan was involved. He frowned, slowly pulling his jacket zipper. Report to the clan and wait for reinforcements? Li Yon was determined, clenching his fist, eyes dark with thought. By the time reinforcements arrive, it'll be too late. Then the mastermind's info won't be in my hands anymore. He immediately put his hand in his pocket. Then there's only one way to continue the plan. Li Yon activated his stealth skill, not missing the chance. Li Yon dashed down from the branch, ready to erase all traces. He crouched low on the ground, preparing to attack. Launching forward at high speed, he flew behind Sogo, sword raised to strike, determined to kill them. But at that moment, a bird in Sogo's hand suddenly woke up. Spoke were enough to drive Lee Taehyung mad. In his eyes, a bastard is just a bastard, not worth a dime. It seemed to sense danger and let out a piercing scream as a warning to him that Lee Yon was behind, about to attack. Sogo turned around in surprise at the cry. Since when did he get here? Lee Yon looked at the bird in his hand with a frustrated thought. Damn it, did he bring a relic that detects danger? But he didn't stop and swung his sword down at Sogo. He quickly dodged to the side to escape the deadly strike. Sogo struggled, collapsing to the ground. Struggling, he said, Song Mulan's lost son, stronger than I thought. Li Yan stood tall, pointing his sword at him with disdain. Maybe you're just too weak. Sogo quickly waved his hand and shouted, "Shut up," to stop him. Suddenly, 3 blue monsters appeared out of nowhere, obeying his command and charging at Li Yon. He tightened his grip on his sword. A surge of sword energy quickly enveloped it, the 7th form of the 7-star sword technique, and in a flash, Li Yon surged toward the 3 monsters, moving so fast he left only afterimages, unseen by the eye, cutting their heads off with the true clarity strike. So he better know his place. Lee Taehyung finally couldn't hold back anymore. Li Yan's confident face after slaying the monsters quickly vanished. Suddenly sensing something wrong with his body, he froze for a moment. Dozens of iron chains wrapped around him, leaving Li Yan stunned and unable to move. Sogo stood aside chanting a spell. Seeing Li Yon immobilized, he laughed slyly. "You fell into my trap." A mysterious magic circle appeared beneath Li Yon, continuously producing chains that coiled around his body. Li Yun looked around in shock, speechless. Meanwhile, Sogo kept taunting. That formation is a superior magic array, capable of sealing a fighter's spiritual energy. Without spiritual energy, you're just a useless kid. Trapped like this, Prepare for a tragic end. Li Yon stood silently, watching Sogo walk away out of sight, leaving only the blue monsters behind. He couldn't help but mutter, sealing spiritual energy? His face hardened, determination growing. If that's the case, Li Yon's body emitted a powerful ancient aura, as if ready to devour everything. He growled loudly, just need to use my spiritual veins. He shouted, enough, I won't tolerate such insulting words any longer. In front of the monsters, Li Yun broke the chains with a small explosion from his overwhelming force. He headed towards Sogo, who was still clueless and casually fleeing. Li Yun leapt, jumping over his head in surprise and confusion. When Li Yun landed right in front of Sogo, he was stunned to see him. Li Yan, with a confident expression, pointed his sword at Sogo and shouted, planning to run? Sogo trembled and stepped back, looking at the demon and asked, how can you break the formation? He calmly replied, no reason to tell you. An image of the person was sent back to their base via communication device. Surrender. Sogo lowered his head, smirking slightly. No problem. Then, to Li Yan's shock, Sogo confidently declared, I'll kill you and take back my freedom. Li Yan was stunned, unable to believe his ears. What? While Li Yan was still dazed, before his words finished, a huge shadow attacked him. A massive tail struck Li Yon's small body before he could dodge, landing the full hit. Li Qianyang's eyes widened in surprise. Not because of Taehyung's defiance, Li Yan flew like a cannonball shot from a barrel toward a large tree in the forest. At the end of the attack, his body slammed hard into the tree, breaking it, while Sogo was covered in wounds. Spitting fresh blood, his body trembled, lying motionless on the ground, his mind racing. Don't tell me he. Weakly raising his head in fear, a giant beast resembling a colossal turtle appeared towering before him, the ruler of this land, the Demon Hand Mountain. Li Yon clutched his wound, struggling to stand, his mind starting to strategize. A BA rank nightmare beast. And some mediocre tamer like him can control Demon Hand Mountain? Sogo watched him stand up, unable to stop himself from muttering in awe. That's some sharp insight. Though the taming isn't complete, the kill order will definitely be carried out. His expression was calm as he looked at Li Yon. Sogo raised his staff, speaking as he pulled something out. Don't struggle anymore. He threw, but because of the dazzling light radiating from beneath the stands, Taehyung immediately stood up, golden talismans into the air, tossing them as he said to Li Yun, accept your fate and die quietly. Li Yun sank to the ground, quickly thinking how to deal with this tough situation. He grew serious, he put his hand into his jacket pocket and thought, stay calm. If I can't fully control the Demon Hand Mountain yet, all I need is to capture the tamer. Li Yan pulled out a simple-looking pill, thinking to himself, this is the only way to create an opening against this monster. Never thought I'd have to use something like this. Without hesitation, Li Yun immediately swallowed the pill, a forbidden medicine, banned because the side effects far outweigh the magic power gained. As soon as he swallowed it, his body was instantly empowered by a sudden surge of miraculous strength. The pill on Li Yan's back emitted flickering energy with the thought, and one more thing. He glanced down at the glowing, sparkling ring on his hand. Li Yon gripped his sword tightly, channeling powerful sword energy into it, thinking rapidly. The blue light growing blindingly bright as Li Qianzheng and Taehyung showed two completely different reactions. The secret technique his teacher instructed him to use only in life-threatening danger. Li Yan's eyes flashed bright, his mind racing. Now's the time. Powerful energy radiated from him, shaking the ground around. Using his rebellious technique, Li Yan leapt off the ground, creating a huge hole beneath his feet. Then he flew over and slashed the monster, a clean strike against its massive body. He landed in a tough spot, thinking, though his skin wasn't scratched, it still worked. Once again, Li Yan poured fierce power into his sword. With this, I'll bring it down. The monster roared a terrifying scream that shook the entire forest. Li Yon was stunned hearing it. That was the roar of the Demon Hand Mountain. Pierre looked at the huge monster before him, frozen, overwhelmed by the dreadful magic field of Demon Hand Mountain. Suddenly, a mysterious dark energy burst from him. Li Yon glanced at the dark energy and exclaimed, dark energy pushing Pierre back, seized the chance. No way this can be happening. Li Qianyang clung tightly to the railing, almost losing his balance. He sprinted toward the monster. Right then, Li Yan gathered all his strength, pulling his sword back behind him for a killing strike. He muttered the boundless solar eclipse technique under his breath. Then Li Yon swung a demon-slaying slash at the monster, severely wounding it. The beast opened its mouth, howled a mournful cry filled with powerful energy, then collapsed to the ground. The sky instantly cleared, clouds parted, light shone again. Li Yan covered his mouth, holding back a mouthful of blood, collapsing with exhaustion and injuries, thinking there's no time to hesitate. The side effects of the explosive pill and rebellious technique will immobilize me soon. Li Yun clutched his wounded body, running forward quickly, worried, only 10 seconds left. Now Demon Hand Mountain has attacked the wrong target. I must find the tamer somewhere in the forest. Li Yan ran desperately searching for Sogo as the countdown ticked down. 8 seconds, 4 seconds, then suddenly he paused, sensing something. Haha, even witnessing it with my own eyes, it still feels like a dream. Li Taehyung looked excited. Looking down, Li Yun saw a red thread on the ground, seemingly guiding him. Following the thread into a narrow forest path, Li Yan didn't hesitate and went in. With only 3 seconds left on the countdown, at the end of the thread, Sogo appeared, trying to escape through a mountain gap. He panicked, turned around, and shouted at Li Yun. What? How is this possible? Meanwhile, Li Yun raced against time. 1 second. He lunged, sword aimed sharp at Sogo's throat, thinking it wasn't enough just a bit short. If only my body were a bit bigger. Then Li Yun shouted at his sword, then stretch it out. The sword actually extended, piercing Sogo's throat. Blood sprayed everywhere. Sogo let out a gasp before going limp. The blood-soaked sword finally dropped to the ground with a clink. Li Yan trembled uncontrollably. Sitting before Sogo's cold body, he thought, I must keep my strength. If I collapse now, it's truly over. He took out a box of medicine and swallowed it all. She had told him to drink this if using the rebellious technique. Li Yan thought it might be a dying flashback or the afterlife. Then, silently hoping the kid sharing his origins would have a bright future. Luckily, I brought the nectar. The demon's eyes dimmed, his whole body unbalanced and swayed. Before completely losing consciousness, he thought, before those monsters get close, I have to fully suppress him. Li Yan's face showed exhaustion, his eyes slowly opening, dazedly scanning around. His whole body felt anchored to the ground. The earth, breathing deeper, a whisper echoed, everything's white. Where is this? What happened to the beast tamer and mountain demon? Suddenly, pain shot through his body, causing him to curl up, his pupils slowly stiffening. Li Yan clenched his fists to endure the pain that made him tremble. He murmured his condition. His whole body felt like it was about to shatter. After a while, a blue eye opened, staring intently at Li Yan's motionless body on the floor. A slow, somewhat delusional voice spoke. So this is how it ends? The voice came from swirling black mists surrounding him. Using his body, are those things too dangerous for a human to handle? How can both coexist in one being? The black mists wrapped around Li Yan's hand. The voice returned with a hint of pity. The beam of light linking from Li Yan was so intense no one could clearly see him or the family head standing at the center of the stands. I hoped you wouldn't wake up, if only now. Then it threw a dark purple lump in front of him, then coldly said, feed it. Li Yan woke up at the sound and exclaimed, what is this? When he saw a large honeycomb in front of him, he softly exclaimed, a purple honeycomb? Could it be the purple turtle stone? The clear voice reminded him again, not you, but it needs to eat this. Then reflected in that eye was the image of an old turtle. Then it advised, the era has shifted, grow strong, child of humanity. That eye gradually faded, and the image of the turtle drifted further away. The voice slowly lowered and disappeared completely. Don't let yourself be swallowed by the times. Hoa tilted her head with an innocent expression, softly saying, oh, you're awake? The old man vaguely glanced over and said, Hoa angrily reminded, then lowered her voice to ask, Han, that brat dared to call you by your name? Since you're hurt, I'll let it slide. How's your body doing? Li Yan closed his eyes, sensing the energy flow inside. Although his skeletal system was severely damaged, his magical power had surged tremendously. He slowly opened his eyes in astonishment. The outcome was nothing like the previous life, when all weapons present in the ritual. Did you really absorb the purple turtle stone? Then the old man calmly answered Hoa's question. Some magical energy channels are broken, internal organs slightly disrupted, cracked bones, a few torn muscles, but nothing too serious. Hearing this, her face turned pale as she shouted, what? That's not serious? Li Yan seriously looked at Hoa and muttered to himself. The purple turtle stone was exactly what Li Yan and Hoa intended to take, a terrifying spiritual medicine to enhance physique and boost magical power. Immune to poison and curses, definitely something they were determined to get from Red Spirit Island. But she did feel a bit uneasy, yet facing his slightly probing gaze, she was starting to have some doubts. Did you get hit on the head? Myung jumped up and asked, but wait, why are you here? From afar came a loud call, little brother. Myung ran over worried, and he replied with a hint of confusion, big brother, you're worried. Holding up a medicine bottle, he asked, are you all right? Let me heal your wounds with magic first. I also brought healing water. Li Yan waved his hand with a forced smile. Thanks, brother. No need for magical healing, but I'll take the healing water. Mi Li Yon silently watched him drink the medicine. Had chosen Li Yon, and even scarier, the weapons with owners reacted to him, but his eyes looked at Li Yon full of pity and a little pain. Mi Li Yon then turned and said, "Hoa, can you step outside for a moment?" "Yes, I understand." After she left, he stared intently at Li Yon and seriously said, "If you die, I will wipe out every organization related to the beast tamer from this world, no matter how powerful they are." Li Yon laughed and said, "That's reassuring to hear." But immediately after, Mi Li Yanzhong seriously criticized, "As a member of the Dung Mulan, what you've shown is truly the model of a martial artist, but as your elder brother, I can't see it positively. It's reckless." Li Yon awkwardly scratched his head and said, "I didn't foresee the appearance of the mountain demon. Sorry, brother. If I had known it was there, I would have waited. I know the difference between recklessness and confidence." He bowed his head slightly, closed his eyes, and sighed. "That's good." Suddenly he made a proposal. "Big brother, since I dealt with the beast tamer, as if they wanted to betray their masters and claim Li Yan as their new bearer. Myeongjong's sword was no exception. The information about him belongs to me." Mi Li Yon rubbed his temple and said, "I knew you'd say that." Then, he looked up at Li Yon and announced, "That beast tamer was once a level 5 standard sorcerer from the Japanese Yin-Yang Bureau. Seems he was expelled for trying to master forbidden arts. Someone behind provided high-level talismans and magical weapons, then activated them while the mountain demon was asleep. They wanted to kill you, pretending it was the monster's doing." Li Yon fell into thought, his eyes vacant as he asked, "Brother, have you found the mastermind yet?" Mi Li Yan sighed and continued with important info that shocked Li Yan, making him wide-eyed. "He's nearly dying, so it's hard to get information immediately." Then Li Yan gave his own conclusion. "So, I wasn't the main target. They aimed for you." He stayed silent for a moment, then asked, "Why do you think that?" Li Yan offered his reasoning. "They want to damage your reputation by making everyone believe you didn't notice the intruder and reacted too slowly." Mi Li Yan inside, rubbing his neck slightly and said, "That's exactly it." His sword shone brightly, but instead of anger, Myeongjong looked thrilled. Then he turned to his third brother and asked. A moment later, he forced a smile and said, "Looks like I can't just pretend I don't know." Li Yan asked cautiously, "Are you okay?" He reached out, rubbed his head, and reassured him, "I'm fine. My reputation took a slight hit, but it's nothing serious." Mi Li Yon looked at Li Yon with a doting gaze and said, "You can't be gone long, so you'll come back here." Just as he was about to pull his hand back, the younger one grabbed it and called out loudly, "Big brother." Li Yun's eyes shone with confidence, voice hoarse as he proposed, "Do you want to make a deal with me?" Seeing Mi Li Yon still surprised, he explained further, "Say you anticipated the beast tamer's intrusion and ordered me beforehand. I'll testify accordingly." Then Li Yon muttered quietly, "That way, it looks like you prepared for even what the clan's intelligence hadn't detected yet." Mi Li Yonjong asked back, "So I should testify truthfully, right?" Li Yon slightly bowed to stand, his voice filled with sincerity. "If they believe I handled it alone, they'll be even more cautious and alert." He then thought aloud, "So I called this a deal." Then he countered with a proposal. "Brother Guneo, can you believe what we're seeing? Looks like our ninth brother has talents far beyond what I thought. A deal means both sides exchange something they need. What do you want?" Li Yan straightened up, excitedly said, "Make your demand. Just give me access to the library for 3 days. That's enough." Mi Li Yan smirked lightly, flicking him off, but replied fondly, "Arrogant little brat. Fine. Thanks." He quickly corrected, "No need to thank me. It's just a deal." He patted Li Yan on the shoulder and asked, "Even if I didn't care, you'd have found a way to handle this, right?" Li Yan stammered, unable to say. Well, the phone in his pocket rang. As Li Yan pulled out the ringing phone, he said, "Looks like the sword team is calling you now. I really have to go now." Before leaving, he turned back, called out, and tossed something to Li Yan. "Ah, right." Li Yan quickly caught the small sword, his face full of surprise at the gift. He left, leaving a promise still echoing in Li Yan's ears as he stared at the shining little sword. "I'll keep this secret for you." He smiled helplessly, saying, "You really are not easy to deal with." "Exactly." Li Gun Seong replied with a sharp glare, wishing he could take Li Yan down right now, everyone witnessing this. While Li Yan was putting his shirt back on, Hoa approached and asked if the conversation went smoothly. He replied coldly, "Yeah." She stood with hands on hips, eyes slightly challenging mixed with frustration, and asked, "So you'll challenge? Which trial gate?" "It's been 3 weeks. It should be open by now." He kept his steady tone and asked back, "And you? Where will you challenge?" The question made Kiowa angrily shout, "I asked first." He was speechless. "If you want to know, answer first." She placed her hand on her chest, proudly replying, "Where will I challenge? Nowhere but the hardest one, the observation gate?" After saying that, Hoa asked again, "And you?" He lightly zipped his shirt and said, "The combat gate." Her face froze completely, stiff as she asked, "Huh? That place actually exists? Don't tell me. It's one of the trials on the outskirts." Hoa frowned, tightened her face, determinedly replied, "Yeah, it's in the outer area." Hoa suddenly lowered her voice, regretfully said, "That's disappointing. Looks like I misjudged you. You chose a gate on the outskirts? Then there's nothing more to say." She stood silently beside him, muttering, was buzzing with talk. Most thought this result was absurd and couldn't possibly belong to an illegitimate child. "I thought you were a worthy rival. Honestly, I thought you were better than me." Lee Yong glanced at her, then turned away, silently guessing. Because everyone assumes the trial gate's difficulty is decided by its rank. So they probably think I picked the outskirts gate because it's easier. Then the two went separate ways. He turned his back and headed the opposite direction. Hoa sighed softly, saying, "Whatever, let them think what they want." In a dense forest, in a spot with light filtering through and a dreamy atmosphere plus some rustling sounds, Li Yun parted the leaves to find his way, thinking. In the light-filled area with a dreamy vibe and some rustling sounds, Li Yan parted the leaves to find his way while thinking. "I don't remember exactly, but it must be here." He lifted a branch. Squinting against the light, he thought, before returning to the shrine, "This is the cave I stumbled upon. Asterisk. And it's also where I'll complete the second initiation trial ahead." Li Yan found a dark cave. He peered inside suspiciously. After the struggle, Li Yon searched for a torch. Li Tae Shin took a deep breath. He lights it to get ready to step into the cave, raising the flame as he enters, his face innocent as he thinks. Looks like just an ordinary wall. After carefully inspecting the rock's patterns, Li Yon falls into thought again. But of course, it's not that simple. He sets the torch aside, grabs the sword at his side, and draws it. Li Yun relentlessly strikes the rock, blue sparks flashing along each sword slash. After a while, a large door appears. The rocks on the side keep cracking and falling. With confident eyes, he stares fixedly at the door. Proudly, he whispers, "Found it." Li Yun pulls out the small knife he carries and slowly cuts his palm to draw blood. He clenches his hand tight, watching the blood drip, eyes focused on the blue light glowing from his wounded palm. Li Yan flicks his hand towards the big door, blood splattering with sparks sticking to it. The door dotted with blood begins to move. A light flashes from inside, and the ground starts to shake. The door slowly opens, revealing an altar right in the center. He stands and surveys the room. "Look, just by his face, you can tell if I don't step in, that girl will take matters into her own hands. You don't really care, but this issue still waves at Lee Seo-hyun. Even though I'm totally fine with it." Lee Yong goes back to his plan. "What's important now is a critical problem that needs solving. Damn it, 5th grade, will I even graduate? The other kids are freaking out too. What do I say to my dad? I just can't get into 5th grade. The family would laugh me to death. You're powerless against the 5 teachers here, so disappointing. Why do Sungwoo's disciples act like this?" Suddenly, a student steps up and starts talking. "Hey, you're the youngest son of the main family, right?" "That's right," Leon replies. The boy smiles. "Of course, I really wanted to greet you." I smile and introduce myself. "I'm Kim Han, the son of a small forge contracted by Sungwoo. It's an honor to study alongside the young master." Lee Yon is surprised. More ties from a past life. Kim Han from before had no memory of him. Lee Yon wonders, "Why me?" Kim Han innocently makes friends. "You're a standout, so I've always looked up to you as my idol." Seeing that goofy face, Lee Yon lowers his guard. "You're not lying, right, Kim Han?" "You're talking to Kim Han. What do you think about getting into 5th grade?" He replies casually. I guess my skills are only at that level for now." But the kid's eyes are determined. Who knows what'll happen later? Lee Yon is surprised by Kim Han's reaction. The kid's optimism impresses Lee Yon. He smiles softly. Kim Han senses the boy's innocent joy. Lee Yon picks him out. "You've got the gift of gab." Kim Han looks confused. "Ah, just got into class." Old friends warmly welcome Lee Yon. "Nice to meet you, rookie. We're counting on you." The boy in the center is a 15-year-old student named Cho In-ha. The classmates still look clueless. "Let's work hard together. Yeah, if you don't know something, just ask." A clap cuts through their excitement. After greetings, everyone pays attention. Lee Dong-ho lightly punches his chest and introduces. "I'm Lee Dong-ho, the instructor in charge of 5th grade. Since new students joined today, there won't be lessons, just a brief introduction. This guy is the instructor. Head of 5th grade, 5th level warrior, Lee Yan and Dong-ho." Lee Yan quietly watches from afar, still full of passion and determination. In his past life, he tutored Cho-ta privately because I couldn't keep up. He always treated his students kindly. "All right, that's the end of the intro. Cho In-ha, you'll handle the rest." Cho leads the new students. Cho In-ha warmly accepts. Yes, instructor. He waves cheerfully. Hello everyone, new students. Though a bit shy, having repeated a year twice, I'm still the class president for the second year. Friends chat excitedly. Only Io and Kim Han listen intently. Everyone, don't take too long. You must be tired. Sit if you want. Now we'll pick a class president. Even as students, there are moments of real pressure. Cho In-ha calmly points out issues. The class president is basically like the captain of a warrior team. Unlike the instructor, who handles training and teaching. According to the plan, the class president holds authority over everything else in class. A guy raises his hand and asks, how is the class president chosen? Lee Yoon suddenly remembers. Oh right, forgot to explain. Not sure about other classes, but here we hold a light tournament then vote for class president. Cho In-ha clasps his hands and grins at everyone. Great, now let's start the matches. Since it's a showdown, no magic allowed. There'll be breaks after each match. Suddenly, a low voice speaks up. Seriously? You're sweating bullets from nervousness? Young Master Lee Yon? Got a problem with this? Lee Yon says slowly, word by word, everything you're doing and everything you've said. He slowly lifts the sword from its rack. Wake up. This is Sung Mulan. If you want to play the student game, don't come to this academy, go to a regular school in the safe zone instead. Cho In-ha quickly denied him. That's a bit much. We just want to settle this peacefully. Each sword was thrust down, cracking the tile floor. Talking like this, you guys just don't get it, do you? Lee Yon planted both hands on the sword hilt, challenging seriously. Step up one by one. From now on, I'll fight all of you. He gripped the sword tightly, gasping to fill his lungs with air. Shindo and classmates lay on the ground, groaning. Please spare, In-ha. Shocked, he couldn't believe his eyes, couldn't accept it. How many people had he taken down already? Suddenly hearing his name made him flinch. Cho In-ha and Lee Yon locked eyes. Quick, call the next person. Cho In-ha nodded reluctantly, terrified. The pressure was intense. This was the final round. Lee Yon slung his sword over his shoulder, smirking. Is that so? He raised an eyebrow, amused. Bring it on. Cho In-ha. Both charged straight at each other with their swords. The swords clashed fiercely, ringing loudly. Meanwhile, while Cho In-ha was still deep in thought, Lee Yoon used his strength to shove his sword away. Why is he going this hard? This fight has no prize and no value. It's just a sparring match at the academy. Lee Yon's reckless, breathless style only confused Cho In-ha more, who didn't even have the strength to strike seriously. He bit his teeth reluctantly, not really understanding. Cho In-ha seized the chance, slashing at Lee Yon's side. I used to be like that too, always desperate to win. Lee Yon nimbly dodged. I once thought compromise was another way to live, believing accepting reality and growing up was the right path. Cho In-ha glanced back, confused. But I want to win, I crave victory like I'm crazy. Lee Yon spotted an opening and swung. I win. He struck right at Cho In-ha's sword hand, successfully knocking the sword from his grasp. The moment the sword hovered over his head, Cho In-ha realized he was in trouble. Cho In-ha collapsed to his knees, clutching his injured arm in pain. Lee Yong was panting, urgently. Take him to the infirmary. His next words surprised Lee Yoon. Not done yet. Cho In-ha grabbed his sword, recklessly slashing. It's not over. He just blocked that strike. Using a left-handed sword technique since his right hand was injured, Cho In-ha's pupils were dilated wide. Fueled by rare competitiveness, his gaze now completely different from before. Lee Yoon had already knocked his arm away with one strike. Not over yet. Lee Yoon switched to gripping his sword with both hands, eyes focused intensely on one point. He slashed at Cho In-ha's stomach, causing him to double over in pain. Cho In-ha's eyes rolled back. Saliva spilled from his mouth. In an instant, Cho In-ha collapsed, while Lee Yon stood firm. Other students gathered to support him and helped him away. Lee Yon took slow steps forward. I lived a second like an hour like a year. He stepped onto the stone platform, shouting down, who wouldn't want to live easy and relaxed? But if you don't fight every second with all you've got, you end up losing everything. That's why, even when breathing, I fight myself and everything around me. The injured students below stood up, huddled together. Have you ever lived like that? Lee Yon's fist clenched tightly as he shouted. That's what I call struggling. Lee Dong-ho approached from afar, looking reproachful. You went too far. 4 people broke bones, 3 have internal injuries. He bowed his head, eyes shut tight. If you want to survive Sung Mulan, you at least have to laugh off wounds like that. He explained, those kids all had their reasons. Lee Yon's cold, determined tone frightened Lee Dong-ho. Even the strict instructor, Lee Dong-ho, was beginning to understand. Do I really have to explain this to the instructor too? Lee Yoon brushed past him. Guys like you are rare in Sung Mulan. You're a good person. Lee Dong-ho stood frozen, watching Lee Yon's figure recede. But they're students of Sung Mulan. If they stray, even if you have to play the villain, you should pull them back. He looked a bit upset, quietly clenching his fists. Just do your duty. From the viewpoint beneath the dome, the sky today was an unusually clear blue. Scene change. Lee Yon arrives at class before dawn, his whole body aching. He was still complaining when he suddenly froze. I pushed myself too hard yesterday. The students lined up properly in the courtyard, though some harbored resentment, or felt annoyed, yet none of them dodged or turned away. They all looked at him with determined eyes. If they were still scared like yesterday, there'd be no hope, but apparently NDT wasn't that way anymore. Ong passed by each person, his mind tangled with countless worries. Then that trashy guy, someone behind cheerfully called him young master. Someone had arrived, and upon seeing them, Kim Han greeted warmly. You're early. He scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. Yeah, I'm afraid I showed up pretty weak in front of you yesterday. We're still just trainees, so being weak is natural. The bruise on Kim Han's face was still dark, yet he smiled like nothing was wrong. Suddenly, he switched to a polite tone. Young master, if you don't mind, may I ask you something? Lee Yun. Kim Han clenched his fist firmly. How can I be as strong as you? He excitedly pointed to his temple. I'm not qualified to teach anyone yet, but you have a sharp eye, maybe even a keen instinct. The more he explained, the more Kim Han's eyes widened in amazement. Yesterday, you dodged my attacks 3 times in a row. Use that. I think you're better suited for technique than brute strength. If you bet your life on honing what you have, one day you'll stand out. Kim Han stammered before finishing his sentence. Thanks. A strange voice called out, making Ong turn around to greet. Young Master Cho In-ha appeared, his arm in a cast. Fixing his gaze. You're pathetic, can't even train like that. Huh? He sighed reluctantly. If I decide to quit, will you leave me alone? And then say some crap about fighting and call me a coward? Cho In-ha brushed past. He just didn't want to hear that nonsense anymore, so he came out here. He smiled contentedly, thinking, things have changed. The sky was still dark, but the training ground was buzzing. Lee Dong-ho stood above, loudly announcing, 4 are sick, 5 absent without reason, 11 left total. Seeing the kids' conditions worried him. They all looked exhausted, heads down, silent. Usually energetic, the atmosphere was different now because of a predator. Why are the trainees so tense today? Lee Dong-ho pretended not to notice the strange vibe and continued the announcement. We were supposed to do a basic fitness test today, but given the current state, he seemed resolved, clenching his arm. I'm changing the plan. Lee Dong-ho stood among the trainees, shouting, right now, start the fitness test. As the sky fully brightened, the students sat panting on the ground. The fitness test ended. From now on, free training would be led by the class president. Lee Yon, though still standing, sighed wearily. It took 10 hours to do a fitness test? I'm kinda beat. Quickly, he adjusted his mood. But he couldn't stop. Lee Yoon climbed the stairs step by step, ignoring the murmurs behind him. Behind him, whispers floated. Hey, the instructor seems different today, right? One quick talking friend guessed. That's because of yesterday's fight, lots got hurt. If it were before, he'd have given us the day off. A voice cut their chat. Attention. Lee Yoon stood tall, stating, no need for intros. I'm Lee Yoon, your class president. Choi Cho In-ha widened his eyes, staring at the figure above. As Choi Cho In-ha said yesterday, Kim Han looked at Lee Yon with admiration, listening. The class president has full authority over everything except the instructor's orders. Someone gritted their teeth in anger as Lee Yon spoke. Our training time will be brutal. Whoever can keep up, great. Those who can't, I'm not dragging along. A student frowned unhappily. That annoying guy. He's a 5th-year student, Kimbo Seo. Ong Lee Yon finished with a move, slamming the sword's tip into the ground. If you're not satisfied with me, feel free to challenge. Just beat us once, and I'll step down as class leader. He pointed decisively. All right, no more talk. Start now. Fight the person next to you. Scene changes, the sun rises higher, and only a few students on the field are still catching their breath. In the end, just 6 remain standing. The rest quit halfway. All students couldn't even twitch a finger. Stop, that's enough for today. Dismissed. Well done. The students began gathering again, bad-mouthing Lee Yan, that damn bastard who made us suffer like this. I really can't stand that bastard. What was all this for? Another friend angrily criticized. I'm not planning to listen to that crap. Kim Han, gasping for breath, shouted with effort. Cut it out. He raised his fist, gritting his teeth. Honestly, I feel so frustrated even though he's exhausted. We still can't beat them. Even in a one-on-one, when the students saw Cho In-ha looking down, they asked, Hey, Cho In-ha, what do you think? Another student added. Last year, we had so much fun. Or do you feel the same? Cho In-ha tiredly cut in. Fun enough to flunk for sure. The other side was surprised. What? Cho In-ha tried to stand, brushing it off. If things don't change this time, I'll truly live like a loser even if I get broken arms and legs. I want to try for real, really want to. The students silently listened as he encouraged himself. You all know, that youngest bastard, I don't mean you don't get what he wants, right? The students quietly watched Cho In-ha walk away. Even though he could barely stand, his determination was clear. I'll try fighting this time, it might really be the last. So snap out of it. Don't waste time resisting or pretending not to know. Suddenly, on a fine day in the lab, with cold mechanical sounds, come on, kid, transform. Lee Yon sat still with eyes closed on the chair. He held a blue flame in his hand. The flame burned bright 1 second, then flickered out the next. Stop right there. Moon Gahua yanked his hair tiredly. Failed again. Every time he tried to create aura, its form collapsed. She kept pointing at the paper, frustrated. Can't believe this problem popped up after reaching BA Sao. Li Yun raised his hand a few times at her. If only there were records on how the ancients used magic, that'd be great. He sat still, lost in thought. If it's Vo Tan's memories, but I still can't read the next memory, even after reaching Sao. The library trip gave more than expected. Since ancient times, humans have battled those dark forces. That darkness was covered by black energy, terrifying even monsters. Even the kingdom's fierce generals were defeated. That black energy hid deep in the mountains. Many heroes sealed it in the north at the 10,000 Demon Mountain. The king granted land to honor their deed. Grateful for the king's grace, the heroes forged a sword together, a sword born from their unity, to enlighten humanity. They named it Votan. Li Yan clenched his fist. Finding info on Votan was a major gain. Giong Hoa's mood unexpectedly brightened. Even after reaching Sao, you've touched aura and stepped into BA, Sao yourself. That's truly impressive. She looked at him fondly. The current stalemate will be solved soon. Actually, the great deficiency technique and transformation technique are nearly mastered by you. Li Yan buttoned his shirt and replied, Yes, thank you. You always teach me. He looked at Manhwa with sparkling eyes. By the way, what do we learn after reaching BA Sao? She picked up a pen and explained slowly. You'll learn how to use steel, chi, and aura skills, but mastering them will take a long time. Manhwa eagerly awaited Li Yon's response. Hey, how's the trainee class going? You always look so tired. He sighed deeply. Just normal stuff. Manhwa smiled brightly, hopeful. Is that so? If it's tough, let me lend a hand. Li Yon panicked. Huh? How do you plan to help? Manhwa placed her hand on her chest and confidently declared, You'll find out soon enough. Just trust me, it'll be quick. He then made a face, somewhat regretful. They say trusting makes you worry already. A gentle breeze lightly lifted Giong Hoa's hair. Today there would be a special lecture on magic. Everyone straightened their outfits and held their positions waiting for her, wearing white doctor coats. Standing seriously at the front of the class, this is Elder Li Yan, Moon Gahua, a researcher from Dongmu. Li Dongho points toward her, reminding everyone to applaud. Moon Gahua rubs her face, giggling, You're making me shy. She holds up a piece of chalk, winks at the students. I don't like long-winded stuff. Let's start the lesson now. Seeing Manhwa happily rambling on stage, Li Yon thinks, looks like she's really growing to love teaching. Then she claps her hands loudly, signaling the boring lecture part is over. Mr. Hoa's mood brightens as if lit up. From now on, no more dull moments. I'll switch to the enhanced version of the linear technique developed by Li Dongho Research Institute. Li Dongho is extremely flustered. Huh? Didn't the lesson just end? Manhwa rolls up her sleeves, loudly. What are you saying? The main part starts now. Everyone sits neatly in their seats. I'll just demonstrate once. So focus. Li Yun is pushed aside by her, confused. What's going on? Mr. Hoa stands behind, babbling. When direct descendants enter the academy, they usually get support like this. Others get nothing. That's why she's pushing a bit. The boy feels the warmth and smiles. Thank you, teacher. All right, well done. Manhwa pats his back a few times, reassuring. If theory holds, your power will double. Awesome. Mr. Hoa takes a deep breath to regain his spirit. Yes, you're amazing. Li Dongho keeps clapping, urging the students on. Everyone, listen up. From now on, we continue with the battle collection. By directly applying the magic taught by the elder, everyone find your opponent. Li Yun turns around instinctively hearing the young master's call. Be my opponent. Cho In-ha already holds his sword, saying, I won't go easy at first. Li Yun excitedly points his sword. Glad to fight you. I'll let you strike first. Seeing the two kids recklessly charge at each other, Mr. Hoa sighs. My kid's ruthless. She watches intently, unable to look away, like watching her younger self. Suddenly, whispers behind catch Mr. Hoa's attention. Honestly, I can't stand that kid. The students whisper in a huddle. Even if the younger ones are discriminated against, he's still different from us, different physique and awakened powers. They started out on completely different footing. Another student points hatefully, true, we tried our best too. But what does he really know? Mangawa suddenly appears behind, startling them. Hey students, scared stiff? Our big brother hasn't left yet? Manhwa leans close to the student just now. Are you really talking about the kid who isn't even my disciple? The students fear her expression. They bow apologetically. Sorry, we spoke out of line. Manhwa's whole body burns with anger. Who do you think you are to say those things to that kid? The students tremble. Please forgive us. Another student steps up to question her. Isn't the young master clueless too? Boseo Ong greets Manhwa with dissatisfaction. We've worked hard too, but always treated like nothing. Growing up in different circumstances means differences, right? Mr. Hoa. Mr. Hoa coldly turns away. You really don't get it? He looks dazed. She gives Boseo Ong a knowing glance clip. Right. Maybe it's better not to know. If you realized how different that kid's day is from yours, you'd see your life's nothing but a child's game. Boseo Ong clenches his fist until veins bulge in anger. What makes that youngest son so different anyway? He grits his teeth, determined. All right, fine. I'll show you the Sunday. Now at his peak. Training ends here today. Boseo Ong frowns slightly, glancing sideways at the guy, eyes full of jealousy as he rests. What's the difference? Just all talk about fighting. Help only comes because he's born different from us. A group of students whispered as they approached Boseo Ong. Today, you guys want to keep an eye on that youngest kid, right? The student looked at him worriedly. But is it okay to just roam around the clan grounds like this? Boseo Ong replied confidently. We're students, so it's fine. Besides, he's not even going to a dangerous place. That youngest kid doesn't live in the main clan area. There was a fierce determination in his eyes. He couldn't just let that kid keep taking over like this. Today, I'll witness the sky darkening firsthand. Outside, the estates had already fallen silent. Boseo Ong and the others hid behind a wall, patiently waiting for him to enter the research area. How long had it been? It's already 9 p.m. Sniff, Boss Mushroom Head. Boseo Ong sighed. Let's head back. Daytime training made me so sleepy. Another student chimed in. The guy sitting in the middle nodded in agreement. I'm wiped out too. All right, whatever that youngest kid is doing in there, we'll never know. Seeing the others wave goodbye one by one, that made Boseo Ong despise their weakness. The moment he saw Eo step out, he perked up. He's out. Eo rubbed himself, trying to calm down. Come on, Boseo Ong. Asterisk. He silently tracked Eo's every step, finally heading home. He pushed open a door to another estate. Surprising him, it was the training ground reserved for the main clan. He shouldn't have been able to get in, but strange sounds came from inside. Everyone outside was shocked and startled. Mushroom Head Shindo was confused. What's that noise? The student beside him doubted it was training. What? The guy behind frowned and advised Boseo Ong. Looks like that youngest master is seriously formidable. Let's stop here. The young master wasn't wrong. Shindo kept babbling. We'll try as hard as in Ha. Boseo Ong angrily cut him off. I never skip personal training. Nothing's different. The two students following exchanged glances. No one dared say another word. Boseo Ong just silently watched the two students leave. What's so different between me and that youngest kid? The two friends awkwardly left. Sorry, we're heading back first. Boseo Ong hid to watch Li Yun resting during a break. Asterisk, I'll definitely prove I'm not wrong. Asterisk, he continued down the dark hallway. Boseo Ong followed closely, careful not to get caught. When he saw Li Yun enter the estate, he felt a bit excited. Finally home. A light shone from behind onto Boseo Ong. Hey, someone stop right there. The night guard pulled up his hood to get a better look. What? Are you a student? The guard shone his flashlight on him. Young Master Li Yun. Although he came by every night at this hour, I didn't expect him to bring a student along. Boseo Ong was amazed inside. Every night. Asterisk. He raised his hands, trying to explain. Well, I've got some business. The guard impatiently urged. This isn't allowed by the rules. Go back now. Boseo Ong slowly lowered his hands, still sneaking glances behind him. Yes, seeing the lights still on in Li Yun's estate's second floor, he wondered, the light's still on. It's already 2 a.m. Boseo Ong turned to leave, murmuring, well then, good luck. He didn't hesitate this time, turning and walking away. Let's go. Dawn is breaking ahead, but the sun hasn't risen yet. Only a faint morning light glimmered. The next morning, 5 a.m., the training ground reserved for fifth-year students. Boseo Ong closed his eyes, rubbed his tired head. Just as I expected, I came home too late last night. He slowly lowered his hands, face full of shock, seeing the scene in front of him. When did you get here? He rubbed his shoulder wearily. He really looked exhausted. Despite having a gifted physique and abundant main clan magic, could a 13-year-old really handle living on just 3 to 4 hours of sleep a day? Then he recalled yesterday. Boseoong still had time to lounge on the chair, feeling ashamed. What about me? When I get home, I usually relax by watching television or gaming. Yet he didn't approach Li Yan with jealousy the first time. He came near Li Yan with no trace of jealousy. I also train alone often but still get enough sleep. Rest and entertainment are balanced. Li Yan looked up at him, suspicious. What's going on? Li Yan frowned slightly hearing Boseoong's question. Don't you feel tired? Later, he answered with words that froze Boseoong. It turned out, among those watching me yesterday, you were there too? Suddenly, he confessed his feelings, leaving Li Yan stunned, speechless. That's right. The young master is from the main branch, so he gets support, starting from a different point. And more importantly, you're very sincere. I've lived like this since I was young. Before joining the freshman team, my sleep was a bit longer. Not sleeping enough obviously makes you tired. Boseoong immediately lowered his head in shame. So why do you push yourself that far? Li Yan stepped forward, placed a hand on his shoulder, and whispered, you already know the answer. He reluctantly bowed his head, lips pressed tight but still trembling. After Li Yan's back disappeared, Boseo muttered silently, damn it. Taishin held his sword, focused and standing still in the grand hall. Someone entering from outside caught the uncle's attention. In the Choi clan hall, the person handed over a stack of papers to the clan leader. The official documents for the mission you assigned have been completed. Taishin extended his hand, showing them. The uncle carefully examined each sheet. This still isn't enough. These are level 7 and 8 dungeons. With the current freshman team's skill, it will be very dangerous. Taishin turned to the steward, expressing his concern. Supplies and weapons can be stocked, but humans can't. Now I need to create people who can survive. The steward bowed slightly as if understanding. Understood. I will follow your orders. Then he hesitated before continuing. There's one more thing to report. A quiet silence fell over the hall. Moments later, Taishin spoke. The youngest did that? I thought of the child, but he's not like that kid. He sighed. That kid has had a different gaze since childhood. The eyes of someone who's been stripped away, knocked down to the very bottom. Taishin looked at his clenched fist. Confused but leading and changing people is a completely different matter. He handed the documents back to Choi, reminding, adjust the test content a bit. Coincidentally, the 8th kid is in the same class. Raise the difficulty for the whole freshman team. He quickly accepted. Yes, understood. Taishin smiled meaningfully. Does that kid really have what it takes to lead people? This time, I'll take a close look. Early morning at the training ground reserved for the 5th year class, Lee Dong-ho entered, curious, eyes wide at the scene before him. Lost? Surrender? Damn, it's not over yet. Heads of trainees lined up neatly, jogging around the field. Are these guys out here this early on a weekend? Some other trainees paired up to spar. It put Dong-ho at ease. Then no need to push training anymore. One trainee accidentally turned and saw Lee Dong-ho. Coach, you're here. Yes. He praised. Yeah, still working hard on the weekend. Lee Dong-ho approached the trainees, quietly instructing. If anyone's missing, go get them. There's an announcement. The boy quickly obeyed. Yes. Once everyone gathered, he seriously announced. Though a bit rushed, the first quarter evaluation schedule has been moved up. Lee Dong-ho happily shared the good news with the trainees, deciding to grant a week's leave first. Consider this your last day off to rest. Sounds good. He still had more to say but paused, finally seeing the trainees, despite injuries, pushing themselves but full of enthusiasm, which pleased Trung-ho greatly. No need to remind you to keep up minimal training even during the break, right? He shouted loudly before the class. I trust you all know how to handle it yourselves. Good job, everyone. They all shouted loudly in unison. Li Yan bowed his head, lost in thought. Suddenly getting time off like this. Is it really okay to have the evaluation pushed up early? Feeling someone behind him, he looked up. Why hasn't everyone left yet? Kim Han smiled warmly, looking at the young master. Here he glanced at Cho and Ha, probing, what does the young master plan to do during this break? He casually said something that left the other trainees confused. Time off is personal time for everyone. Why are you asking me the next question? This only made them more puzzled, eyes wide, jaws dropped. Take time off whenever you need. I'm not planning to force anyone during the break. They started whispering among themselves again. Never thought we'd hear that from the young master. Honestly, we thought he'd make us train like hell. Like, is there really someone planning to rest? Then forced the whole group into a brutal training session. Seeing them openly badmouth him, Li Yan raised an irritated eyebrow. Why not say it louder? What do you guys take me for? Then he made a suggestion that sent chills down everyone's spine. So, should we try again like the first day during this break? Lee Yon sighed reluctantly. Take time off whenever you need. Rest is important too. I know even if I say rest, you won't just sit around doing nothing. Handle things yourselves, rest well, and we'll meet again after the break. He hadn't taken more than a few steps when the whole class behind him erupted in excited cheers. A beautiful day in Lee Jianghoa's research room. Manga was displeased, sternly questioning. I heard we got time off, but I have a ton of research to do too. She was forced by Li Yon to sit and read, yet was criticized. Clearly you were still messing with your phone earlier. Mangehua shouted in frustration. Messing with my phone? I'm reading the Cho in Ha recognized by the master. Even leukemia is cured with it. Li Yuan curiously asked. Wait, what exactly are you reading? Then he switched tones seriously. So the early evaluation really came from my father's orders? Ji Onghua nodded in confirmation. Direct orders sent down. Li Yan bowed his head, sinking into panic. Then this test is going to be harsher than I imagined. Right now I'm stuck at the magical barrier. To break through, I probably have to find the next memory of Votern. Remembering last time, Li Yon failed 7 times in a row and felt deeply discouraged. If that memory can't be read, it means something's still missing. I tried moving forward to unlock the next memory but failed again. While Li Yon wasn't paying attention, the stack of papers beside him wobbled. He thought he just had to keep trying. Suddenly, the whole pile crashed to the floor. What the heck? Be careful. All the documents scattered on the ground. I told you to clean this place up already. As he picked them up, he suddenly noticed something. What's this? Research material about harmony. The decisive difference between ancient martial arts and modern lies in their objectives. It can be inferred that back then, human techniques focused on fighting monsters. Li Yun read the research intently, analyzing the purpose. Probably the same with Trukma. Trukma was originally an excessive technique. Suddenly he jumped up, making So Hyun stop mid-move. Eating again? What's up, kid? Li Yun hurriedly ran off somewhere. No, don't forget to say bye. I get it. I'll explain later. I have to head to the training ground now. So Hyun was still confused. Before she understood, the documents on the table flew everywhere. She watched Li Yan vanish like a gust of wind and shouted loudly. That crazy kid. A blue light enveloped the sword, a hand gently reaching out to grip the hilt. Li Yan gripped the sword tightly, taking stance. Now imagine your opponent. He slowly closed his eyes, focusing his mind. In his mind appeared a huge, dark silhouette, something bigger than himself. A monster alien to humans, a giant beast. A technique that ignores combo efficiency. The more he focuses on preserving power, dodging, or defending, the more the sword's blue energy absorbs it. Flashy moves without destructive power or just to deceive the enemy. All useless. Li Yun's gravity suddenly shifts, cracking the ground beneath him. Truck's clear target. A massive explosion erupts, sending rocks flying everywhere. Li Yun leaps up. Raising the glowing sword high, he slashes at the monster. The blade points at a huge creature. Black with many tentacles underneath, he delivers a precise long slash, cutting the monster in half. The sword emits a powerful light. Leon's whole body is wrapped in that light. Smoke rises continuously, a gentle breeze blowing through his hair. He stands frozen in the smoke, the whole space silent. Suddenly, black smoke coils around the sword. All right, darkness slowly swallows Li Yan, but he opens his eyes expectantly. So, what's about to show up? As night fades, Li Yan jolts, looking around. Where is this? A hazy training ground appears before him. Looks exactly like when I first got Infinity, but only when reading Infinity's memories does the perspective shift. Li Yon hides behind a pillar, startled to see something, a fighter battling inside. That person is from Infinity's previous memory. Insane speed. Li Yon's pupils widen in shock. Huh? What's that? At first, he held a sword. Seconds later, it turns into a spear. Seeing the aura around him, normally, Li Yon concludes, when the weapon changes, the aura shifts just as fast. The weapon becomes an axe. It's not his aura changing. It's Infinity manipulating the aura. Li Yan can't keep up with the fighter's moves changing weapons again. The fighter pauses, exchanging words with AI. Don't sneak a peek at others' training. The other's curious. Since you got it, have you named those techniques yet? The fighter shakes his head. Not yet. And honestly, they're not techniques. The other suggests. Then let me name them. How about myriad changes? Li Yan quickly hides as they make noise. The fighter's tone turns cold. Hey, did you bring AI here? The more the other denies, the more Li Yan worries. Me? No way. The space seems to tear apart. Something swooshes by causing a disturbance. They start sparring again, ready for a match. Any reason to bring AI here? Li Yan peeks out, catching a glimpse of fluttering hair. AI's hair. Li Yun studies the cold face of the newcomer, those eyes and that hair color. Seeing the person clearly, he recognizes the main branch traits of Sungmu. The dark night sky blankets the vast forest as a vehicle speeds through. Li Yan rests his chin on his hand, staring out the window into the distance, a thought crossing his mind. This scene feels like the future or the past. A dull gray wall, a bit worn, peeks out in the forest, strange and mysterious. The wall once separated the safe zone from the danger zone. A huge crack appears near the Pacific Ocean, revealing a mysterious space. Humanity has never officially explored it, and from there, unseen monsters spilled out. Humans fought monsters for a long time to reclaim land, but some territories remain untouched. These are called unexplored or danger zones. He habitually props his hand, pondering everything. Countless tough questions challenge his mind. Suddenly, a curious voice sounds. Lately, they say those walls mark the boundary between safe and danger zones, right? Kim Han breaks the silence with a bright smile, eyes shut tight. The closer to danger, the more desolate the scenery. Li Yan quickly replies, but anyway, we're still inside the wall, so the destruction is only this bad. The villages near the danger zone have very backward civilization. He recalls his tough past life. With a helpless, stifled face, he once hid there for a while in his past life. The vehicle speeds past the fortress wall. Everyone should stay alert. The wheels suddenly slammed on the brakes, and a mysterious voice echoed, because from now on, the place we step into. As the wheels stopped, everyone began to get out one by one. Li Yan glanced around. Ahead lay a dungeon not yet fully explored. Right after, the commanding officer called the members together. Commander Li Dong-ho's face was serious yet authoritative. Assemble. We will establish our base here. Supplies were checked. Then the test began. Li Yun and the students quickly gathered, all wearing serious expressions. Everyone listened closely to the instructions and orders from the lead commander. The guard's only mission is to protect this base. From now on, you all have to handle everything yourselves. Li Dong-ho patted his chest reassuringly, finally showing a hint of emotion, lightly punching his chest, his eyes steady and clear as he said, "But I'm not worried." He looked up at his students. With determined eyes, "I will support you as much as I can as the trainer at this base. Everyone, show me everything you've prepared up until now." The students responded with a booming, spirited shout, heroic enough to shake the heavens and earth. Yes, after the lead commander's orders, Li Yun stepped forward to stand before everyone, his face just as resolute, speaking about taking command. "From now on, I will be your commander." At that moment, his expression shifted, his eyes clouded, the contemplative look making one want to say, "I don't dare meet his gaze." But before that, he maintained a cold, unreadable face. As he continued, "This test will definitely get tougher, because this is the last chance. Anyone wanting to leave should do so now." In the spider-faced forest, white threads of silk clung densely to the canopy. The space was dark and eerie. Yes, anyone could tell this test isn't for ordinary students. A dungeon full of spiderwebs, any intruder will be spotted by monsters immediately. Instantly recalling his father's resolute attitude, he thought silently, "Our mission is to film one adult spider in this forest." Clearly, this test was set by his father. His train of thought was suddenly cut off. A firm voice rang out, "Now, no matter what you try, it's useless." Cho In-ha sighed, speaking with strong resolve. As if nothing could shake her determination, the entire 5th class vowed not to run or give up. Kim Han smiled back with equal confidence. "Exactly, boss." The cello's powerful aura was overwhelming, and he spoke solemnly. "We trust in you, Li Yun." A momentary look of surprise flashed across his face, unable to hide his astonishment. But then he quickly relaxed and smiled gently, beginning to tease as he scanned their faces. After sizing up everyone's expressions, he started joking. "You guys say those cheesy lines so naturally, huh?" The cello couldn't help but blush, shyly replying, "That's because boss set the mood like that." After that slightly awkward banter and playful teasing, everyone seemed way more pumped. Li Yun put his hands on his hips, confident to lead. "All right, let's start. Got it? Anyone skipping the final comms check, double-check supplies, then enter the forest." Fired up, they shouted in unison, "Yes." The forest of human-faced spiders operates like ants or bees, very hard to deal with. Stepping into the forest, he lowered his voice to ask, "Everyone clear on that?" The group began moving forward into the forest. Li Yan briefly reviewed the mission and the forest for everyone. "Our mission is to record the behavior of spiders that have lived in this forest for at least 15 days using recording devices." Suddenly he turned, looking at Choi Cho In-ha. "From now on, the commander is Choi Cho In-ha." She was surprised, eyes wide as she asked, "Huh? What do you mean?" She turned and pointed at herself to clarify. "You want me to go solo? I'll be the bait for the spiders. The others stay back." Her confused face painted many questions. Then she screamed in horror as she realized the situation. Everyone's faces uncontrollably shifted. What? Giant purple spiders. Tangled webs wrapped around the trees. At this moment, Li Yan separated from the others and moved on alone. He gripped a sword and decisively stabbed it into a giant spider. Greenish fluid gushed everywhere. It splattered over his clothes. Li Yan's face was drenched in sweat as he struggled to catch his breath. Finally, they're all gathered. Now he stood amidst a huge swarm of spiders with sharp fangs. Their eyes were deep red like blood. Looks like killing a few to lure them in with dangerous pheromones was worth it. The human-faced spiders bring high-nutrition prey back to the nest to feed their larvae. Li Yun's gaze fixed on a spider approaching, silently thinking, the simplest way to make them see me as prey. He began to show his power, lightly touching the sword with one hand. Jade green beams appeared, dazzling the whole area. A nutritious prey proves it has terrifying power. Li Yan started moving his sword as the countless hostile spiders from all directions lunged forward. His eyes froze. Greenish stains spread everywhere. The spiders with blazing red eyes dove at Li Yan. Each gaze carried heavy killing intent, but it didn't faze him. Li Yun tightened his grip on the weapon, eyes locking every move. He appeared calm, expression unreadable and steady. Facing those sharp fangs rushing in, Li Yan just curled his lips in disdain. He was in an unfamiliar place, scanning around then wondered. This island. Suddenly, Li Yun's eyes flashed, realizing it was inside a human-faced spider cocoon. Then, it's just as planned. He started casting magic, green light enveloping his body. His stomach felt uneasy from the poison, but his NDT-0 constitution was strong. First, he had to use invisibility to erase his aura. Li Yan swung his sword to cut the thick webs ahead to avoid useless obstruction. The strands began to shatter. Threads gently fell, and he sat up to start searching for their larvae. If this was their nest, the larvae should be concentrated here. Li Yan stabbed his sword into the nest. Creating a gap to see better, he suddenly stopped, eyes wide with unexpected shock as he looked through the opening. Li Yan was stunned by the scattered cocoons all around. Why are there so many food cocoons? It can't just be what they caught today. They should have eaten it all long ago. So why think like this? Li Yun suddenly felt a chill down his spine, eyes full of shock, a spider cocoon. Pitch black, eerily strange, unlike any other cocoon. What is that? The cocoon started to move. Black and purple gases spread everywhere. He felt something off from the cocoon, face showing clear hesitation. Li Yun touched his chest lightly, sensing black energy resting inside him, merging with the dark aura. The cocoon gradually broke, purple aura spreading around, then a spider leg appeared. A rough humanoid stepped out from the sticky mess, sharp nails like thorns resembling human hands. Clutching the chaos, out crawled a half-human, half-spider queen standing before him. With 6 deep black eyes, a terrifying smile, and a grotesque figure, she was the human-faced spider queen, a level 5 monster. A chilling voice came from her mouth. My children, hungry, aren't you? Li Yan gripped the cocoon, imprisoning him tightly. Straining to see through the broken gap to get a clearer look at the spider queen, a level 6 queen in the dungeon. And she could speak human language? Before she opened her mouth, her jet black claw lunged forward. It targeted the nearest cocoons, accompanied by Li Yan's thought. So then, could the dark energy be reading the spider queen's mind? She ruthlessly pierced the cocoons, releasing a purple force, then slammed into the cocoon wrapping Li Yan, shattering it instantly. Li Yan quickly crawled out, dodging claws and debris, telling himself there's no time left to maintain the stealth technique. The spider queen stood before Li Yan, an eerie light shining from her eyes. You, in your small form, sat before the queen, the massive spider queen. Amid the lingering dust and smoke after the devastation, seeing the blue liquid clinging to Li Yan's body, she questioned, what are you? What awakened inside you is why humans have that. The spider queen shouted angrily, her face twisted, 3 pairs of eyes blazing, the jagged mouth opened unnaturally wide. Mielera, give him to me. Li Yun showed no hesitation, raising his sword high toward her, eyes fierce and ready. The terrifying pressure only a high-level predator could generate. Li Yun stared down the spider queen, silently plotting in his mind, but unfortunately, the pressure had no effect on her. The spider queen clearly hadn't expected that. Shocked, her jagged face grew angrier but lost much of its intimidation. You dare resist my magic? She snapped, glaring at him, opening her sharp mouth wide and yelling, you insolent brat. Finally, she used all 6 eyes, sparking as she stared at the forest that had been blown apart, flames raging everywhere. Stones scattered wildly. Chaos reigned as the fire blazed fiercely. A moment of helplessness crossed her mind. My forest. Behind her, Li Yun smirked at the accusation. So what exactly did you do? He flashed a bright smile that lit up the dark forest. His eyes shone with a mix of disdain and triumph. That was the weapon called the violent magic bullet. Luckily, this cursed forest had plenty of flammable things. He simply triggered them remotely. At that moment, Team 1 arrived one after another, full of fierce energy. Team 1 had started. They'd reached the nest within 30 minutes max. At the command center, he was no less busy, eyes glued to the screen. Following closely and wearing headphones to explain every position and mission, he stayed fully focused, not allowing a single moment to waste. This was the base camp. The young master had detected a level 5 magical energy source inside the nest. It seemed the other side had caught the signal of Li Yonho's hesitation. Quickly replying, "I'm fine," he ordered to prioritize supporting the trainees before the Spider Queen got furious. The Spider Queen clenched her teeth and fought back against Li Yon, the human with a half-spider body. She stood calmly among her spider minions, red eyes raised high, face lifted in angry roar. The other spiders grew frenzied, like they wanted to tear apart anything invading or blocking them. "Hurry up, protect my forest." Li Yon looked tiny. Standing before the queen's thorny legs, he seemed like a little ant lost in a new world. I will personally crush you." The Spider Queen asserted her dominance, ready to advance. "Arrogant brat, you think you can defeat me alone? Or do you trust your teammates rushing to the nest? Are you sure they can even get here? You can't do a damn thing to me." Her blazing eyes locked on Li Yon. But what shocked her was that he showed no sign of wavering. Asterisk, "You're the one underestimating me." Asterisk. The Spider Queen paused, shocked. "What? Li Yon?" Closing her eyes, her face revealed a calm she couldn't hide. Then he smiled, looking at the Spider Queen, gripping his sword tightly, with one hand casting a technique, like the game was only just beginning. Meanwhile, Team 1 was advancing, the young captain trying to coordinate everyone. All groups kept firing violent magic bullets to lure the spider-faced enemies. Team 1 headed straight into the nest to support the young master and open a retreat path. Boseo Ang bluntly asked while everyone was still rushing to move as fast as possible. "Wait, there's a variable in the nest. Can we just act like this?" Cho In-ha maintained composure, charging forward, explaining, "This is the young master's order. We follow the plan." Still, Cho In-ha's eyes were clouded, anxiety growing inside. "Young master, please hold on a bit longer." The forest was engulfed in flames, burning a vast area, the ground shaking violently. Debris fell chaotically midair. Amid the chaos, the Spider Queen's voice rose with fury. "Why?" The Spider Queen lost control, screaming wildly in rage. "Why are you still alive? Why are you still standing there?" Li Yon's face half hidden in the shadows, amidst the debris of chaos. He let out a breath and looked up at the Spider Queen. "What is it that you really see in those eyes?" The golden hue in Li Yon's eyes glowed and widened in surprise, revealing hidden secrets and flows of invisible power. Eyes that can see through what's called a demonic gaze. He covered his mouth with his hand after coughing up blood, trying to minimize the mess. "Thanks to the demonic gaze, I can read the flow of dark energy, dodging fatal strikes. But the power gap is too great to avoid completely." Li Yun took a blue potion from his robe, pouring it onto his wounded arm. Luckily, this Spider Queen just hatched and hasn't fully controlled her body yet, despite being covered in wounds. He didn't falter, knowing there's only one shot. Li Yan gripped his sword with both hands, facing forward. Blue light from the sword flooded the area. Li Yan used a basic 10,000 transformations technique, his eyes shining brightly in the night. He swung forward with effort. In an instant, the blue light enveloped a large area. It covered the massive Spider Queen, rocks flying everywhere, sticky green goo splattering around. Li Yon strained to see it, gasping for breath, barely enough air left. The Spider Queen began to thrash. After losing parts of its body, it let out a desperate, painful scream. Then Li Yon's thoughts came through. Just as expected, cutting through that thick skin in one strike was way too hard. The Spider Queen struggled to stand. From behind, you could clearly see the spider with 6 sharp horns, suffering heavy wounds from the sword strike. In agony, it cursed, "I will turn you into my underling. I'll pull what's inside you out, then heal myself. After that you will." It still refused to bow. Both hands radiated purple light, as if challenging the opponent, enduring endless pain. Li Yan gritted his teeth, trying to dodge the beams of light. One beam struck his head. It seemed to send a hallucinatory signal straight to Li Yon's brain. He glimpsed a soulless voice echoing submission. As the words ended, his head felt like it was about to explode. Li Yan clutched his head, screaming in sharp pain. The Spider Queen laughed loudly, pleased. It looked more satisfied than ever, that arrogant face breaking into chuckles. Suddenly it vomited that green liquid, catching it off guard, clutching its face with sharp iron hands in utter shock. "What the hell is this? You?" The Spider Queen raised its black, sinewy hands toward him, as if wanting to crush him. He stood still, neither advancing nor retreating, staring at it, then spoke a piece of advice. No chance left to use it, be careful, careful. Spiders and insects are weak to fire. The spider writhed in the flames, desperately trying to escape, while Li Yan coldly said it was too late. By now, others had rushed over, quickly checking the situation. Sorry, we were late because we had to clear the way. He sighed with relief, slinging an arm around Kim Han's neck, whose face looked drained. When we get back, I'll give you all special training. Kim Han sighed. Even now you say that. Everyone quickly left after that. Support Li Yon, he's injured. All right, get out of the nest fast. They all shouted in unison. Yes. Meanwhile, the overseers were meeting, each voicing suspicion that Team 5 had quit. Team 5 of the first years is behind schedule. We've received reports they returned 30 minutes ago. Didn't they abandon the mission like Team 4? Understandable. It's a special level 6 dungeon. Plus, a strange phenomenon happened just then. Overseer Lee Dong-ho pushed open the door, breaking the tense atmosphere. His face showed urgency. Sorry for being late. Many were injured. We had to take them to the hospital first. Lee Dong-ho stepped to the podium, holding a remote, and began his presentation. I'll report now. His expression was somber, as if recalling that time, seriously recounting Team 5's entire mission, recording the adult human-faced spider girl in the forest. However, during the mission, we discovered the anomaly and started gathering information. First, Team 5 entered the dungeon divided into 4 groups, placing 132 violent mana bullets. Suddenly, the overseer cut in, looking skeptical and worried, asking, "Wait, did I hear that right? You used firepower?" Lee Dong-ho didn't hesitate to confirm. Yes, exactly. In addition, we used 32 bullets in combat, totaling 184 bullets. The earlier overseer shouted angrily, standing up and slamming his hand on the table, furious. Are you trying to blow up the entire dungeon? The once quiet room erupted with a barrage of accusations. The overseer yelled. The original mission was just to film the anomaly. Don't tell me you blew up the dungeon and called that a success. Overseer Lee Yun's face darkened, avoiding eye contact, slowly replying. The mission was completed accurately. The mission was just to film the anomaly. Don't tell me you guys blew up the dungeon and call that a success. Officer Lee Yun's face darkened, eyes avoiding direct gaze, slowly replying. The main mission was completed. He had no intention to stop, continuing to shout, "Where's the footage? Show it now." Just then, Lee Yun opened the door, holding a recording device. He quickly spoke to ease the tension. Sorry for being late. The recording device broke. Took time to recover. Here's the video. Lee Yun held it out to the officer. Young Lee Yun, he looked at his hand with slight surprise. So Hyun's face turned purple with anger, eyes wide, covering her mouth trying to whisper to Lee Yun. That crazy guy set off a bomb in the dungeon? Is that normal? And, you didn't have to get caught alive. Lee Yun didn't look at So-hyun, calmly replied. If you want to film, this is the surest way. The room fell silent again. Only a hushed voice expressing disbelief remained. The instructor rubbed his forehead with one hand, clenched his fist with the other, his face gray and eyes vacant. Feeling the unexpected, the report matched the footage perfectly, using a bomb in the dungeon. Is like bringing a gas can into a burning house. Do you think this is a reasonable plan? His tone remained heroic and his face unchanged, calmly responding, I chose the option with the highest success rate for the mission with a standard plan. Will the trainees succeed? He immediately hesitated, furrowed his brow, and then narrowed his eyes. But his gaze stayed determined as he continued straightforwardly. I'd rather use every method to complete the mission than fail or give up. Li Yan showed no worry, openly stating, Sung Mulan only cares about results. That's all. The instructor clasped his hands, resting them before him, glancing sideways, trying to think of an escape, not a variable. Looks like a variable, but actually a plan? That guy absolutely trusted his own plan. The other instructors began to stir, their faces all turning serious. Clearly, the advantage was with Li Yun. The young master's plan was too groundbreaking to be used as an example. It was also hard to score. Only now did Li Yun relax his face and smile lightly, extremely confident amid the praise surrounding him, especially since he completed the mission without anyone dying. That could be called a perfect score in this evaluation. Team 5 was the only team to achieve full marks. The Sungmu family hall was filled with voices reporting 32 dead, 78 seriously wounded, many with minor injuries. Since the contract includes waiver of personal rights, there's nothing to worry about. Tessin held the report, his face grim as he asked, what measures are in place to handle casualties in this evaluation? Choi answered gently, treatment costs for the seriously injured will be fully covered, and those who suffer severe, irreversible damage. Knowing how difficult that part is for you, Tessin turned to another man and said, Please continue reporting the progress. Thank you for your hard work, butler. The polite reply. Yes, understood. Then he turned, took the remote, and said, and here is the report on the dungeon we received this time. Tessin observed everything, hand to mouth, exclaiming, it really made an impact. Looking at the screen, he commented on, in Myungju's forest, which was already in a dangerous area. Choi agreed. Yes, it's at the far north of Gangwon province. In the video, the Spider Queen appeared, angrily ordering her spider army to attack. Then the footage distorted. Tessie briefly commented, Choi concurred. Explanation. As far as known from reports, the restored footage only reached this point, but it looks like it has been edited. Tessie lifted his teacup, took a sip, and gently said, this kid is really interesting. Then he opened his eyes, smiling, and asked, what do you think? Choi placed his hand on his chest and replied, it feels like having overcome a tough mission with intelligence. Truly impressive. However, I worry that the young master underestimates orthodox tactics and strategy. Hearing this, Tessin was thoughtful. Even you think so? This made him wonder. Yes, in his mind flashed Li Yan's previous battle. Tessie honestly remarked, the unorthodox, unconventional style is just a sign of his boldness. Only by mastering orthodox methods can one create amazing moves. Not only the trainees, but even the trainers don't oppose this plan. That alone proves the youngest's leadership ability. He spread out the reports with his hands and calmly said, in fact, no information has been leaked, and the plan was a perfect success. Then, Tessie clasped her hands together and said, not only for this evaluation, but the number and overall level of evaluations should also be raised. Choi quickly bowed to acknowledge the order. Yes, I will handle it that way. When Choi left, he finally smiled happily. It seemed the other kids were beginning to notice the youngest one. A few months later, during the special training for the 5th-year military academy class, a hand raised along with a stammered voice. Ah, sir, that's Kim Han. He whined, we just finished the final evaluation yesterday, right? Li Yan crossed his arms and calmly replied, that's why I gave you the day off yesterday. Kim Han frowned and said, forget it. Seeing his gloom, Li Yan continued to announce to all students, although this year's final evaluation ended, don't forget the promotion exam is still coming. I don't want anyone in my class to fail, understood? Hearing Li Yun's order, everyone replied in unison, yes, understood. Then he sighed helplessly and said, Kim Han, I heard you exhausted all your mana during this evaluation. You will spend today memorizing the 10 basic rules. Kim Han was startled. Then Li Yun made all the students run laps, standing with hands on hips. Now, let's start with some physical training. All the students obeyed clearly. Seeing their enthusiasm, Li Yun smiled quietly inside. They have become stronger, not just physically but mentally too. They no longer collapse at setbacks, but know how to make up for them. Suddenly, he became nostalgic, recalling old memories. It's been almost a year since entering the military academy. Except for those eliminated early, no one in our class has dropped out or died. Suddenly, someone ran up from afar. Lee Dong-ho politely asked the sir, you're here? Li Yan looked puzzled, wondering what was going on. He raised his hand to explain. I have some information about the promotion exam. Without hesitation, Li Yan stepped forward and replied, all right, I'm going now. As soon as he entered the room, someone called him. There, a distant figure of a girl appeared, waving continuously and calling, over here. It was Sehun. She patted the seat next to her and said, sit down, I have something to tell you. As Li Yan sat down, Sehun praised, you did really well on this evaluation. Li Yan politely responded, yeah, I heard class 1 did great too. Praised, she lifted her chin proudly and said, yeah, that's right. Lee Seo-hyun shook her head, waving to clarify the real reason for the talk. Wait, that's not the important part. She regained seriousness, whispering cautiously to him, hey, from this promotion exam, you're going to have trouble. 6th sister and 7th brother were called to the room by mother not long ago. After that, rumors say they're meeting with some trainees. Li Yan heard this but was not worried, just sighed. Asked, planning to exclude me from the promotion exam? Seeing the reaction wasn't as expected, though whispering, Lee Seo-hyun got angry. They know it's impossible, but no one can predict what they'll do, and that's the scary part. You're the odd one out, don't you feel anything? 6th sister and 7th brother, both are really dangerous. Li Yan focused on the word weird. He calmly crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and announced, if you're warning me, it's already too late. Since the quarterly evaluation, those annoying troubles have kept happening. This surprised Sehun. Li Yan? He didn't answer her, just put his hand on his chin, thinking. Every evaluation, we get low-quality gear, or some training content is deliberately skipped to create discrimination. Recently, I heard someone even approached Bozeo Ong. Sehun wasn't upset being ignored. Determinedly said, I've warned our class somewhat already. This time, I'll compete fairly with you and win. I'll definitely get first place and make you call me sister. Seeing her fired up, Li Yan, puzzled, asked gloomily, why are you so obsessed with that form of address? Suddenly, a voice from above caught both their attention. Is everyone gathered? The instructor entered solemnly, placing his hand on the table and said, Today marks the last quarterly evaluation of the year. I will deliver the content and the schedule related to this batch's promotion exam. He didn't wait long and began to explain. As you all know, the final score for the academic year combined with the promotion exam results will determine your rank up, and this exam will take place at Gate Y7, about 3 kilometers north of GCO. This startled Li Yan, thinking, Gate? He raised his hand to his chin, starting to think. He expected changes in the exam, but never imagined it would be a gate. At this moment, above his stomach, the official raised a common card. Inside the gate, there would be Sumu-inscribed test papers. Each student would also have a name card. If it's stolen, you're out of the competition. There are no other rules. Grab as many name cards as you can. The room was silent, but he kept explaining steadily. This promotion exam isn't just a combat test. It's more like a war for dominance. A smile appeared on Li Yan's lips. So that's how at Island, a vision of the game unfolded in his mind as he silently analyzed it. Seize name cards, steal name cards, and survive. Losing your name card means you're done. The number of cards you hold decides your exam score. A simple rule. A scene of someone else snatching the number 1 name card appeared. Li Yan understood internally, but the so-called handling death was a trap. Even if your card was stolen, outsiders wouldn't know. So just steal or search for hidden cards as long as you have one. It doesn't matter whose card you take or where you find it. He kept tapping his arm as his thoughts became clearer. Besides, this is a solo match involving all second years. Someone must have already meddled in this. Li Yan smirked disdainfully, suddenly realizing, a promotion exam happening inside the gate. That place is cut off from the outside world, leaving no evidence no matter what happens to an illegitimate child. This is definitely an opportunity they can't miss. Lee Seo-hyun looked at Li Yon with judgment, muttering, why are you still lost in your own thoughts? But that also means I can use it my way. Scene shifts to another room, a pair of legs swinging on the table in time with a song. Another voice interrupts, stopping the singing. What are you doing? The person cheerfully replies, like humming another tune, just watching her adorable little brother work up a sweat. Sung Muli's 7th son, Lee Jae-ak, expressionless, bluntly calls her crazy. She crosses her arms, smiling. This brat dares to talk to me like an equal? Sung Muli's 6th daughter, Lee Yeon, aka Seon A, lazily spreads her arms and says, compared to him, the youngest is way cuter. Her actions like a little bunny. She lifts a knife to her face, licking her lips in a way that makes you want to snap her neck. Then Seon A smiles and probes Daihuk. Hey, more importantly, what do you think? He focuses on typing, responding to her. Her voice suddenly rises. What else? Mom's orders, right? Aunt Ak frowns, sighs. She said it's time for a test evaluation. Seon A tosses the knife into the air, speaking in a lazy tone. I don't like some illegitimate brat wearing the main family's name card. The knife drops on the table, and her hand catches someone reckless enough to be that cocky before stabbing it straight into the table, accompanied by a sound of displeasure. So I'll personally teach him a lesson. Seon A leans on the table, smiling but fidgeting with the knife, saying, relying on the weak eldest brother and still acting arrogant? He needs to know his place. Promotion exams are to advance students to the next year, but this time it's a battle for the badge. Inside a stabilized secret realm, Kim Han glanced at the guards and curiously asked Lee Yeon, this is a stabilized secret realm but still has tight security like this? He casually replied, probably to reassure the commoners, maybe a precaution since it's a research and testing site. After speaking, he couldn't help but glance around, but there were fewer than he thought. Lee Yan silently scoped out 3 people in the distance, thinking, they think I'm not paying attention, so they're acting this boldly. Or are these students just that weak? Those thoughts swirled in Li Yan's mind, but he quickly brushed them aside. No matter, it's not important. He turned to the students and asked, so, is everyone ready? Cho In-ha clasped his hands behind his back, excitedly answered, of course. Li Yan spoke quietly, then turned and led them all out. All the students shouted in unison, yes. Scene shifts to the office. Seon A grabbed another cookie and praised, this office has so many good snacks. Jae-ak handled work while advising his sister, those are for guests, take it easy. She grabbed the whole box and ate, replying, no way, haven't heard any updates yet? I'm busy and even came here personally to ask. The clicking of keyboard keys continued steadily. He replied to the officer, Just got word that the second-year students have entered. Sian raised her cookie, smiling excitedly. Just thinking about those bastards crawling around gets me hyped. Mom said if we do well on this, we'll get a reward, right? She hummed happily but made Dui-Huk's typing hand freeze. You gotta think about what you really want first. He stopped typing, staring at the screen, thinking, but will everything go smoothly? Though I trust it'll follow the plan. In Jae-Ak's mind appeared Mijio Jong's image, gently warning, the youngest brother isn't your match. Be careful. That stuck with him. It was what the eldest brother had come to say not long ago. Back then, I just smirked inside and ignored it. So why does it still linger? Suddenly, his phone buzzed on the desk, pulling him out of his thoughts. Sian jumped up, curious. What is it? Is it over? Zach didn't respond, his brows furrowed. She lost patience and grabbed the phone. What now? As she read the info, Siana trembled, saying, 21 eliminated, 15 withdrew. Her face darkened, so angry she crushed the phone. The entire first-year class was still alive. No way. Still can't do anything about that bastard. Jae-Huk just covered his face, sighing helplessly. He slicked back his hair, thinking, lost and totally crushed by the youngest brother, Lee Yoon. Inside the secret realm, Shihan and Cheon ran away together. Damn it, Cheon was panting hard as he ran, unable to help but shout. He's just a bastard, but already 5th level. Shihan snapped back, shut up and run. If we hide in the cave, he won't find us. Once they hid inside, Shihan whispered, did we lose him yet? Suddenly, a sword flew through the air like a blade of wind. It slammed into the ground, leaving a deep dent. The kids saw the sword coming, panicked and shouted, he's here. But Shihan couldn't dodge either, the sword piercing him directly. Li Yan caught the kid's hand, cheerfully saying to Cheon, got you. Li Yan approached excitedly and said, you hid well. Cheon Jun trembled, stepping back and pleading, it took forever to find you. Don't come closer. I said don't. It's over for me. Why you gotta bully me? Li Yan didn't let up, grabbing his collar and asking, you talk like I was the one who started this. He raised his sword coldly, if you dare point a sword at us, you have to pay. Then, a huge explosion erupted inside the cave, followed by Cheon's miserable screams. After a while, Cho and Ha cheerfully called the young master, we're done here. Facing the 2 unconscious guys, Li Yan praised, good, done here, let's move. There are still a few capable ones targeting me who aren't handled yet. He immediately obeyed, got it, I'll regroup with Kim Han's side right away. Before Cho and Ha left, he seriously reminded, as planned, I'll act alone. Everyone handle your assigned lists, and keep collecting 10 badges. Cho and Ha quickly replied and flew off. Clearly after he left, Li Yan stretched, thinking, the most important thing in this promotion test is how many badges you get. He closed his eyes, concentrating. Stealing badges from other trainees has low efficiency. Then he opened his eyes to use the magic eye in his head, curious. That's why I came up with a hypothesis. Li Yan gripped his sword at his side and tried searching with the magic eye. Can I find badges using the magic eye? A beam shot from the magic eye to a mountain peak he imagined in his head. Found it. Li Yan quickly took a running start, jumped, and grabbed the peak. He found the badge. This works. Worth it. Holding the badge tightly, Li Yan smiled. Perfect. He jumped down, happily confirming. Taking this chance to train my control skills too. After searching for a while, he looked in his bag, stammering. This bag is full of shining badges. Li Yan remarked, didn't expect to collect this many. No wonder the bag feels heavy. He ignored the bag, looking down. Li Yan. Below, a fight kept breaking out. Li Yan sadly said, can't train the magic eye anymore now. He just sighed, thinking, the test's almost over, fighting nonstop since morning. A figure suddenly flew over. Li Yan recognized Imani, and thought if he kept avoiding, he'd just get bothered anyway. She landed safely, exhaling with frustration. Finally found you. Lee Seo-hyun got ready excitedly and called Li Yan. But seeing his attitude, she immediately lost interest. What's up? Not surprised. Lee Yoon just answered simply, I knew you were watching, so I didn't avoid. Lee Seo-hyun challenged, then you should take a break, right? Li Yan put on an annoyed face, shrugged. Here, I'm stopping for you already. She quickly tightened her hair tie, fired up and said, good job. No more talk, raise your sword and challenge me to a duel. Lee Seo-hyun flipped her thumb down, taunting, let's settle this clearly. If I win, you gotta call me sister. He wasn't backing down, asked back, what if I win? Then, Seo-hyun answered in a tone that gave Li Yan goosebumps. If, and that's a big if you win, I'll call you brother. Li Yan grabbed his shoulders and dodged away, yelling, if you're gonna attack my mind like that, it's pretty effective. Seo Hyun instantly freaked out and yelled, "Shut up. Stop talking so much." Then she said no more and dashed forward. Lee Se-yoon gripped her sword tightly, happily facing him. "So you're serious about this fight?" The training ground lay quiet under the moonlight, casting a cold, calm glow over everything. As the snow slowly melted after the promotion exam ended smoothly, the evaluation system became a notch stricter. This time, 2 people from the main lineage participated, making it a truly hot topic. The household servants were restless, buzzing nonstop after the match. Of course, the youngest miss would come first, right? Even second-year students joined in. Can the first years even hold their ground? Besides, when he praised them, they crowded around whispering to each other. So what about those kids? Right. Under the clear blue sky with a few drifting white clouds, the ancient tiled roof of the temple loomed majestically. The youngest master and the first-year class, Lee Yeon, confidently stepped forward, eyes fixed straight ahead, receiving the certificate. Congratulations to Master Lee Yeon for topping the promotion exam. Lee Yeon is the top graduate of the whole class. Calmly, he closed his eyes slightly, extended both hands to accept the certificate, and expressed thanks politely. Honestly, I thought I wouldn't get first place. But inside, I felt differently. After all, they couldn't cheat too blatantly. Lee Yeon recalled just now. He had defeated Sehun without showing much interest, thinking that if Lee Se-hyun's results in the Comber NDT 0 exam were unknown, I still snatched all her medals in the end. After awarding the certificate, Jung-ho cheerfully looked at Lee Yeon and said, "You're really calm. Being top of the academy is a proud achievement." Holding the certificate just received, Lee Yeon replied, "It must feel great. Anyway, thanks for the congrats." Just as he stepped down and walked down the stairs, he received countless praises. "Congratulations, master. Congrats, sir." Choi Cho In-ha was happily standing in front of him, suddenly called out by name, causing her to turn around. "Next up, disciple Choi Cho In-ha, please come up." Hearing her name, she stepped forward. Choi Cho In-ha walked to the applause, when suddenly, he held the certificate out to her and said, "Congrats on your promotion." Cho In-ha ranked 13th in the entire class. She blushed slightly, looking down at the certificate in front of her, hardly believing it. Cho In-ha nervously took the certificate, repeatedly saying, "Thank you, sir." Lee Yoon stood behind her and glanced sideways, reminding, "Don't get cocky, Choi." Cho In-ha should keep trying her best, but if she gets cocky, it won't change a thing. She sighed softly and replied, "Yes, master." After awarding Choi Cho In-ha, Jung-ho called the next name. Next, trainee Kim Bo-seo-ong. "Congrats on your promotion." Bo-seo-ong looked at the certificate in disbelief and said unconsciously, "Thank you." Kim Bo-seo-ong ranked 24th in the entire course. Next, Kim Han stepped up, but on his face, he didn't look too happy holding the certificate. "Did trainee Kim Han really rank from the first year? You've worked hard, congrats." Kim Han ranked 34th in the entire course. He stared intently at the paper. His finger lightly traced the edge, thinking, middle of the pack, honestly a bit disappointing. Asterisk, he wasn't satisfied with his rank. Kim Han looked up with determined eyes. "It's okay, this is just the beginning. I will definitely become as strong as Boss Bocello." Standing straight and serious, he promised, eyes fixed ahead. Reminding himself to try even harder, Kim Han clasped his hands behind his back, head held high. He vowed to change himself so he wouldn't be a burden to that person and wouldn't live a half-hearted life anymore. Lee Yeon walked confidently ahead of everyone. Those behind him all looked at him with firm resolve. "From now on, I won't lose anymore." Lee Yoon seemed indifferent, bowing slightly with a quiet smile to them. "So it's finally over, huh?" He felt lighter inside, thinking, but now, there's nothing left to worry about. Asterisk Lee Yeon turned sharply, telling everyone, "Good job, everyone." The whole class had been promoted. Everyone frowned and gathered quietly to listen. "If anyone fails, I'm sending you off for forced training. That'd be a shame." Lee Yeon quickly got serious again, facing everyone with words that earned their respect. "Stay sharp. The second and third years will be even tougher. There will be plenty eager to tear you apart." Lee Yeon warned carefully but also believed in them. "I trust you'll figure out how to handle it." They all straightened up and shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." Hearing their response, Lee Yeon smiled softly, then lifted his head high. He slapped his chest with his hand, smiling even brighter. "Fight on, you've got this." Sehun's face darkened. She muttered in complaint, "Hey, I don't accept that." Lee Yoon stood beside her, looking worn out, sighing softly before speaking. "What now? What don't you accept?" Sehun lost it, clenching her fist and shouting, "If it weren't for that promotion exam, I'd be top of the class. Dirty trick, just knock me out already. Why take the badge too?" Sehun stormed right up to him, reenacting her miserable moment. Lee Yeon looked at him and asked, "Do you know how hard I had to work to collect those badges because of you?" She turned away, not even looking at him, pouting and mumbling, "If only I'd had the ivory sword then." He glanced at her, thinking, "Not wrong. Asterisk. Back then I thought it'd be easy, but it actually took over an hour to finish." He watched Sehun walk away, recalled her strength, and analyzed. Lee Sehun had become stronger beyond his imagination. She still hadn't unlocked the sword path and probably hadn't fully mastered her supernatural power. The two walked together. Lee Yan closed his eyes briefly, sweating coldly, thinking, "But if Lee Sehun can do all of that now, asterisk, honestly, I don't want to fight her, asterisk." Suddenly, Sehun raised her hand to her mouth and coughed softly. "Still, once promised, it has to be kept." He nervously looked back at her. Lee Yan spoke, confused. "Why say that all of a sudden?" Sehun raised a finger, showing how to emphasize. "See, I made a bet." After thinking for a while, she let out a long sigh and said, "You're planning to call right now?" Before finishing, Li Yan lunged forward and covered her mouth with his hand. He darkened, gripping his weapon tightly, ordering, "If you say another word, it's a death match." Sehun was stopped, only managing a few muffled sounds. Still annoyed at that, Li Yan straightened her up, then turned away, shouting loudly, "Enough nonsense. Let's go, we're late." Lee Se-Hyun flinched slightly, then turned to answer, "Right, let's go." After a while, as they talked, the two quickly walked away together. They had arrived at their destination. They stood before a huge wooden door. Lee Yan reached out and forcefully pushed it open. Lee Seo-hyun followed behind him. They entered respectfully, clasped their hands, bowed, and said, "We wish to pay respects to Father." Tessie squinted at them, then calmly said, "All right, come in." After some greetings, the three sat together on the sofa to enjoy tea. Tessie sat in the main chair, holding a cup of hot tea, watching them. After drinking, he gently put the cup down on a small plate. Softly, he said, "I heard you both completed your first year at the Sindo Academy." Tessie straightened up, glanced at his two children, and asked, "What have each of you seen and felt?" Lee Seo-hyun remained silent, holding his cup, silently looking over at him. Lee Yan raised the cup to his lips, thinking, "Asterisk, what's this? Why is he staring at me?" Asterisk. Getting no response from him, Lee Seo-hyun boldly said, "I have seen the true face of the family." Lee Yan, sitting next to him, choked on his tea and spat it out. Tessie looked puzzled, leaning toward the girl, asking, "What do you mean by the true face?" Sehun innocently and honestly explained to him, "I know competition always brings rivalry, but I've witnessed unreasonable things happening as if they were normal." She looked straight at him, clenching her fists tightly. Cao Rong said, "I want things to be clear and fair. No matter what I achieve, I want it by my own sword and strength." Tessie nodded slightly at her words, calmly replying, "Fairness and integrity." On the outside, Tessie looked normal, but inside he already respected the girl. "There's a reason you were chosen by the Holy Sword. Before, you were full of complaints and weakness. But this change, thinking that," Tessie shifted his gaze to Lee Yon. He saw him in pain from the tea burn and wondered, "It must be you, right?" Asterisk. Then Tessie asked, "What about you, the youngest? What have you felt?" Lee Yan quickly regained his composure, eyes shining brightly as he answered, "What I felt was pathetic. Sin Do Academy is the root of Dung Mor Lan, but the academy has gone astray." Hearing this, Tessie folded his hands, bowed his head thoughtfully. "Gone astray?" Lee Yan spoke seriously to them all, turning to look at his father, continuing, "They don't fight, they may be weak, they may lose, but those who give up fighting don't deserve to be part of Dung Mor Lan." Lee Yong couldn't help but imagine the scenes from the competition in his mind. He voiced his suspicion, "I've seen too many students like that. It must be because of the coach's abilities or problems with the training methods." Tessie didn't react strongly. He gently closed his eyes, smirked, and said mockingly, "That's true." Both were shocked. They stared at Tessie, thinking, "Did he just laugh?" Asterisk. He then praised them, saying that even if they were just students, it was commendable that they had their own thoughts. Despite everything, Tessie still worried for them and gently reminded them, "But always be wary of the swamp of short-sightedness. Once stuck in, it's hard to escape." Sehun's face brightened, eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Lee Yoon stared intently, unbelieving that his father would personally give such advice. Sehun bowed deeply. She loudly said with respect, "Thank you, sir." He placed his hands on his knees and said, "Me too, I'll remember this." Tessie said nothing, looking at the two kids and saying, "Throughout the past year, I've heard about your studies and missions. Although the yearly test doesn't match the official tasks of the official sect, in essence, it's not much different. You recognized it as the exam I set and completed the mission seriously. Because of your efforts, Tessie has decided to do something." Sehun was excited upon hearing this, Li Yan wasn't the same. He hesitated a bit because his father was always strict about rewards and punishments. Li Yun was different. He hesitated a bit because his father was always strict about rewards and punishments. Yet this time, he personally gave a reward. Could there be a special reason? The girl eagerly volunteered, raising her arm and asking, "In that case, I'd like a rare armor set, the dragon unicorn armor. I really want it." Tessin responded steadily, "I gladly accept. All right, I'll note that. Come pick it up tomorrow." The senior brother, with approval granted, cheerfully obeyed. "Yes, thank you, sir." After hearing Sehun's opinion, Taehyun asked him, "What about my son? What do you want?" Lee Yeon frowned, lips moving a few times before finally saying, "I request permission to enter Tianwei Mountain." Taehyun was startled, eyes wide open. Sehun was shocked, mouth agape, unbelieving. Sounds echoed repeatedly in the room. Li Yan carefully counted his items before taking them. Books, medicinal herbs, cast iron pot, and a complete set of pill crafting tools. Good. Looks like everything is fully prepared. He checked each item, then carefully packed them into his backpack. Since Tianwei Mountain is a spiritual mountain, it has not only spiritual herbs but also spiritual medicines. In Qingdao, only second-grade pills can be made, but this time he could make them properly. Li Yan pressed his lips, bowing his head in thought. Unexpectedly, he was truly allowed to enter Tianwei Mountain, speeding up the day he could begin the warrior trial. Through the misty haze, mountain ranges stood tall, reaching the clouds. The warrior trial is the final test for the Sungmu family members to be recognized as warriors, and before heading out to complete it, they must stop by Tianwei Mountain. Li Yon analyzed carefully, then suddenly turned, full of hesitation. Moreover, he glanced back at the neatly propped sword. "Open your heart and determination. Tianwei Mountain is a place I must set foot on someday." Suddenly, while Li Yon was lost in thought, a knock came from outside, grabbing his attention. "Yes, come in, Kawa." Politely pushing the door open, she placed her hand on her chest and quietly said, "Young master, there's someone here to contact you." Li Yan asked confused. "Contact? What kind of contact?" She hesitated, speechless. Finally, gathering courage, she said, "It's the seventh young master sending an invitation." Hearing this, he was startled, full of surprise. Dayak smiled faintly, carefully holding the tea set, saying, "Long time no see. It's the first time since this mid-autumn festival, right?" He sat upright, hands on his thighs, and Li Yon smiled obediently. "Yes, brother remembers." Jeek placed the tea tray on the table, then sat opposite Li Yon, speaking, "I'm not stupid enough to forget something like that." Li Yon silently observed every gesture, behavior, and mannerism of his. As rumored, he's not easy to deal with. Their conversation flowed naturally like brothers, and he personally brewed the tea. Even his choice of seat showed no carelessness. Compared to unpredictable kindness, openly displayed malice is easier to handle. After pouring the tea, Jeek extended his hand toward Li Yan, smiling so much his eyes closed, inviting, "Try some. Tea is my only pleasure, definitely not NDT0. Li Yan had to pretend with him, bringing the cup close to his lips, smiling as he responded, "Thanks, brother. You still brew tea yourself when hosting guests." Jeek quickly replied to that question. He held the small cup in hand, happily explaining it depended on who the guest was. "This tea is from a foreign tea hill I bought 2 years ago." Li Yan gradually calmed down, raised the cup, and took a sip, still calculating in his head. How many times has he poured tea without getting to the point? Such leisure is out of place. But he knows how to control the situation. Definitely not useless, just a little real martial talent. After finishing the tea, he put the cup down on the nearby plate, thinking that was enough probing for now. At this point, Jay got to the main point. The reason for calling him was about what happened during the recent promotion. Sitting opposite Li Yun, he began questioning, "Do you know it was arranged by me and the 6 brothers?" Li Yun respectfully replied, "Yes, I know." Then the talk would go quickly. Now Jay started his real intention. He began to defend himself. "This time, it wasn't my intention." Hearing this, Li Yan smirked, realizing where this was headed. Jay, with a refined scholarly appearance, raised his hand to gently push up his glasses. Jay is famous not for power, but for politics, administration, and trade. A cunning man, always maintaining relationships, never making enemies. People call him the Golden Sword, the Golden Blade. Li Yan analyzed him thoroughly. Overall, he had no clear ill intent. That meant he didn't want to see me as an enemy. Jeek's eyes flashed as he looked at him, extending a hand in apology, but clearly there was fault on both sides. "If you want, I'll apologize." Li Yan cut him off before he could finish speaking, quickly refusing, "No need." This made Jeek pause for a moment. He looked up cheerfully, placing a hand on his chest, simply saying, "This incident is just one of many clashes. There will be more in the upcoming competitions." His attitude quickly shifted after that. Li Yan squinted, his tone seeming to already know everything. Don't tell me. You're just following Baekwajon's orders. Jia didn't overreact either. He looked straight into his eyes and said, Competition? You see me as an enemy? Li Yan placed his hands on his thighs and shot back. Someone blatantly messing with your people. How can you not see them as the enemy? Hearing that, Jeek's expression shifted slightly, a sly glint flashing in his eyes, mixed with a hint of resentment. He felt rising irritation and silently wondered what to do next. Should he deal with it now to avoid future trouble or let it slide? He sighed softly, asking, What do you want me to do? He gestured toward himself, and Li Yon subtly reminded him with a hand motion. Show good faith, because you're not the only one getting hurt. Seeing Li Yon's gesture, Jeek was angry inside, but kept smiling on the outside. So rude, refusing an apology and demanding compensation. But I like that. Then Jeek extended his hand to seal the deal. All right, I'll send medium-grade spiritual medicine to all 5th-level disciples, and you'll get a worthy reward too. Li Yan smiled warmly, shook Jeek's hand gently, and said softly, You've already conceded a lot. I won't bring this up again. Jeek smiled kindly, still holding Li Yan's hand, chuckling. Among the brothers, I feel we get along best. Li Yun didn't really care, leaving it at that. Not so sure about you. With the discussion over, Li Yun stood up from his seat and said to his brother, Excuse me, I'll be leaving. The elder crossed his arms and followed his movement with his eyes, saying, A word of advice. He looked serious but quietly warned Li Yan, Be careful of 6Ka. Unlike me, he doesn't like you at all. Li Yan wasn't too concerned, replying, It's fine. Then he turned and left. Before leaving, he didn't forget to leave a look that said, Because I won't be staying in this family for the next year. An old-fashioned room decorated in traditional style, the light filtering in giving a peaceful and elegant feeling. Suddenly a loud noise pierced the air. Baekwajon raised his hand to slap Xian. She tilted her head slightly and softly called, Mother, mother. The woman's face darkened with a terrifying, hateful glare. Don't call me mother. I never gave birth to a loser like you. Xian rushed forward, grabbing tightly at the corner of the woman's dress, crying out loudly, Mother, mother. Her eyes were filled with terror. She tried hard to explain herself. I can explain everything. I'm not using duty as an excuse to run away. Wazan grew angrier, her eyes wide as she shouted, Shut up. Seeing her frightening outburst, Xian flinched in fear and suddenly let go. Xian knelt on the ground, apologized, and bowed her head, enduring the scolding. What you're doing is running away. That's something a Sungmu bloodline member must never do. Xian silently suffered. Her nails scratched the floor hard enough to draw blood. If you were my child, that act would be unforgivable. Xian slowly looked up, trembling all over, saying, But I can still make amends. She placed one hand on her chest, the other reaching out. In a hateful shout, As long as I can crush that bastard. Weizian immediately scolded, exclaiming, You don't get it at all. If you could, I wouldn't have treated you this harshly. No sooner had she spoken, Baekwajon froze, then quickly added. Xian-A's face darkened upon hearing this. That bastard will be sent to the mountain realm for a year. Baekwajon closed her eyes, calm but manipulative. If you had restored your honor, that'd be another matter, but you even lost that chance. You stained the reputation of the main lineage. She turned away and left. Xian-A knelt behind, threatening, If next time you show up before me defeated, then this slap won't be the last one. Baekwajon stepped outside the door where Jack was already waiting. He respectfully greeted her, while Xian-A inside the room kept repeating one phrase. Damn it, for real. After Baekwajon left, he finally glanced inside the room through the crack. Xian-A was even more frantic now, scratching her nails until they bled, muttering, That damn bastard. Xian-A gritted her teeth, full of hatred, vowing, I swear I'm gonna kill you. Jack hadn't left yet, leaning against the door. He watched inside from outside, thinking, The lady is ruthless. Li Yon-A will be haunted trying to fix this mess. Then a hopeful smile appeared on his lips. So let's see who's more valuable, Li Yan-A or Li Yan. The future's looking pretty exciting, he recalled this morning. Li Yan grabbed his backpack and left. Jack eagerly started calculating as soon as he got back. 1 year later, Li Yan sat tense in the car, gripping the wheel tightly. He sat upright, safe inside. Pressing his lips, resigned, he slowly lifted his head, eyes fixed ahead, wondering why. Choi drove happily, smiling brightly. Lucky our routes overlap. He glanced at Li Yan's calm expression. Li Yun felt awkward, puzzled. Choi's here too? Choi's eyes twinkled with a smile. Even if just 2 short days, I hope for your favor, young master. Choi gently reassured him. You don't need to feel pressured. Li Yun sat quietly, properly in the car, and unconsciously replied when cared for, Yes, sir, Choi explained patiently. Before Lunar New Year, it's time to clean up the ancestors' graves. I also had to deliver a message to the keeper of Tianwei Mountain. I only came along because it was the family head's order. At that moment, Li Yan laughed out loud. I get it now. Having someone with me makes the trip less lonely. Then he thought, but it really can't be a coincidence. Choi's presence felt like an ordinary person but definitely wasn't an important clan figure holding a rank above many elders. The gap between him and Choi was hard to read. Suddenly Choi's voice snapped him back, reminding him. Choi, sitting across, curiously asked, I heard before heading to Tianwei Mountain, you'll stop by Sungmu Mountain. May I ask why you're visiting the ancestral tomb first? Li Yan scratched his head, smiling. I wanted to visit the previous family head's grave since this is my first trip away from the clan. I thought paying respects to the ancestors was the proper thing to do, and honestly, it's the right excuse. But I also wanted to show that even a nobody like me would go through the trouble to visit the ancestors' tomb. Choi smiled approvingly. Indeed, young master, you're wise. Many elders would be very pleased to see your respect for the ancestors. Li Yan politely thanked him. I truly appreciate your recognition. He silently judged this as understanding his thoughts. Then Choi hesitated briefly. Young master, may I dare say something? Li Yan smiled obediently. Yes, please go ahead. Choi asked, do you like mountain climbing? Li Yan answered, no sir. I don't think I've ever truly climbed a mountain before. Choi slowly opened his eyes, smiling. I see, I actually enjoy mountain climbing. Then he began sharing a story. Once he climbed a treacherous mountain with no trails, having to blaze his own path. If you were in that situation, young master, what would you do? Li Yan seriously stroked his chin, hesitated, then answered. I'd just quietly keep looking forward and climb. That way I'd reach the summit faster and more precisely. Choi smiled and nodded. Sure enough, you'd climb fast that way, then gave him an example. But in reality, it's not like that. Sometimes you have to look back, glance around, observe the terrain to see if you're on the right path. If you only stare ahead, you might get lost and take a longer route. Then Choi slowly opened his eyes, seriously saying, especially when the mountain is taller. Li Yan suddenly realized, could it be? He was talking about the martial path. Past images slowly surfaced in his mind. He thought after returning, he hadn't fully digested his new power before rushing to accept other things, but he never thought that would be a problem. He was talking about martial arts. Past images slowly appeared in his mind. He thought to himself, after regression, I hadn't even fully digested the new power before rushing to absorb more, but I never thought that would be a problem. If I keep this up, even with more time, I'll just keep chasing after new things. Li Yan bowed politely, thanking for the valuable advice. Elder Choi waved his hand and smiled. It's nothing, just the grumbles of an old man. After a while, Choi glanced outside. Let's see, looks like we've arrived. The luxurious black car quickly stopped. This is Sungmu Mountain. He stepped out of the car, looking up at the majestic peak ahead. I slid up, wanting to call my companion along the way. Choi, Li Yan, one hand holding a sword, the other gripping the bag tightly. I heard that only AIs with Sungmu bloodline or permission can pass through the mountain gate. So, can you enter inside? He folded his arms, saying he was fortunate to be granted that right by the previous head of the family. They both walked forward. At that moment, Choi said, I'll go clean up his tomb. Where do you plan to go first, young master? He looked at me, considering the place where the ancestors' memorial tablet was placed. Suddenly, he felt something strange. Strange sensation, have I already crossed the ancestors' tomb barrier? Li Yan opened and closed his hand repeatedly. It felt like stepping into another world. Choi then bowed his head and said, Then I'll take my leave first. Hope you achieve what you desire, young master. He moved forward, turned back with a smile to thank him. Footsteps echoed in the quiet space. A tomb appeared right before me. We've arrived the tomb of the first family head. Li Yun slowly opened the door wide. He respectfully said, Descendant of the Sungmu family, I pay respects to the ancestor. Then he drew his sword. If I accidentally draw my sword before the ancestor's tomb, Li Yun looked at the sword, a smirk forming. I hope the ancestor forgives me, because this step was prearranged by myself. After a moment, he gently placed the sword on the table, holding a bottle to pour Li Yun's wine. Couldn't help but think, Black Knight is a sword, but it's not just any sword. Then he raised the wine to the sword. Before revealing the clan's secret from the boss, the sword trembled slightly under the wine. Black Knight was sealed with 9 seals. A power surrounded it. The seals I know total 4. The first proves the sword's owner. Images from when Li Yun was a baby appeared. The second proves the bearer carries Sungmu blood. The earth around him exploded. The third passes the naming ceremony, the first challenge suddenly set by the ancestor, with several characters appearing on the sword in blue light. So far, I've broken 3 seals. He stood watching the spiritual energy radiate, wondering what the next seal might be. Suddenly, the mirror nearby lit up strangely, and a line of text appeared. Tianwei. Sure enough, it's the Tianwei mountain I once knew. Tianwei mountain is where the ancestors sensed spiritual energy and chose to train descendants. Right now, before him was Tianwei mountain, a place full of magic power. Although I'd read the documents, this was my first time seeing it with my own eyes. A voice from behind gradually approached. Truly an amazing mountain. Li Yan replied happily, yes, it feels very different from Sungmu Mountain or Sichthan Island. Choi looked at him, hoping the young master would also achieve the desired results. Suddenly, a loud scolding rang out. You guys are noisy again. Sanji was furious. Oh man, such a headache. They came in like a pack of dogs. Li Yan turned around surprised, thinking to himself, since when did I stop sensing any aura at all? The bodyguard beside reminded the young master. Choi stepped back. He's a master. He pointed angrily and shouted, you guys are crazy if you want to die. Speaking sharply, line up, the bodyguards ignored and ordered everyone into formation. Sanji then pushed the head of a bodyguard to the ground, saying, you damn blackheads. His eyes showed a cold glint. As soon as they grabbed the iron block, they wanted to fight no matter what. Li Yan stood stunned, watching the scene unfold in seconds. After dealing with the mess, he grabbed a bottle of wine and gulped it down. All the bodyguards lay flat on the ground, not moving an inch. Sanji sighed irritably. Honestly, they don't know their place but still dare to charge in. Then he turned and said, hey you, really clueless. I told you to give at least a month's notice. Coming empty-handed like this? You're dead for sure. Choi smiled friendly. Sorry about that, but you're a bit over the line. He replied, annoyed. Lately, you guys have gotten bold. Huh? Even dare to talk back? Li Yon hesitated beside him. Choi cleared his throat and looked at him. I forgot to introduce myself, then extended his hand forward. This is the guardian of Mount Thenvir. Sanji lifted his glasses, frowning. Is that him? The kid Teeson brought back from outside. Choi said, yes, this is Li Yon, the 9th young master, the one heading up the mountain this time. Sanji suddenly asked, you've already seen part of my technique, right? Li Yon was surprised, thinking seriously. I didn't expect you to recognize that already. He hesitated, then replied, yes, I have. He stroked his chin, looking at him with an appraising gaze. You carry a bit of the same aura as Teeson, but there's something strange about your scent. Suddenly, one of Li Yan's eyes turned red. He covered his eye with his hand. At Sanji's comment, this kid's got a weird eye too. A strange light radiated, leaving Li Yan amazed. Later on, he kept drinking and laughed out loud. Western wine really is something else. The scent is odd here, but it brings a unique flavor on the tongue. Choi smiled happily. Glad it suits your taste. He just smiled awkwardly, thinking he wasn't really in the mood. But you can tell it's no cheap stuff. Sanji slammed the bottle down. All right then. So tell me your story, he added, sending a puny kid like you here for training. They must really hate you. Huh? Li Yan spoke up. I came here completely by choice. Sanji laughed loudly. Oh really? He looked away, like a kid caught in death and fate. Li Yan sweated nervously, silently sitting there with clenched fists, deep in thought. Meanwhile, Sanji thought quietly. The illusion your demon eye just showed me, and the identity of the mountain guardian that I heard about before reverting. Li Yan quickly guessed the man before him was a doctor who can predict the future with eyes full of stars. Among them, reading fate. Saju Panza means seeing predetermined events that cannot be changed. Sanji asked, so what? You've been given a whole year. What are you going to do with it? Then thinking to himself, tell you what, your father's hearing everything you say right now. Li Yan sat silently for a long moment. Despite the looks from the two others, outside was now covered in darkness. Sanji's voice echoed outside. Damn, I've seen some weirdos before, but this guy charged straight across the training ground. He waved the bottle. You too, wait till I finish patching you up. Then send those weaklings off with the others. Choi sat seriously. Thanks for letting me use the spiritual water. Looking at the steward, Sanji said, well then. He tossed the bottle and seriously asked, why are you here? You weren't just delivering wine, right? Choi nodded. I hate beating around the bush, so I'll get straight to the point. Then he ignored the hand gripping Li Yan's wine. Could it be you? Sanji had read the heavens. The family head told me to ask. Sanji gloomily set down Li Yan's wine and said slowly, I've read the heavens, but I can't say much. He smiled teasingly. Surely a doctor who's been served wine won't refuse to lend a hand. He said angrily, that kid's a real pain. Choi spoke calmly. I've brought more than 10 bottles already. Sanji swigged his wine, cursing, damn it, I knew something like this would happen. After drinking, He slammed the bottle down and exhaled before speaking seriously. There's still a long way to go. The heavenly gate opened long ago, and human power has reached its peak. Chaos will follow. Tell him not to rush. Just go with the flow. He smiled, holding Lee Yon's wine glass. Yes, I'll pass your message to the family head. He was furious, pointing, if I'd won that damn wrestling match, none of this mess would have happened. Then he continued, none of this mess would have happened. Then added, anyway, it seems you like that illegitimate kid. Huh? Aren't you worried? Choi seriously looked at the wine glass in Lee Yon's hand. As a servant, I simply serve the bloodline of the Marshall clan Lee Yon, the Sanji clan, and the Zoro Lees. You heard he wants to go there, right? He's still just a rookie. He was surprised when he heard the other say only, just keep an eye on him once. Then he smiled. You'll find it interesting too. Sanji was alert. A training ground lit by a few lamps. A small hand slowly reached out. He stepped out, surprised by the scene before him. Every time I see it, it amazes me. A tree route leads to the training ground. He looked around at everything, even Sanji's spot. Yesterday there was also a cave entrance. So this is Dr. Strange's magic. Then he stretched out his hand to activate it. Honestly, I still lack in many ways. From now on, I have 1 year. Lee Yon summoned the magic sword, the secret techniques learned from Muji and Mujin, sharp eyes, intuition, and dark energy. I have to make them all my own. He smiled determinedly, saying, the goal is 1,000 times. If that's not enough, I'll keep going until at Island. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Sanji was rubbing his belly. That guy is way too intense. Never seen anyone like him. Judging by the image, he trains hard, pushing his body until it's exhausted, then recovers with spiritual water. Repeating over and over, easy to say, but it's basically self-torture. Then he snaps his fingers and the illusion disappears. No wonder his fate is so bleak. He closes his eyes, tossing and turning, thinking, he was destined to die young or suffer misfortune, yet he's overturning that unchangeable fate, even suppressing his innate energy, a being without a destiny. When was the last time I saw someone like that? Suddenly, Sanji snaps his fingers and smiles. Blood doesn't lie. Your family is freaky enough to make even the heavens sick of it. In the blink of an eye, time flies. 3 months later, he's pissed at that Choi guy, saying it'll be interesting to see. Sanji yelled, I'm sick of it, done watching. That kid just trains basics all day, what's so fun about that? He turned over and closed his eyes. Besides asking permission to gather herbs, he hardly said a word. Probably still alive. Suddenly, a noise makes Sanji open his eyes in surprise. He sat up. It was the cry of the spirit beast Baki. Something had invaded the mountain star. Then he lightly snapped his fingers. A mirror image gradually appeared. I already set up a barrier. That can't happen. The old man was running in fear. Did the Lee Yon clan mess things up by bringing food and wine? Sanji stared angrily at the illusion mirror. What? What the hell is that kid doing? Don't tell me he's trying to eat the spirit beast. Lee Yon quickly chased after Baki from behind. He immediately opened the door, shouting, stop right there. The wind blew swiftly through the trees. Lee Yon carried a small tray, chasing nonstop. Sanji angrily charged like a knife. Hey brat, are you crazy? What the hell are you doing? He stopped, sweating, greeting Sanji. Long time no see, he said seriously. But could you please step aside for a moment? Lee Yon, 14 years old. Sanji pointed directly at Lee Yon, scolding nonstop. How dare you target the sacred beast right in front of me? I've never seen anyone like you in my life. He suddenly crouched down, then raised an eyebrow asking, Sir, what are you talking about? He still couldn't calm down. He explained, the one giving off killing intent that he chased was that sacred beast named Baki. Lee Yun wasn't afraid of Sanji's anger. Instead, he calmly said, why would I kill the sacred beast? Sanji glanced at him, looking at the tools Lee Yon carried, shouting about the basket and hoe. Suddenly, a strange noise rang out, and he saw the old man raise the hoe at the brat. Sanji quickly put his hand on Lee Yon's shoulder to stop him. Hey, wait a sec. He blocked him, trying to keep Lee Yon from going, confused. Why exactly are you chasing Baki? Lee Yon frowned irritably and shouted back. That guy stole my secret medicine. Before Sanji could understand, he dashed past him and rushed forward. Sorry, I'll explain later. Sanji's eyes widened in surprise, reaching out to stop him with all his might, saying, Hey kid, why are you chasing after Buck? Lee Yon frowned in frustration and shouted, that guy stole my secret medicine. Before Sanji could understand, he dashed past him, saying, Sorry, I'll explain later. Sanji's eyes widened in surprise. He stretched out his hand to stop him, shouting, Hey you, the spirit beast already ran off, so how do you plan to catch it? But before finishing, Sanji suddenly froze. He looked toward Lee Yun running, blinking in confusion. thinking that guy was chasing exactly where Book had escaped. Even with sharp senses, it's hard to pinpoint the exact spot. The feeling was unclear. Sanji watched him, then looked down at his feet, noticing a strange green power surrounding Li Yan unbelievable. Even though the energy radiated from his toes, the ground wasn't damaged at all. Was that kid really that fast? Li Yan suddenly lunged forward, reaching northward, scaring it into retreat. Sanji stood still, watching and wondering. He had only looked away for about 3 months. Could something have happened during that time? After a while, the entire garden was back in order. Sanji covered his mouth, coughing softly. So, while I was out collecting the last ingredients for the secret medicine, that was when you stole the secret medicine and ran off, right? Sorry, Li Yan. He frowned deeply, sounding frustrated. At least it was 4-5-year-old mountain ginseng, 10 years old. Sanji didn't hear clearly and softly called Li Yan, bowing low in front of him, complaining nonstop. Hishowu, white spirit grass, dragon orchid flower, velvet mushroom, cordyceps growing from the corpse of a demon bug. I struggled a lot to gather these. Hearing this, Sanji flinched and silently turned away. Li Yan didn't react at all. His face grew more troubled, his voice heavy. That's the medicine I painstakingly brewed. Stayed up for 100 days straight. And it all turned to nothing. Sanji quickly snapped back. He panicked, wanting to comfort him but dared not. No way that was. Li Yan's eyes were sad. He sighed, exhausted and in pain. So one of the reasons I came to Tianwei Mountain has already failed. That medicine was one of the key goals. I can't take it anymore. Sanji's face turned red with anger as he nearly shouted at Li Yan. Hey, anyway, I allowed you to pick it, so what if it got stolen? Li Yan played innocent, and Sanji smacked his hands together, realizing. True enough, but Li Yan still didn't let Sanji off. His words hit like arrows, straight into his chest. You gave permission, but in the end, I still got it from your territory. If Sanji couldn't manage it, that's my fault. Furious, Sanji slammed his hand on his chest, shouting loudly, clearly annoyed. All right, I'll compensate you. Just waiting for the right moment, that's all. The moment he said that, Li Yan's expression turned sly, smirking. Whatever, I'll accept it all. Hearing that satisfying reply, he spoke neither too fast nor slow. What did you just say? Whatever. Hearing Li Yan say that, Sanji, full of energy, suddenly froze. He raised his head, smiling gently but with a hint of menace, and said, It just so happens you, Sanji, have 2 tasks to do for me. In a dark, damp, and old cellar, strange growls echoed as a terrifying figure appeared. A giant black leg covered in sharp spikes twitched. The Spider Queen with a terrifying face laughed horribly in front of him. Li Yan showed no fear but swung his sword behind him. Absorbing power into the sword, he thought, remember this. The sword was constantly wrapped in a red power. Li Yan gripped it tightly, feeling the strength of the Ori skill from continuous use. He spread his legs wide, swinging the sword horizontally, releasing power. The power was no different from the first time using the Yan Luo Qigong skill, energy shooting toward the Spider Queen. The spider was like a red thread tightly wrapped around it, sounding like a giant roar. Li Yan was knocked back, struggling to stay on his feet with his legs, holding firmly with both hands. The sword swung hard, followed by blue power strands swirling around it. Using all his strength with his Qigong, he swung fiercely, cutting the stone Spider Queen in half. It screamed loudly, blue blood spraying everywhere. Li Yan gritted his teeth, struggling. Damn it. The Spider Queen was injured badly, one arm severed, writhing in pain. He noticed it wasn't fatally wounded. He thought maybe he didn't have enough power to kill it. It quickly regained composure and shot its spiked leg toward him. Suddenly, a golden talisman appeared right in front of Li Yan. He looked at it, surprised. It floated in the air, glowing for a moment before gently falling down. Sanji bent to look at the talisman. Then he picked it up, mumbling, Damn it, why do I have to serve some brat? He held the talisman between 2 fingers. Sanji sighed, waving his hand back and forth, complaining, I don't know why I promised to do all this stuff again. But when he looked at Li Yan, who was tired, he brightened up and asked, Hey kid, want to take a break? Li Yan was out of breath, wiping sweat from his forehead, and said, Please, right now. Sanji didn't say much, quickly guiding Li Yan. It's up to you. Focus and visualize the target in your memory. He immediately closed his eyes and followed the instructions. Sanji raised his hand and cast a talisman. It slowly faded away. A phantom image of Li Dong-ho holding a sword appeared. They quickly clashed, neither backing down, creating an explosion of power. Sanji watched from outside, marveling. Wow, the energy just pours out like that. Didn't expect him to know and ask for training with illusions. He clenched his teeth in anger, a fire burning inside, his fists tightly balled. Wondering, how does he even know to ask for illusion training and for a full 4 hours straight? Sanji calmed himself, hands in pockets, dismissing his earlier thoughts. Well, what's done is done. It wasn't difficult when suddenly Sanji froze, glancing toward the direction of his thoughts. He wasn't far off and analyzed. In the last 3 months, his body has become noticeably healthier, more refined overall. He could clearly feel the maturity, and Li Yan had grown taller too. Not just stronger, but more stable, surrounded by a blue energy aura. Sanji narrowed his eyes, ignoring that, falling silent. He folded his arms, intently watching Li Yan's movements. Maybe I should ask about that weapon once. It was getting dark. Li Yan sat comfortably, soaking in the hot bath, leaning his head back, exclaiming, "Feels like I'm alive again. If it weren't for this healing spring, I wouldn't have lasted. Wish there was a healing spring outside of Tianwei Mountain too. Would feel just like home." Suddenly, a hairy foot slowly appeared. Sanji lowered his foot and stepped into the bath where Li Yan was sitting. Li Yun jumped in surprise. Wide-eyed and worried, he asked, "Who's there? I can't even sense your energy even this close." Sanji stepped into the bath, looked at him, and said, "Seeing how tired you look, you must be real now." Li Yan sat up straight, asking, "Sanji Nim, what brings you here?" He frowned, soaking in the bath, and said, "I've worked hard too. Don't I deserve a break? You've been here a while. Have you rested properly?" Li Yun rubbed his head, shyly smiling. "I always rest properly." Suddenly, Sanji interrupted. "I mean, besides coming here after every training session, kid." He leaned one hand on a rock, holding food in the other, and said, "I've lived quite a while, but this is the first time I've seen such a stupid trainee like you." Li Yan sat there looking at him and replied, "He's holding an egg in his hand again." "Really?" On the outside, he looked calm and happy, but inside was quite the opposite. Still a bit annoyed, Li Yon stepped out of the bath, wrapped a towel around his waist. "Excuse me, I feel fully recovered now. I'll head up first." Before Li Yan could leave, Sanji smashed the egg hard against a rock, breaking it, and shouted, "Wait!" Li Yan was shocked by his action. Eyes wide open, silent, listening. "I still have something to say. Sit down." After a moment of deep thought, Sanji finally spoke. "Curious about the item you're carrying. What's the name of that thing you swung earlier?" Li Yan reached out as he heard the question but replied, "Are you talking about this?" He looked serious, his gaze fierce and unforgiving. "Yes, where did you get it?" Sanji crossed his arms, voice urgent as he stared at him, warning, "Promise me you won't tell anyone about anything related to it." "I'm not sure, but this is tied to its identity, and it's hard to fool him." Li Yan was a bit scared but had to speak up. "Its name is Mujin. I got it from the Sanji family's secret vault." Raising his head, he raised his hand slowly, using his power to pull swirling hot smoke into a small vortex. He began speaking, "I don't know how much you understand about it, but I once saw something very similar to it a long time ago." The smoke thickened steadily. His gaze was steady, calm as he recounted. "There once was a king sorcerer who could communicate with souls and read the stars in the sky." Sanji raised his hand, the hot steam from the bath slowly swirling into a dense vortex. He rested his hand on the stone and said, "That sorcerer always carried something, like the image of a sorcerer." In Sanji's imagination, the man held a stone in one hand and conjured fire with the other. A stone that could freely change shape. With just that stone, the sorcerer could perform all kinds of magic. He was majestic, eyes unwavering as he said, using forbidden techniques without paying the price. He naturally became the top sorcerer of his era. Suddenly raising his voice, he flicked his finger sideways, trailing a small blue power at his fingertip that hesitated before. That sorcerer's form twisted horrifyingly. He was no longer human, but turned into a monster. The stone he trusted ended up swallowing him whole. He lost all reason and started rampaging like a beast. Sanji closed his eyes briefly, waving his hand repeatedly, saying, "He changed like that in less than a year. He didn't die easily, so they sealed him in the end." Li Yan looked at him curiously. "What about the stone?" Seeing his curiosity, Sanji didn't hold back and spoke plainly. "They gathered the power of countless sorcerers at the time and destroyed it." Li Yun nodded slightly, stroking his chin in thought. "That story is similar to one I read on Ji Hyung's page." He looked up at Sanji and guessed, "Could it be that the sorcerer was sealed somewhere called Menwisan?" "No," he said calmly, denying it. "No, he was sealed on an island at the eastern edge." Li Yan then recalled the image of a small dagger and a rough large stone. He pondered and gave his verdict. "Then isn't it what's recorded on Ji Young's page? The stone and Mu Jin are two separate objects, but they are connected." Just as Li Yan was deep in thought, Sanji made him look up repeatedly to refocus on the story. Suddenly serious, he pointed straight ahead and said, "Back then, I smelled a foul stench from that stone." Sanji's finger didn't wander but pointed directly at the monster facing him, analyzing. "It's very similar to the strange scent coming from you right now. Not human, not beast, and not a soul either. He lowered his hand, rested it on the stone, and laughed with subdued emotion. Mujin is an alien entity with an unknown nature. There are better weapons out there, why don't you just give this up? But beneath his joking tone, Li Yun sensed another feeling. He pressed his lips. The weight of Sanji's words sounded like a gentle suggestion, but it carried suffocating pressure, as if his heart was being squeezed. Li Yun quickly composed himself, looked up, and stared at Sanji, replying, "When I got the demon eye, my father advised me to seal it, and I said this word for word. If it's a power given to me, I will tame it and use it." Hearing this, he slightly bowed his head and smiled with the tone of a proud kid. "You said that to Tessin?" Before the smile faded, Sanji suddenly shouted like a kid at him. "You think it's like the demon eye?" Li Yun didn't hesitate, eyes half closed, indifferent. "To me, there's not much difference." Hearing that, Sanji suddenly stood up from the hot bath. He placed his hands on his thighs and exclaimed, "Then there's no other way." Sanji swung his arm and bent it. He slowly absorbed the sources of power, no longer hesitating. Sanji's eyes turned completely white. He gritted his teeth, gripping the spiked staff, shouting, "The only way now is to take it by force. No more patience." Sanji swung with one hand, the staff aimed at the seated Li Yun. Holding back a little, Li Yun looked calmly, unafraid, but the staff stopped just before him. Sanji showed no mercy, eyes full of killing intent, threatening, "Give it to me." While I was still speaking politely, Li Yun pressed his lips, silent. He frowned, watching Sanji's actions for a long time. "I haven't swung my weapon yet, so I'm not sure I can hold back." After that, without a hint of fear, Li Yun smiled softly and said, "You won't be able to." Just that one sentence made Sanji stop. He gripped his staff tightly but didn't act because doing so would break his oath. Remembering that, he lowered his hand, rubbed his eyes, and sighed deeply. Sweat began to form on Sanji's forehead. He gritted his teeth, forcing a smile, and asked, "You already know everything?" Li Yun replied calmly, "Of course." His gentle face, not angry at the threat, said it was to protect the mountain and help the cultivators here. "That's the vow you made with the founder. You're just testing my resolve, right?" Sanji got mad at being teased and snapped, "If you already know, why not just say it straight? You sly kid." Suddenly, Li Yun asked again, making him fall silent and think, "You're not really planning to take it, are you?" Sanji clicked his tongue, annoyed, and said, "From what I see, you'd better live by your wit and brains." Hearing that, Li Yun burst out laughing, thanking him for the compliment. Seeing him so happy, Sanji got irritated and shouted, "That's an insult, kid." He calmed down, rested his staff on his shoulder, pointed at him, confused. "Why don't you try using force to take it? You could claim you're helping me. That thing doesn't have a strange aura like a mage's item. Maybe it's not a monster. It swallows its user whole." He didn't want to say more, so Li Yun bowed his head, looked at the black ring on his finger, and replied, "I understand. Thanks for letting me know." Meanwhile, Sanji slowly retracted his staff. Li Yun suddenly spoke up, "Let's put that aside." Sanji tilted his head, puzzled. "What's up?" Stars sparkled around Li Yun, his face bright and cheerful, hand on his chest, indicating himself, smiling. "Just now, Li Yun threatened a student with a weapon, right? You're pretty picky with your calculations. Li Yun knows, right?" Sanji got furious, couldn't hold back, and yelled, "Hey, you rotten kid, always squeezing that Grim Reaper out here in the wild." A small courtyard with a lit wooden house appeared, Li Yun's temporary shelter. A sword was wrapped with strange black power threads. Li Yun lifted it with both hands, sitting cross-legged neatly, holding the two pieces of the sword, murmuring, "Didn't expect it to take 3 whole months to read Judo's memories." Recalling when he first left, Li Yun was given 2 swords by a relative before leaving, John Wilson. "I received 2 swords from Big Brother Lee J. Ak, a masterpiece dagger and a finely crafted judo sword. Fenbok, the ring on my finger, glowed." Li Yun lifted it close to his face, examining and analyzing its abilities. Fenbok has innate cold energy, allowing it to emit freezing power. Its memories were limited, so I absorbed them back at the main house. He stayed still, eyes fixed on the ring, thinking, "Let's test Judo's power." The second memory about Mujin I saw before the senior student district's appraisal and the new power I got from Mujin. Li Yun stretched out his hand, and a long blue thread appeared from under the ring. The weapon's power usage had copied that energy, swiftly flying toward the sword leaning against the wall. Without waiting for Li Yun's command, the thread wrapped around the hilt several times, then quickly pulled the sword toward him. Li Yun caught the flying sword, saying, "Judo's ability is to transfer attributes from one item to another." He looked down at the sword in his hands, feeling the blade with both hands, thinking, Just copying the shape doesn't show the power. Maybe I can only use strength from weapons absorbed through dark energy. Li Yun gripped the sword tighter, closed his eyes, and whispered, "Since I broke the seal at Sungmu Mountain, I should check Hokia's memories too." Quickly, Li Yun plunged into old memories from the past. He saw the sword gently, carefully placed down. "Before I broke the seal at Sungmu Mountain, this is as far as I could see." Li Yun stood behind the young noble. He glanced at the guy, silently thinking the important part starts now. Li Yun stood quietly to the side. The mysterious young man spoke. "I intend to seal this sword. I won't let my descendants be swayed by the power of this sword." That person, shrouded in darkness, quietly pondered. "Sealing it isn't hard. Are you sure? Then no one will be easily chosen by it anymore." The young man didn't want to overthink. He didn't wait for the mysterious figure to hesitate, continuing, "If they're not worthy, it's better they don't use it." He silently understood what the figure said. The hooded stranger raised his hand toward the sword. "Got it." The power coming from him gradually seeps into the sword, making it glow. The glowing inscriptions on the sword shone brightly as the hooded stranger gently touched it, signaling the sealing was complete. The two continued their discussion, but suddenly their voices became muffled, the details of the sealing unclear. Li Yan stood behind, unable to hear, his heart full of hope he still hadn't learned anything about the seals that hadn't been broken. The hooded stranger turned to the other, speaking carefully as the third seal was broken. "Its power will be unleashed. Do you accept that?" The young nobleman reassured as he lifted the sword. "That won't make much difference, so it's fine." The nobleman turned to leave. He gripped the sword tightly, generating a surge of power, and said, "Still, I have to test it." The sword continuously emitted a strange energy. Li Yan watched closely, thinking, could that be a mana stream? Flowing inside? No problem. In complexity, it's no different from human mana systems. The power quickly manifested around him. The young nobleman raised his hand, creating a lightning-like energy, then swung the sword fiercely, making it slash swiftly. He fiercely poured all his strength into the straight strike. Misty smoke appeared. Li Yon observed the scene and realized the mana was not only blocked but scattering chaotically. After finishing the move, the nobleman held the gleaming sword at eye level and said, "I'll have to reinforce the seal a bit more." After entering that old memory stream, Li Yan quickly returned to reality, his head throbbing painfully, forcing him to hold it. He raised the sword in one hand and rubbed his head with the other, excited. A power that can erase mana. Who would have thought a weapon like that existed? Li Yan stomped hard on the floor, dust flying everywhere, his face full of anger. Charging forward fiercely, the iron weapon struck before him. She was the Spider Queen, a level 5 monster. He swung his sword at her. He cut her in half. After killing the Spider Queen, smoke scattered, and a voice rang out. "Whoa, tough kid, you really did it." It was Sanji's voice. His face was full of excitement as he continued, "You know this is your first win after all those losses, right? Let's see. That took 7 months." Li Yun didn't hesitate to reply with a smile. "You know I can beat you anytime now, right? Special little brother." "Hey kid, no kidding," Sanji asked seriously. "So what are you planning this time?" "I think I should stop training," Li Yun answered casually. Surprised Sanji was so excited and even patted his back. "Hey, that's a good idea. I could use a break too." But before he could celebrate, Li Yan added, eyes suddenly bright and full of passion, "I think it's time for a challenge." Li Yun placed his hand on his chest and said firmly, "A challenge created by the founder of Bloodless Dream." Bloodless Dream is a trial realm created for martial families Li Yun's. It contains the full power and domain of John Wilson, and is an illusion strengthened by mages. It selects only those worthy to be challenged. It's one of the oaths linked to the Mountain Keeper. Sanji asked seriously, "Do you really want to take that challenge?" Li Yan answered seriously, "Yes, I've worked hard for it." His expression darkened as Sanji stated, "You, at your current level, aren't strong enough to pass the trial." Then he said one word, and Li Yan looked up curiously. Then Sanji extended his palm, smiled, and declared to him, "Looks like you're ready to take on the challenge. Li Yun, 9th generation of the martial family, I hereby grant you permission to challenge Bloodless Dream." They shook hands firmly. Sanji gratefully replied, "Thank you, sir." Soon after, he led Li Yon to the entrance of a cave, and introduced, "This is the entrance to Bloodless Dream." Curious, Li Yon turned and asked, "This leads to where you stay?" And Sanji stepped forward, replying, "For now, yes." Then Sanji extended his palm forward. Blue energy began to radiate as he placed his hand on the stone wall. The energy swirled in circles, and moments after his touch, blue spiritual energy enveloped the entire space. After a moment, Sanji said, "You probably know this. Once you enter Bloodless Dream, you can't leave until the challenge is over. Open it and go in." Li Yan quickly stepped past him, declaring before entering, Then I'll head out. He smiled with satisfaction and replied, "Take your time doing it." Deep down, he really didn't want to see his face anymore. The door he pushed open revealed a stream of light. Behind it was Sanji's wish of good luck. The light was so dazzling I had to shield my eyes. In my mind, I was thinking about some people. He's a war god, and to others, the Dragon Slayer. I carefully listed other prestigious titles and even legendary symbols. In this fantasy, the founder of the world's top martial clan, founder Li Hunhyun, appeared before Li Yun. I respectfully greeted him quickly. The humble descendant bows. The founding ancestor of the martial clan, Li Yan, gripped his weapon tightly, silently admiring him. His presence was overwhelming, as if he were still alive. Then Li Yan looked ahead, reminding himself that throughout history only a few dared challenge the Void Dream Blood realm across generations. The only way to win: defeat the founder at age 15. Li Yan held the sword sheath in one hand, drawing the blade with the other. He squeezed his eyes shut, carefully planning his strategy. It was a test, but before he could react, blood suddenly gushed from his throat. Hunhyun's sword had pierced deep into his chest. Li Yan woke up shouting loudly. Now his whole body lay on the grass, his head spinning with questions. Why was my heart stabbed? Li Yan rested his hand on his forehead, fully alert. He sat up fast, sending grass flying. I've been slit-throated in simulations before, but at least I knew how it happened. Li Yan's face darkened, thinking seriously. But this time, besides a pierced heart, I don't know anything. He shook his head, trying to calm down. Stay calm, analyze carefully. Li Yun placed his hand on his head, continuing to think. He didn't use any secret techniques or power auras. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Li Yun seemed to realize something. The fight replayed in his mind. The other attacked lightning, fast, even with sixth sense. I couldn't detect it, even blindfolded. Could it be a strike to a blind spot? So many questions crowded his head. Li Yan didn't know which guess was right, but maybe he had to read all my moves to do that. He grabbed the sword, ready to stand, meaning he was that strong. I stood up straight, serious. I stomped the ground hard, full of energy. Li Yon strode forward confidently, looking pretty badass. But honestly, I'm super tense. Haha, I really don't know if I can win. Elsewhere, in a massive house, our boss got news from John Guisan. Tessin opened a wooden box, taking out a cloth. Carefully, he wiped the sword, whispering, "So it's inside the cave. Yeah, been 10 months. Tessin stared at the shining sword, secretly admiring it, though it shouldn't have that skill level. He recalled his son's battles, all recorded. This kid never truly lost. White Susan, the Blood Fox Queen's spectator, cursed with no face by wins and losses, hasn't won all, but never truly lost either. Tessin's lips curved into a proud smile. Basically, he's never experienced real defeat. He closed the sword and asked Choi, "Do you know why survival in Void Blood Dream is below 50%? Tessin's mind flashed to Li Yon, standing proudly before a towering mountain, affirming that they lost spirit when facing the wall named Li Hunhyun. So then, what happens to someone who's never faced such a wall when they stand before it? Li Yan finished the battle and dropped his blade on the grass. So what does an inexperienced kid do when breaking through a wall? Li Yon lay on the grass, hand over his face, panting. What do you do when facing a real wall? He gritted his teeth, confused about what just happened. Did I just die from one hit? Asterisk. Li Yon recalled the opponent's fighting style. The fight was so fast, he tricked my senses. He deliberately let me win, then attacked from the side. He sat up abruptly, hands resting on his knees. A strike had hit his blind spot completely. Has he figured out all my attack moves already? Li Yan looked at his trembling hands, silently pondering. It's been a long time since I felt like this. He clenched his fists, determined yet helpless. Desperate, knowing he couldn't win. His chances were slim, but Li Yan still grabbed his sword firmly. But I can't break or give up here. Holding the blade with both hands, sparkling lights wrapped around it. No one in this world understands this feeling better than me. Li Yun dashed forward, thinking as he ran. When you fall into the abyss, the only way out is up. He launched himself high with a fierce gaze. My efforts aren't wasted. The founder showed no fear, raising his sword to block. With just a slight twist of his sword, the founder instantly severed his head. I'm starting to get it now. The founder isn't using any strange power. Lightning fast, he even pierced through his beloved's body with his hand. The source of the founder's strength is his talent. He found the right answer. After many failures and self-growth, I finally understand some things. He knows how to act perfectly every moment as a natural instinct, the essence of martial arts. Every basic move is a solid foundation. Look here, the founder's sword path. While Li Yun was thinking, the founder attacked. Li Yun panicked, then tracked the sword's movement with his eyes. A thought flashed through his mind, and he immediately raised his sword to block a horizontal slash from left to right. After blocking, Li Yun smiled triumphantly, Suddenly, blood splattered across the sky. Not sure whose it was. Next time it'll be clear. The sky was deep blue, grass flying everywhere. The two approached, swords clashing. The first strike was fierce. He showed no weakness. The second strike, the fight continued with no end in sight. Third strike, fourth strike, I could finally fight the founder on equal footing. The founder's eyes grew more vicious, his sword glowing with blue light. He slashed straight at Li Yun. Li Yun dodged instantly, grinning widely for avoiding a deadly blow. Finally, I used aura. He crouched, hands on the ground ready to launch, his unique close combat style. It's all about unpredictability and freedom. Li Yun switched weapons, ready to keep fighting, and the thing I was missing. Handling every kind of weapon, all those techniques are built on a solid foundation. Now he thought it through carefully and understood Mu Hyunmong's true purpose. Now I get it, Mu Hyunmong's real goal. Li Yun dashed forward, stabbing straight at the founder, breaking through the wall, called himself. He gripped the new weapon tightly, thinking through everything. Even the founder doesn't have power I don't know I have. Li Yun recalled Master Gi's praise. It awakened him. You're incredibly talented with magic. That teacher guaranteed it. Li Yun was ecstatic, like he'd struck gold. Thank you. He raised his spear, channeling all his power, iron wind blowing on both sides, charging again, neither backing down. The two weapons clashed fiercely, sparks flying. Suddenly rocks erupted everywhere, dust filling the ground. The wall had been shattered, but the fight didn't stop. The wall was collapsing somewhere else. Amid majestic mountains and fragile branches, Sanji was sitting, drinking alone, talking to himself. It's been a month since that kid joined Mu Hyunmong, right? Master Shin? No one's had a challenge fight in 1,000 years, but one happened after 55 years. He slammed the cup down, spilling the wine. While drinking, the house shook, making Sanji furious. What the hell is happening to this mountain? But then he excitedly jumped up. Don't tell me. Sanji rushed toward the iron gate. He stood before the sturdy metal gate. At that moment, Sanji couldn't hide his feelings anymore and spoke his mind. The kid really did get through that fight. The iron gate slowly opened, dust filling the air. Li Yun's bright face gradually appeared, wearing a proud smile. Li Yun stood tall before Sanji and declared that he had returned, that he was back, the mountain guardian. After coming back, he immediately went to soak in the hot spring. So what? The two laughed and teased each other. I never want to go through that ever again, he said. Though he said that, he didn't seem too upset. Almost everyone who came out had a deadly look in their eyes. Their personalities changed completely afterward. Suddenly, Li Yun lowered his head, lost in sad thoughts. It seemed like everyone had found their own answers. As if remembering something, Li Yun turned to Sanji and asked, Do you know what my dad was like? Sanji wondered, You mean Teshin? He got excited, opening a beer can while talking, always curious about his father. How do you know what he said? Just after leaving there, Sanji recalled young Teshin's image and mimicked his training tone. That's enough. I'm coming back here. Thanks for everything, he said. Wait, he just mimicked your dad? The scene where they bathed was stunning, filled with a calming blue-green color. Yeah, aren't I pretty good at that? Li Yun denied. No, you're not, Sanji added. But today you've made a big achievement. You completed the Mu Mountain Challenge. Hyunmong, the youngest ever seen, closed his eyes and smiled faintly, enjoying the moment. I was lucky to get through it after realizing a lot. Sanji wondered what he'd do next. Ben asked, So what will you do for the rest of your time here? Train more. He widened his eyes, surprised by Li Yun's answer. No, I was going to rest and sort things out. Then he laughed heartily, teasing him. Huh? I thought you wouldn't change at all. Turns out you did change a bit. The kid just said he'd rest. Are you sick or something? Did that Dr. Kabi's magic mess you up? Sanji laughed loudly, not showing signs of stopping. Hey, Mountain Guardian Li Yun, you're glowing. He asked the old man for a reward. It's time to claim my reward. Li Yun didn't forget to bring up the old stuff, making Sanji's face go as dark as a burnt pot. You haven't forgotten scaring me last time, right? Sanji turned his face away. Wait, that kid. But the old man's joyful face grew more and more strained. Seeing that, the old man said, I'm not asking for too much. That's even scarier. Suddenly, his expression turned seriously strange. He said clearly, I want to borrow your Kabi poison. Sanji panicked at the request. What? His hands flailed as he pointed at Li Yun. That kid, it's not something a human can handle. I can't even use it. He reassured Sanji. It's okay. I just want to touch it once. I promise you, just one touch won't cause any harm. Right, Sanji? Stammering. Well, not exactly. He held his head. This is such a headache. All right. Sanji had no choice but to go along with it. There's nothing you can do with it anyway. His hands glowed, as if preparing to summon something. A sharp spiked mace appeared, surrounded by a bright blue aura. looking extremely eye-catching. Mr. Hungdong held it. Li Yan recalled its info from his past life. Sanji handed the spiked mace to him. You get it for exactly 1 hour. He also gave some warnings. If you try to force it, you'll get into trouble. So be careful, kid. Li Yun happily took it from him. Thank you. As soon as Sanji let go, the mace's weight made it hard for him to hold. It thudded to the ground. He used all his strength to lift it up, but failed. The old man chuckled beside him. Told you, you can't even lift it. Sanji walked away, leaving him to deal with it. Enjoy your 1 hour of playtime. Seeing that, Li Yan panicked. Well, you gotta go all in once you start. After a while, he finally managed to bring it back to the stone room. Moving it took so long, he had to use magic just to lift it. At this point, Li Yan's shoulders and wrists were already sore from swinging this spiked mace, and this wasn't even its full form yet. He glanced over the spiked mace, a weapon said to summon storms, tides, and lightning with just a swing. If fully unleashed, it would be catastrophic. Li Yan infused it with magic. There's only one reason I borrowed this cabin mace, the dark energy swirling around it. If black energy is part of the weapon, maybe I can absorb it, or does it only work under certain special conditions? I have to figure it out. Suddenly, he hears a scream, stubborn as always. What do you plan to do with that? All the clashing forces hurt Li Yunun, making him stagger in pain. His hand clenched tightly, struggling to endure. I've read it. Li Yan didn't think he'd be beaten that easily. I was blown back by just a single sound. Still, I've managed to conquer what I wanted, but if I can read its memories, I can absorb it. His excitement grew, and if I can absorb it, I can handle weapons no one ever has before. Scene shift. Li Yan puts on his backpack. Taking everything, right? Sanji's voice makes him turn around. No wonder things are lively down at the foot of the mountain. The man holds a bottle, grinning widely. Is today the day you leave? Leon answers, yes, today marks exactly 1 year. Sanji is surprised. Really? He pulls out a bag. Sanji tosses it like a ball. Li Yung curiously asks, what's that? He grins mischievously. It's salt. I throw it to see you off on your journey. Leon's face falls hearing that. Quickly recovering his smile, Li Yan shows gratitude. Thank you for everything. I'll come visit you next year. Though joking, Sanji is sad to say goodbye but still teases him. You know you won't be welcome coming here, right? Sanji makes a deal. Bring a bunch of booze when you come back. Li Yon sighs helplessly. A guy who just threw salt at you saying that. Suddenly, Li Yan asks, Mountain Guardian, are you satisfied living up here? His face carries a hint of sadness. Satisfied or not, what does it matter? This is my land. I'm here because it's mine. Sanji says casually, looks like I'm stuck here, but I get out a lot. Where do you think the booze and snacks I eat come from? He grumbles and shoos Li Yon away. Now stop bothering me and just go. Li Yun lingers. Not now, but his words lightly move him. One day, I'll bring your name back to you. Sanji is surprised. How do you know about that? After Li Yan leaves, he still stands on the mountain watching, remembering what Li Yan said. When the time comes, you'll need my help. Li Yan left a strong impression. The kid knows his stuff. What do you mean? Honestly, he's a strange kid. Long ago, there was a Dr. Bei who wandered the 8 districts. A man caught this Dr. Bei. He scolded him and let him go. Not accepting defeat, Dr. Bei challenged the man to a wrestling match. After losing that match, Dr. Bei made 2 vows. The first was to guard the mountain and guide newcomers. The second was to create the illusion of blindness and select suitable challengers for it. Dam Cho gazes into the distance. That's the past everyone knows. He recalls his own past. Back then, Sanji was pushed down by a villain. The villain arrogantly said to him, because I won, from now on, don't cause trouble in the lower realm anymore. To prove it, I'll take your name. Sanji's eyes are indifferent to the villain. A name is one's essence. Your soul will now be bound to me. The villain kindly helped him up, but that wasn't entirely bad. That guy was hypocritical. One day, if a child with my bloodline returns this name to you, then finally our contract will be fulfilled. Sanji sighs deeply, guessing the villain wasn't truly evil. Hun Hyun, that kid, is really the one who will do this mission. Why do you just turn your neck and ignore fate? Anyway, you said he'd bring the name back to you. Suddenly, he shouted angrily and ran off like that, leaving me with a helpless hope. His steps were full of frustration. I should have thrown in some salt. By evening, Li Yon had arrived at my house. I had to stop at Mount Sumu to seal Hukuya, which took some time. Choi was already waiting at the door for you. Long time, no see, young master. He asked kindly, are you well? Li Yon was also surprised by his appearance. Choi, you smiled politely, like a butler would. Choi is waiting for me, so surely father is calling me. Choi confirmed. Yes, that's right. I will carry your luggage inside for you. Please proceed straight to the main building. Their footsteps echoed through the night as Li Yan politely followed Choi. You usually take a different path. But he stopped you. Today, we're not going that way. We'll take this route. Young Master Li Yan, surprised by this change? You walked while questioning. This path is definitely. Li Yan recalled it's the path to where, the private training ground of the clan leader. Tessin was drawing his sword. Sternly, hearing his footsteps, he turned. You've arrived. Tessin slowly sheathed his sword. He wasn't even surprised. He glanced seriously. You've arrived. Li Yan bowed slightly, asking, Father, are you still well? Tessin looked at him coldly. Seems like you've gained something pretty good lately. The distance between them was close but also so far. Yes, but seeing you made me realize I still have many flaws. He closed his eyes briefly, smiling slightly. Have you learned to flatter others outside? If so, I'm disappointed. For the first time, Li Yan didn't see his father's harshness and felt a bit dumbfounded. Wait, is that a joke? Father just smiled. The butler approached, respectfully bowing. Father has arrived, master. Tessin replied softly. Thank you. He turned his head and called you. This way. The jade tea set was incredibly elegant. Steam rising from the hot tea was mesmerizing. Tessin sat down, calmly asked about Han's condition. Silently, he pushed a cup of tea to Li Yun as he focused on recounting everything. This isn't a report. Tell me your own feelings. If I wanted a report, I wouldn't have called you here alone like this. Li Yan's hands rubbed nervously together. If father really wants to hear my honest feelings. He looked directly into Tessin's eyes. Then he pondered, his mind tangled. This feels strange. Tessin gently lifted the teacup, took a sip, talking to a kid not about his training report but his feelings. This is a first. That was all. After setting the cup down, he spoke. You haven't wasted your time. Li Yun smiled modestly. I can't waste the time father has given me. The question he raised made him hesitate briefly. Then why did you come back late today? Tessin listened closely to his answer. Because I stopped at Mount Sungmu to pay respects to my ancestors. Li Yun straightened up, not showing any weakness under his gaze. Is that all? He gathered courage and said boldly, if it's something I'll have to mention someday, then I want the elders to see that moment too. Suddenly, an invisible pressure filled the room. You've only made a small achievement and you're already arrogant? His whole presence radiated oppressive pressure. Are you seriously telling me you visited your ancestors' graves just to boost your own reputation? Li Yan forced himself not to be crushed under this massive pressure. Inside, he had made up his mind. But because of Hokia, I'll have to visit Mount Sungmu often. I can't go through this every single time. Li Yan tried to speak, not just in words. I want to show tradition and respect through actions. Not just words. He sat up straight, firmly declaring to Tessin, they may see me as just a kid, but I carry the Li Yon martial clan bloodline. I want to prove myself and become a role model. He was pleased again. Not just words. He sat up straight and firmly declared to Tessin, they may see me as just a kid, but I also carry the blood of the Li Yun martial clan. I want to test myself and become a role model. The elder looked very pleased. Well said. Before raising his tea to his lips, he carefully reminded, I'll forgive you this time, but you must make sure it doesn't lead to complacency. Li Yan nodded obediently. Yes, I'm sorry. Just as he lifted his head, Tessin questioned. And one more thing, there's something you haven't told me. Li Yan blinked. Huh? His eyes widened in shock as he was bluntly exposed. I allowed you to go to John Wilson, but I don't recall authorizing anything at Mu Hyun Mong. Tessin slowly stood up. The only thing you demanded was training at John Wilson. He walked coldly away under Li Yan's confused gaze. You lied to your own father, so the punishment is already set. Walk with me to find a sharp blade. The strong hand decisively drew a sword. Tessin pointed the sword at him, voice cold. Draw your weapon, and I'll see what you've got in that cold hall. His father stepped into the confrontation. The steward handed the sword to Li Yon. I wondered why Dad brought me to the training ground. Now I see why he hesitated to hand over the sword. You can show. You're training like that. That's why he hesitated to accept the sword. You can show everything you've gained with it, right? Li Yon fell into thought. Dad knew from the start, didn't he? He seemed to make a firm decision. He withdrew his hand. Li Yon stretched his hand into the air. His sword appeared with a blue glow. Though he had drawn his weapon, standing opposite Tessin still made him a bit wary. Tessin stared at the sword for a moment as if recalling something. Then his eyes changed. Sharper now, advancing. Golden sparks surrounded the sword as Li Yon activated his demon eye skill. Only when looking straight ahead did Li Yon's eyes catch an unbelievable sight, widening in shock. Tessin stood calmly there, unmoved. Nothing. I can't see anything. No magic power or aura flow. Not a trace. So even my demon eye can't see through him. Li Yon's eyes sparked red. Then he doesn't need to use his eyes to distract me. He grounded himself firmly. Fighting Dad requires no warm-up. The pressure was so strong the ground cracked. Put everything into the first strike. The light on Li Yun's sword turned purple, activating his combat-style skill. His eyes turned blue, pupils vanished. A beam of light tore through space toward Tessin. The demon-pierced skill came very close, but he didn't flinch. Even combined with windstorm and freezing aura, Tessin's eyes were like a calm lake without a single ripple. Even if it didn't touch Dad's feet, it should at least have some effect. Under the starry sky, Tessin finally moved slightly, sword in hand in the silent night. With a sharp slash cut the space in two. Li Yun's massive attack was easily sliced in half by a single slash. A black-blue beam blocked the front. Sliced into tiny pieces mid-air, the scene was destroyed, rocks flying everywhere. He covered his face as debris hit his body. The hall cracked from the blow. That's enough. Tessin sternly lectured. This is the answer you found. After fighting the SAO founder, Li Yun stood still, covering his face. He coughed a few times to catch his breath, replying, yes. The logo with the crossed sword is the symbol of a powerful clan, a talent no one else has but you. And to keep breaking and rebuilding that talent to form a solid foundation, never shaken, Li Yun didn't back down, ready to fight on. That's the truest answer you found. Tessin saw Li Yun's determined eyes and softened his tone. Looks like you chose a tough path. He stared deeply into Tessin's serious gaze, promising himself, but I won't fall or bow. Tessin waved his hand to change the subject. Good. Then for the challenge in the bloodless dream, Sao, I'll take back the sword for you. Words can't explain it well, so the hall was shattered, unspoken. That means it's still not truly yours. He handed the sword back to the steward. Actually, the attack, just now, wasn't your strongest move, right? Li Yun tightened his grip and muttered, yes, I know. Tessin suddenly turned serious. His gaze was complicated as he looked at him. Then Tessin decisively turned and walked away. You entered the bloodless dream without permission. If you show such mediocrity again, I will surely punish you. Li Yun bowed anxiously. Sorry, father. Suddenly, he turned to ask Han, making him wide-eyed in surprise. What are your plans from now on? Li Yun stood straight and said seriously about it. I have something to report to you. He lowered his voice and said, go ahead. He gathered all his courage to speak up. From now on, I will have to go through the third-year program at the academy. But as you know, I've long surpassed the level of a student. Li Yun paused silently as Tessin cut him off. Get straight to the point. He stepped forward decisively. I want to experience the world. Li Yun silently punched his chest and said seriously, please allow me to begin the martial path. Manhwa glanced at him skeptically. So from the moment you wanted to go to Tianshan, you had this in mind? Li Yun nodded firmly. Yes, that's right. He only looked at Tessin's back and confessed, but the bigger reason is because I want to improve my own abilities. Tessin bowed slightly, frowning worriedly. Wanting to achieve too many goals at once, that habit could one day be the noose around your neck. He respectfully bowed as Tessin left. I will remember. Li Yun squinted and fell into thought. Was this both advice and a warning? His voice carried some sadness. Right, the martial path. The night sky outside the courtyard was covered, with countless stars above. The martial path is the ultimate challenge that the direct descendants of the ancient Lisa martial clan must overcome alone, without any help from the clan, training their martial skills until they mature, then return. Although there's no fixed test, you must achieve recognition that everyone acknowledges. Li Yun stood silently in the Great Hall, but his back seemed to bear a huge burden. But at 15, he was still too young. The usual age to start the martial path is around 17-18 years old. In the darkness, he was the only one daring to step towards the light. But this kid wasn't one to be confined by what's considered normal. He proved with his own hands that he possessed strength equivalent to a level 5 martial artist. Behind him, many other kids were watching his back. Seeing this kid, surely the others would be more alert. I ask you to turn around. That's a sign of support for you. All right, good. I grant you permission to begin the martial path. Li Yun was so happy his hands clenched tightly behind his back. Success. But suddenly, he staggered, making Li Yun worry. Yet Tessin's demeanor was imposing as he spoke loudly. There are two conditions. One clear morning at the Lisa Martial Administration office. Taehong warmly waved and called out loudly, Nephew, you've worked hard. He grabbed Li Yun's cheeks and rubbed them. Say hello to your uncle. How have you been, uncle? He laughed heartily. I'm always fine. Taehong finally let go of Li Yun. You've really grown tall, huh? The whole room echoed with their voices. Ah, crap. We can't stand like this forever. Quick, sit down. Yes, thank you. Taehong sat down and urged him on. Do you want anything to drink? He shook his head. No, thank you. Remember how much you ate earlier? Young master, have some more. Oh my god, what should I do? Looks like the food might not be enough. It's okay, please stop already. Actually, I just ate with the nanny. I'm so full I feel like my stomach will burst. Well, that explains it. Li Yun looked at his expression and asked, by the way, you look pretty tired, sir? He rubbed his head, smiling shyly. Work's been piling up lately. Is it that obvious? Li Yan stood up, surprising to Hong. Actually, I have a gift for you. Li Yan placed a wooden box on the table. It's nothing special, but it's a pill I made myself. He quickly grabbed the box. It's nothing fancy, but it'll boost your vitality and mana control significantly for the next few weeks. Your grandson's the only one thinking about you. Let's see. Open it up. Inside was a single black pill. What's that smell? Like pine forest after the rain. He happily showed it to Tae Hong. Even the mountain caretaker says this is a good medicine. Tae Hong was curious. The mountain caretaker? Li Yon urged, sir, try it. Tae Hong quickly took the pill. All right. He slowly brought it to his mouth. If even a demon praises it, it must be effective. Huh? Tae Hong opened wide and slowly swallowed the pill. Li Yan watched every move closely, smiling once he saw him take it. Tae Hong closed his eyes tightly, feeling something flow through every cell. This is the real deal. Tae Hong's whole body felt like a beam of light clearing every meridian. If you cultivate mana while taking this pill, the effect would definitely multiply. He slowly opened his eyes, amazed, truly impressive. Tae Hong was very satisfied with the pill's effect. Besides acting fast, it's basically a spiritual medicine. Did you really make this? Li Yan was overjoyed. Yes, that's right. Tae Hong rubbed his chin thoughtfully. You still remember how to make it, right? He opened his sparkling eyes wide. Of course, even rare ingredients can be substituted sometimes. Tae Hong cherished the box like a treasure. Then he lowered his voice to advise. Don't tell anyone and keep it to yourself. When you grow up, you'll be able to use it in many ways. The demon's mood blossomed. You always put me first. Like always, right? Yes. I hope you'll help me a lot then. Tae Hong rubbed his head and laughed loudly. This kid's trying to take advantage of me. Huh? Fine. I'll be happy to let you. That brat. He pulled back his hand as if remembering something. Right? I heard you're planning to join the martial administration this time? Li Yon was surprised how fast the news spread. I know, sir. Tae Hong bowed anxiously. There will be a lot of controversy. Thinking about all the judging eyes made him sad. The kid definitely won't avoid being accused of favoritism since he can't touch the big brother. So all the dirty looks will fall on me. Tae Hong gently placed the box on the table. To join the martial administration, you need not only the clan chief's permission but also approval from the elders. His face turned serious, unlike usual. Besides, the elders don't like you. Maybe you should give up this time. Li Yun lowered his gaze, explaining the concerns. I've somewhat expected that, so my father set a condition. Tae Hong couldn't believe his ears. The condition, he nodded. Yes, he put both hands forward seriously, and because of that, I need your help. Li Yan threw open the door, cheerfully shouting, it's been a while since I've come back here. He stretched and whispered to himself, let's start off easy. Suddenly, Li Yon's eyes turned helpless. Glancing toward the door, he muttered, you're here already? Ji Ong Hoa burst through the door, excitedly shouting, kiddo. Moments later, anger flared in her as she shouted each word clearly. If you're back, you should come find this lady first, you ungrateful brat. Ji Ong Hoa grabbed his collar, shaking him while yelling, you should come find this lady first, you ungrateful brat. His face turned pale, hoarsely trying to explain. You should go find that lady first, you ungrateful scoundrel. His face turned pale, his hoarse voice trying to explain. I'm busy, how dare you barge in to see her? Let go of my neck, he said angrily. I know everything. You just stopped by little brother's place before coming here. He raised his hand to feel his neck. I thought I was about to die. He sighed, explaining it was all just business. Mungahwa crossed his arms, turned his head aside, grumbling as he argued back. That mouth of yours never backs down. Then you immediately set off on a mission. Just got back not long ago. Suddenly, her tone softened, making Cho Li Yan flinch for a moment. Still, Mungahwa stood on tiptoe, reached out to pat his head, speaking gently like coaxing a child. My little one's really grown up. Your mana has nearly doubled, and your mana veins are much stronger. Li Yan reported honestly. All the aura skills you learned before are now fully mastered. She raised her eyebrows slightly, with a tone both confirming and excited. Really? So you've reached the BA level of true mana now? Mungahwa flexed her arm and laughed. Though you still need to strengthen a bit more, I've already prepared a gift just for you, meaning I've perfected all the mantras of the other aura skills. Let's try them out now. But he refused, killing her enthusiasm. She apologized. But right now, it might be hard to do. He gently explained it was because from today on, he'd start getting busy. Footsteps approached the door, and a familiar voice calls out warmly to her like old times. A man pushes the door open, his footsteps not loud but clear enough to hear. Myung smiles as she enters and calls out to him, "Big brother." Then she immediately scolds him. "You, pretend to be so busy." Manga points at Gyeong and shouts angrily, "Then why did you come here claiming to train your little brother? You scammer." He shyly scratches his head, trying to find an excuse. "Honestly, I was just too busy. But still, I helped her refine the mantra, didn't I?" Seeing them argue, Lee Yoon watches, sighing thoughtfully. "Even had to ask Big Brother for help while busy. Typical you." Lee Yoon turns to hint at him, "But her materials are incredibly rare. So it's useful for my personal cultivation too." Lee Yoon forces a smile and replies, "Then that's great." Putting that aside, he changes the subject. "How have you been lately?" My Lee Yoon's face suddenly turns serious, his voice dropping, causing the other to pause. "Yeah, I'm fine." But he then grabs Lee Yoon by the collar and pats his head, teasing while scolding. "How dare you sneak off to Heavenly Position Mountain without telling me first?" Lee Yoon quickly explains, "Sorry, brother, you were busy on a mission then." So, Myung-dong keeps patting his head while scolding him. Then when he turns back, he has to personally call father again. In another dimly lit room, light filters through some window slats. Tae-hong busily writes something and tells Myung-dong, "You need to teach your little brother the basic technique. Can you go in his place?" He still looks shocked after hearing the question. Tae-hong lowers his head, still focused on writing while murmuring, "Compared to learning from the elders, it will probably be easier to absorb." He looks up, his Thon Tao expression deep in thought. He feels a slight stir, even though he's not one to care about such things. After a moment, Myung-dong bows his head and replies, "Yes, I'll go." Then he turns and leaves. As he reaches to grab the door lock, he suddenly hesitates. Tae-hong behind him doesn't look up but says, "You must be mentally prepared, Mi-hyun." He respectfully bows half-turned, replying, "Thank you." As he steps through the door, his mind drifts into thought, bloodless dream. Even I have never been allowed to try it. Yet that kid has already progressed this far. Myung-dong's lips curl slightly in silent pride. Now I understand why they assigned me to teach the basic technique. Still thinking maturely, Myung-dong analyzes, "It's so I can be inspired by my little brother." Then he recalls what Tae-hong said, or maybe to compete with him. Without overthinking, Lee Yoon decides he really has to meet the little brother directly to understand everything. While now patting Lee Yoon's head, he suddenly pauses, thinking, is 25 not like 15? Or maybe even earlier. He should be able to catch up. Seeing him stare, Lee Yoon speaks up, "Thank you, brother." Despite being busy, Myung-dong smiles and says, "No problem. Among those exempted from the Huajai transmission, I'm currently the only one free." The Huajai transmission means receiving the entire basic technique manual of the Lee Yeon-sung-mu sect, passed down through generations. Only those who fully master these skills receive this certification, which is also one of Father's conditions on this journey. Warriors must master all the basic techniques of Lee Sung-mu. Lee Yun suddenly asks, "But Big Brother personally taught you the basic technique? Why not one of the elders in the academy?" Myung-dong didn't answer but asked back, "Do you think they could pass down the true transmission perfectly? Do you really think they can fully convey the true transmission?" Then he listed what could happen, getting dragged into countless petty, dirty tricks. Could he fully grasp the true legacy? Then he listed what could happen, getting dragged into countless petty, dirty tricks, being ambushed right during the naming ceremony, facing conspiracies blocking his promotion battle, being placed in the lowest team class in the entire academy. After hearing this, Lee Yon kept thanking him. "Thanks so much for everything, brother." Lee Yoon patted his shoulder and laughed. Right, on the surface, but a flicker of sadness crossed his eyes as he thought, but has he really grown up this much? Looking at Lee Yoon's handsome grown-up face, he thought, back then, whenever I focused, I could even see the flow of spiritual energy in his body. Thinking about his body, he felt a bit of envy, but now there are parts I just can't read anymore. Yet setting aside that jealousy, Myung-dong still encouraged himself and rubbed Lee Yeon's head. "Even if you surpass me, I won't be upset. Well done, little brother. Your big brother still wants to be the one you all look up to your whole life." Their conversation completely ignored Gi-ong-hoa, who quietly spoke up, "But you guys." Then Gi-ong-hoa jumped up shouting, about to keep babbling while the adults were talking. Gi-ong, flustered, coaxed her, "Please calm down. She's just sulking," and left. "I'll go. Go if you want. No one's stopping me anyway." Lee Yeon replied casually, watching her leave. "Besides, we'll meet again tonight." Gi-ong-hoa pouted and said, "Wasn't it supposed to be training? Probably till late night again." To calm her, Lee Yeon said, "Training is training, but research with her is a different story." He kept praising her talent, making Mungahwa blush shyly. Someone with a mastery of spiritual techniques ranked among the world's best like you. How could I miss the chance to study together? Please forgive me. Just wait a little longer. Then Gi-ong regained his cheerful pride and said, well, that's how it island. The world-renowned miss will be generous and overlook it. Saying that, Manhwa waved goodbye and ran off. All right then, since we understand, I'm off now not because it's drama time or anything. Gi-ong waved back. Yes, take your time. Once you're gone, I can finally breathe easy. Finally, they left and Myungjong grabbed his sword and said, now we can start training. He slowly drew his sword and spoke calmly. Then Myungjong, drawing the sword across his face, his gaze sharp and voice deep and compelling. To fully meet the conditions his father set, Li Yan's expression also grew serious. His eyes fixed on Myung Li Yongjong. Holding the sword solemnly, he said, I will personally teach you, strictly. Li Yan diligently trained under Myung Li Yongjong at the camp. After 7 days at the camp, practicing foundational techniques with Big Brother was very straightforward, and Myung Li Yon's expression remained cold. He wasn't distracted even as the sword aimed straight at his face, while Li Yan pushed himself to fight with all his strength. Gritting his teeth, Li Yon thrust the sword toward him. Myung Li Yongjong swung his sword with one hand, knocking Li Yon's sword away. The transmission of moves or knowledge happened only in brief moments. During practice, they focused on conserving energy and rest time. Breaks were only long enough to catch their breath. One session nearly drained Li Yan, but was highly praised as a near-real match. Myung Li Yongyong stepped forward and said, I think compared to teaching by words, engraving it directly into the body is truly more meaningful. He looked into Li Yon's fiery eyes and then asked, you're using the demon eye to observe, right? Give it your all. His challenge reignited Li Yon's spirit. Li Yon slammed his sword into the ground, then used it as a cane to stand. Gathering his spirit, Li Yon slammed the sword down and used it to steady himself as he stood. Though his body was nearly exhausted, he pushed on. Soon, Li Yon's foot positioned to gain momentum. Smoke rose from his shoe soles along with gravel and stones. A roar of pent-up power echoed. Li Yan burst forward at full speed. As he swung his sword down, Li Yongjong quickly blocked it. He silently acknowledged he had clearly grasped the flow thanks to the demon eye. But the body didn't obey his will. He watched the fiery gaze and every sword strike Li Yon unleashed. To catch the mistakes you made, a downward sword move from that angle is structurally impossible. The muscles, even the joints, can barely take it. Li Yan asked Han softly, but his tone hit hard. You think that move was too much, right? Before Han could finish, Li Yan was surprised by his speed and words. Wrong. The Li Sumu lineage's body is stronger than I expected. He suddenly froze before the sword tip, stopping right between the eyes. Li Yon's mind was still stunned by this body of his. Then he gritted his teeth. He sped up, swinging Li Yan's sword, telling himself, just move. He was shocked by how fast Li Yon caught the rhythm. Already keeping up this well? Myungdong grabbed his coat and muttered, solid foundation, quick learner. That kid isn't someone who can pull off moves like that. He turned his back, a hint of envy in his heart. The bloodless dream trial even. I've never been allowed in. Could this be the principle he grasped from there? Li Yon rolled up his sleeve. Slowly he said, all right then, looks like you're keeping up, so I'll raise the difficulty. With a smiling face and an enticing invitation, so different from his usual ready stance with sword in hand. Let's see how far you can keep up. Li Yan took position, eyes sharp on him, thinking, damn, he's serious now. After struggling through the exercises, Li Yongjong finally called out, training ends here today. He scratched his neck, laughing awkwardly. Ah, sorry. Looking at the whole riddled floor and Li Yan panting on the floor, he added, looks like I went a bit too hard during practice. Exhausted, Li Yon still smiled and said, yeah, this is what training should be like. Li Yon reached out to him. All right then. Helping Li Yon up, he gently asked, Han, you're starting to get the feeling, right? Naturally, he replied. Didn't you say the Sungmu lineage's body is very resilient? At this moment in his thoughts, after gaining that knowledge, the Shungmu body really was tougher than ordinary people's. Tendons flexible like steel cables, muscles elastic like rubber. He slowly raised his hand, looked at it for a moment, and muttered, and a strong body like this only gets stronger with every training session. He clenched his fist inside, looked up and said, that's why even moves that heavily strain the body are no problem. Thanks to that, I realized the foundation of technique starts right there. Li Yun smiled lightly and answered, right, you've grasped it well. In fact, you've even applied it to footwork. Receiving praise, Li Yun shyly scratched his head and humbly replied, it's only after a week of hard training that I got this far. I'm still pretty weak. Seeing his modesty, Midium's jealousy rose again, saying, still weak? Usually mastering basics takes months. You're already damn good. Doesn't mastering basics usually take months? You're already pretty good. He turned away, leaving Li Yan a few parting words. You're definitely impressive. Remember to stop by the clinic to treat your injuries properly. Yang Zhang bent to pick up his cloak, lifting it gently, and putting it on his other arm, then patted Li Yan's shoulder while reminding him, see you at this time tomorrow. Li Yan respectfully nodded. Yes, today I'll review what I learned. He left Li Yan in the training room with the reminder, all right, but don't overdo it. Finally, Li Yan breathed a sigh of relief, no longer forcing himself despite exhaustion. He stared at his hand for a while, then thought, it really is similar. Then he picked up the sword again, trying to practice what he'd learned, the basics of infinity, a systematized theory of movement. Based on constantly adapting countless changes, Li Yan recalled moments attacking Li Yanrong and his dodges. The family's fundamental technique maximizes physical ability based on body nature and comparing what he learned to those past attacks. The faster Li Yandong moved, the more he noticed how strangely similar the patterns of those two things were. Li Yan began breaking his body down into parts to better spot the differences. It's probably because the basic technique centers on the body. After analyzing the lines on the shoulder, he moved on to the wrists and hands. Meanwhile, the infinite focused on weapons. From that, Li Yan seriously concluded, that's why mastering the basic technique was easier than expected. Maybe both share the same origin. His eyes, serious and deep in thought, sank into his reasoning. At that moment, in Infinite's memory, he saw someone bearing the traits of the Shengmu lineage. Indeed, Infinite seems to have a close connection with our clan. At this point, Li Yan instinctively clenched his fist, a surge of frustration rising as if he'd just uncovered a secret from an unexpected place. With hopeful eyes and a faint smile, he whispered to himself, looks like time will fly by fast. All the high-ranking members were gathering in the chief elder's study of the Sung family. In a solemn, quiet atmosphere, when the door opened and footsteps approached, signaling someone entering, a hoarse voice said, sorry for being late. He turned to Tehong and sneered, oh, the steward's too busy for this? What made you interested in coming? He kept his posture, calmly replying, I usually use being busy as an excuse, so I don't attend regularly. Thought I'd drop by this time. Cho Rang picked up his cup, nodded, and said, is that so? Then he gently asked, have you heard about the youngest son of the branch family's warrior trial? Someone there slammed the table, shouting, of course, Chief Elder. Another beside him slammed the table and yelled, some brat barely grown allowed to take the warrior trial, what kind of order is that? And on top of that, he's a filthy, illegitimate child. Tehong sat silently with crossed arms, ignoring the others standing up to shout for justice. Rumor has it that the arrogant kid personally petitioned the clan head, saying since he returned from Devil's Mountain, he hoped to be allowed to surpass the trial. Cho Rang glanced, slammed Li Yan's figure down on the table hard, his tone trying to suppress anger. It seems everyone here is misunderstanding. The clan head never made a final ruling. He only instructed to let the chief elder discuss and decide. Someone sitting asked, so the final decision is up to us? Another enthusiastically suggested. Since it's come this far, just reject him outright. He stroked his graying beard and exclaimed, it's not that simple. Cho Rang imagined the image of the clan head fighting and said, the clan head said that kids' martial arts match a level 5 warriors, even surpassing the bloodless dream. So there's no valid reason to refuse. He stared ahead, his voice full of scheming as he offered. Therefore, since a branch family member disrupts tradition, we have no choice but to find a legitimate reason. Then he loudly asked everyone, since one disrupts tradition, we must find a legitimate reason. Then he loudly asked everyone, has anyone come up with an appropriate way to handle this? A hand immediately went up. Tehong then stood, speaking up, allow me to say a few words. Just by looking at him, one could guess Tehong's intentions. Li Yon, Tehong absolutely took no side politically. He still clearly remembered the unfriendly glances those people gave him. The elders' looks directed at Li Yon and Tehong were like this. Neutral, takes no side, just pretending to be upright. He guessed that's why when they saw Li Yon and Tehong at this meeting, all the elders shared the same thought. Seems like he's here to defend since they're both illegitimate sons. He thought silently and couldn't help but curse inwardly. And Li Yon, Tehong knew this well. Such shallow thinking, easy to spot a pack of fake devil snakes. The image of the trials flashed in Li Yon's mind. The 3 trials the main Dungmork branch must pass. Iron Selection, Name Trial, Warrior Trial. Those from the main branch who pass all 3 will be highly favored in positions, the core matter of the family. You can imagine the papers fluttering in the wind, and can't help but think they'll be granted countless rights and statuses, including the right to attend and speak at important meetings. In fact, it's no different from being treated like an elder. Tehong put his hand in his coat pocket as if to grab something. Li Yan pondered, Those narrow-minded old men, obsessed with pure-blood lineage, how could they possibly accept this happily? He suddenly paused, wondering to himself, wait, could that kid be carrying secret medicine to leverage this? Taehong sighed deeply, his mind tangled with chaotic thoughts. Cheon, I really don't know if this is right. Taehong raised his hand, then seriously proposed, may I say a word? With a skeptical look. Cho Rung asked, did the steward say so? He closed his eyes, revealing deep wrinkles. Cho Rung spoke, I heard you're quite close to that youngest son. Hearing this, he couldn't help but admit, his words were sharp indeed. Regardless, Taehong smiled brightly and replied, how could I hate someone who has worked so hard? He hesitated a bit before continuing. I just think this time it's a bit over the line, he said, unable to hide his curiosity. Asked again, over the line? Taehong frankly expressed his view, that kid does have enough status. But can I just ignore tradition and order? I think the youngest also needs to understand that some things can't just be done on a whim. Cho Jiang asked sharply, full of implication. I thought the steward wasn't fond of tradition and order, but seeing his brazen attitude, he cursed silently. That old man is not easy to deal with. Taehong kept smiling calmly and answered, do you think I don't understand their importance? It's just from the perspective of a pragmatist. I'm worried rigid handling would bind us, so I'm cautious. Cho Rung spoke as if he understood perfectly. I get your point, steward. He turned his head then asked, so what proposal do you suggest? He responded and slowly analyzed. If the elder dean has no reason to oppose, then just create a reason. Honestly, this isn't something to overthink. Taehong's words rang out clearly. After all, the most convincing claim is that the youngest has never proven his ability. Cho Jiang looked at him, puzzled. Didn't the family head only recognize him after reaching 5th level warrior? Upon hearing that, Taehong quickly replied, would the family head even confirm that? He was surprised by Taehong's firm attitude. Taehong rubbed his hand, hesitating before speaking, so he gritted his teeth, cursing that kid silently. Cunning. Let him handle it himself. Taehong said solemnly, just set the stage for him to prove himself, that's enough. Cho Jiang asked with surprise and suspicion. Stage? You mean a duel? Under worried gazes from others, he answered, yes, exactly. Judging by that youngest son's past actions, he surely won't refuse. He curiously asked, then who should he duel? Maybe the warrior recently promoted would be best, right? But there's no way the 7DH young masters with their personalities would accept this kind of duel. The image of Sion A with a cold, terrifying smile and a knife in hand gradually appeared in Cho Jiang's mind. He guessed, then it would be the 6 young ladies? Taehong didn't hesitate to reply as if it was obvious. Yes, if it's Sion A, wouldn't it be perfect? If there's concern, just set limits for Sion A. Cho Jiang raised his head, silently agreeing, not a bad idea. Agreed with his answer, not a bad plan. The image of her grinding her teeth in anger. Moreover, according to Lady Bitch's account, the 6 young ladies already harbor resentment against that youngest son. Cho Jiang expressed his opinion, I think this way isn't bad at all. Then he turned to ask the others, what do the elders think? All eyes turned to Cho Jiang. Everyone replied, I think it's not bad, sounds reasonable. Seeing most agreed, the others agreed as well. If the head elder thinks so, then it must be right. I agree too. Then let's end the meeting here. Just as he turned to leave, a sudden voice called out from behind, making Taehong turn around curiously. You've worked hard today, Chief Steward Elder. The old man's silhouette slowly approached, backlit so that Cho Jiang's whole body seemed swallowed by shadows. He smiled and praised, looks like I've misunderstood the steward all this time. I wonder what wind blew you here to give me such clarity. The steward humbly replied softly, I just did what I said I would, to give me such clarity. He humbly replied softly, I just did what I said I would. Of course, Cho Rung seriously said, I understand very well the steward's loyalty to the clan. Suddenly, he slammed his cane on the floor. But hey steward, the light highlights every detail on your face. Cho Rung didn't hesitate to expose Chaehong's acting tricks. The little details are the most important. Hearing this, he just smiled knowingly. Chaehong smiled brightly, scratched his head awkwardly, then denied, acting, I really don't know what you're talking about. The next words from Cho Rung made him pause briefly. With steady gaze and clear voice, he walked past Chaehong. Meanwhile, Cho Rung calmly revealed the truth. Steward, while everyone calls you the eldest son, you alone insist on being called the youngest. His voice echoed from afar. Right? Everything will gradually pass. 3 weeks later, at Chungmu Dojo, the sword was slowly drawn as he murmured thoughtfully. Looks like today will be the last time. Meili Yunjong teased while asking. After getting beaten to hell yesterday, you can still say that? He said confidently. Boss already felt it, didn't he? He took a fighting stance, issuing a challenge. Then, show me. Immediately, Mi Li-yeon dashed toward where Li Yon stood. He raised his sword high, and the moment Mi Li-yeon attacked, he timely raised his sword to block. Li Yon used force to fling the descending sword away. He laughed excitedly and praised, "Good. That's the stance." Mi Li-yeon circled and swung his sword down, and Li Yon calmly blocked with his sword. After the strike, Li Yon's eyes lit up wide with surprise, thinking, six senses and demonic eyes. The heightened senses unlocked through training allowed him to sense the entire sword technique flow. He thought confidently, I can block them all. Both were full of killing intent, charging straight at each other. The recent strike cracked the ground beneath them. Rocks scattered everywhere as he was blasted backward, and Li Yon was knocked down too. Mi Li-yeon suddenly laughed. He ran his fingers through his hair, laughing and asked, "You've grasped the basics already? It took me 3 months to fully master the basics. You really are a genius." Mi Li-yeon quietly observed Li Yon sitting on the ground, thinking, 1 week to feel it, 2 weeks to master it physically, then apply demonic power and perfect it, just 33 days total. He reached out his hand before the boy's dazed eyes, not forgetting to praise, "You always surprise me." Mi Hongjong eagerly spoke, "I'll be the witness that you fully mastered the basics." He guessed, "Besides, you haven't just mastered the basics. It seems you've also unlocked something else." The boy smiled softly, eyes on Mi Hongjong. "Nothing's hidden from boss." Li Yon informed him, "Yes, I'm thinking up my own movement style." Mi Li-yeon happily offered, "Want me to help?" With grateful eyes, he said, "If boss helps, I'd be truly thankful." Late at night, a barren forest was covered in darkness, trees stripped bare. A leaf, a hand gripping a dagger tightly. A mocking voice kept echoing, "Pathetic losers acting all tough." Xian-a stood calmly. At her feet were creatures she easily defeated. So boring. Xian-a thought about everything that had happened. Filled with frustration and anger, "It's all because of that bastard who stuck me with these troublesome tasks." Xian-a leisurely stepped through puddles, muttering, "Mother is still boiling with anger. It's all because of him." Suddenly, the monster behind her moved. Xian-a seemed to realize it was coming closer. As the monster lunged with its jaws wide open from behind, she appeared completely unfazed. Xian-a just said one thing, then a flash of red light quickly flickered, and the long knife in her hand stabbed straight into the monster's head. Xian-a, with cold eyes full of killing intent, 2 fingers still burning with a small flame, said quietly, "I told you I'm bored." Xian-a lightly flicked her hand, and immediately the knife stuck in the monster's head began to tremble. The knife automatically pulled out from the monster's head. She grasped the knife tightly, silently pondering, "This is my 21st mission." Xian-a gritted her teeth, anger rising with every thought. And they were all annoying tasks. Like wiping out monster packs, she turned her back and left calmly. Xian-a quietly analyzed, "Usually, I only do 4 or 5 tasks a year at most. The 5-year term has finally passed. And when I return to the clan, that arrogant guy will come back too." From behind, a figure appeared, voice clear, "Greetings, 6th lady." Xian-a narrowed her powerful eyes, commanding, "Who are you? State your name." The person quickly introduced himself, "I'm Gagu, from Team 12 of the Black Sword Brigade." She frowned suspiciously. "The Black Sword Brigade?" Xian-a questioned about the clan leader's team. "What brings you here?" Gagu immediately responded clearly, "I bring a message from the clan leader." Hearing this, she instantly asked back, "That arrogant guy?" Xian-a laughed wildly, oddly twisted. She swung the long knife, stabbing hard into a nearby tree. Xian-a bowed her head, forcing out each word. "Perfect timing. He's already walked himself into a death trap." Xian-a laughed mockingly, her words dripping with sarcasm. "The clan leader isn't someone to mess with, right?" She opened her eyes wide with determination, ordering, "Tell him I received the message." Gagu replied promptly, "Yes, lady." Xian-a twisted the knife deep into the tree trunk, sparks flying, excitement rising in her voice. "I'm really looking forward to this." Her eyes turned white, teeth clenched, promising herself, "I will crush him to the very bottom." Li Yon, the next day, in a quiet room, opened the door and stepped inside. With a guilty look, he explained, "Sorry, I'm late. My training ran a bit long." Tae-hong laughed joyfully, voice lively, "You're here now. I heard you've mastered all the basic skills. What else is there to train?" He quickly replied, "Yes, I still want to test some things." He quickly got to the point, "The schedule has been announced, so I have something to discuss with you." He squinted and smiled softly at Tae-hong. "If there's an official notice, you'll come see me." He sighed deeply, looking helpless. Tae-hong asked seriously, "Aren't you worried?" He hesitated, asking back, "What's there to worry about?" Li Yon continued confidently, "Everything is going just as I planned." In his mind appeared the image of when Tae-hong spoke to him, thinking, "Father agreed to my warrior journey." But he set 2 conditions. Memories of training with his older brother flashed through his mind. Li Yon silently reflected. The first condition is to master all basic martial arts techniques. Fortunately, thanks to guidance from my brother and what I've learned about mana control, I completed it quickly. But the second condition was the real challenge. At that time, he solemnly told Li Yon, "You must convince the Elder Council." He replied confused, eyes blank. "Sorry, Tay. Please explain the method to Li Yon. You can use any method. If you don't convince them, your warrior journey won't be approved." He spoke honestly. However, given your current position, it's hard to influence the Elder Council's decision. After some thought, he finally found a plan. So, I decided to create the most favorable situation for myself. The image of Li Yon discovering the plan suddenly appeared clearly in his mind. Li Yon chuckled triumphantly, a proud look on his face, using proof of strength as an excuse. I arranged a match with 6 senior sisters. His eyes looked toward Tae Hong, excitement bubbling. "I came here hoping you'd intervene. Everything is going according to my plan. The Elder Chief won't have any reason to refuse. Hopefully, everything will go as intended." In his mind, the image of Li Yon placing the next chess piece appeared. I want to create my own chance to get permission to travel outside. The ability to turn the tide is essential for anyone wanting to enter politics. This matter itself is part of the challenge. Tae Hong's voice echoed, pulling him out of his thoughts. "I just don't understand how you can stay so calm." Li Yon answered sincerely, without hiding anything, "Because I trust you've arranged everything carefully." He immediately replied, "That's not what I meant." Worry was clear on Tae Hong's face as he slowly shared his thoughts. "That girl, I heard you and she don't get along." He asked with curiosity. "With Sion A's personality, even a duel won't go smoothly. Why choose her in this situation?" Suddenly, he slammed the table hard and shouted, "I have a debt to repay worth 6 billion. Tae Hong didn't back down and immediately responded, "That's exactly what I was talking about." He stood up, questioning, "Can't you deal with that later? Why put yourself in such a tough spot?" Tae Hong clenched his fist, his voice firm and clear. "It's not that I don't think you can do it." He slowly sat down. Tae Hong held his head, sighing deeply as he confessed his worry. "I'm afraid you'll get hurt somehow facing your own sister." He looked intently at the person before him, quietly thinking, "He really cares about me? What should I do now? Should I stop this or just let it play out?" Li Yoon asked timidly. "Thank you for worrying." The images of Sion A and the Elder Chief vividly appeared in his mind. The 6 billion will definitely try to take me down at all costs, and the Elder Chief will use this chance to hold me back. Li Yan clenched his fists, continuing, "So this duel isn't just about the warrior's journey." He stood up, gently advising Tae Hong. "Of course, if I lose, it'll be a big problem. But don't worry," Li Yon affirmed. "No hesitation at all. I will definitely win this match no matter what." A bright morning at a packed stadium, the Elder Council. Official orders were quickly issued to push the duel forward, and soon the duel location was decided. Central Martial Arena, another room with all doors closed. This is Sumu's largest, widest arena and the place where the inauguration ceremony was held. Li Yan dressed neatly. He looked outside, silently thinking, already expecting they wouldn't handle this quietly, feeling helpless. He sighed, then muttered, "No need to guess. It's definitely the Elder Council President's scheme." The arena outside was ready. Li Yan quickly analyzed the Central Martial Arena. It has grandstands surrounding the center, clearly intending a public humiliation to crush my spirit. He closed his eyes tightly, exhaled sharply, and told himself, but that doesn't matter at all. Someone slowly entered the room. Li Yon kept thinking. Moreover, Mangahwa looked shyly at her, hesitantly speaking. "Kid?" She looked confused. Li Yon observed, then questioned. "Has she kept that expression all day?" He stepped forward calmly and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Mangahwa rubbed her hands, embarrassed. "Nothing, really." She kept looking down, noticing her expression. He said, "You've been like that all day and still say nothing's wrong?" Mangahwa struggled to speak, but she was interrupted loudly. "I hate all those reckless moves in our clan." Li Yan listened calmly. Mangahwa continued to show frustration with all those dark whispers behind her back. "I don't like her either." Clenching her skirt tightly, Mangahwa explained more clearly. "Sixth Miss is a level 4 warrior, but you just reached level 5. The gap between level 5 and 4 is like night and day." Li Yon seemed to understand, adding, "That's why 6th Miss is restricted from using magic. She can't use secret techniques or ultimate moves." Mangahwa kept her head down, admitting, "I know." Her hands started shaking. Mangahwa was extremely worried, saying, "But what if she loses?" She painfully held her head, terrified as she added, "If I teach her more magic." Mangahwa kept darting her eyes around. She was stunned, shouting even louder, Just just a little more effort to teach. She seemed to have reached her limit. She let out a desperate scream. If only I had told the clan about the endless matter sooner. Manhwa suddenly snapped back, freezing when a voice called out, "Stop, Lord Li Yon." Manhwa appeared from somewhere, smiling brightly to reassure her. The young master will definitely succeed like always. She grabbed Manhwa's hand, smiling warmly as she said, "So, as the young master's master, why don't you say a few encouraging words instead?" Manhwa's eyes darkened. She seemed to be carrying a storm of worries inside. Manhwa remained silent. Li Yon watched her quietly and thought, "She looks like a frightened little animal." His mother must have also lost something in Sumu, and the image of Master Hoa appeared in his mind. Li Yun muttered to himself, "I know nothing of mother's past. If I wanted to find out, it wouldn't be hard." He stayed silent, lost in thought. "But I purposely don't want to know." Li Yon started moving forward, still pondering, "Because I believe one day mother will tell me herself." He wrapped his arm around Manhwa. Li Yon beamed and said, "Mother, now's not the time to be like this. You should be happy." Looking at that bright face, Manhwa seemed confused and said, "Happy?" She looked surprised. Manhwa gasped when he said, "Isn't today the magic day we've been studying together? Will it really shine? And it's going to be a spectacular twist too." A voice rang out. It made everyone look outside. "The young master has gone out already." Li Yun's eyes filled with determination as he firmly said, "Watch me, mother. I won't lose." Li Yun tightened his grip on the sword, not forgetting to tell Manhwa, "Feel free to cheer me on from the stands." He excitedly stepped outside. Li Yan spoke as if comforting her, "If your cheers are too quiet, I'll get sad. You know." On the way to the stands, brilliant light shone inside. Li Yon walked down the path, quietly thinking, "It's been a long time since I passed through this hallway." Li Yon suddenly stopped, standing at a threshold as if affirming, "Since I was born, I have always tried to prove myself." Li Yun strode out proudly. Now is the time to put an end to that proof. With sword in hand, he confidently stepped forward. "Let's go." Hundreds watched intently from the arena. A figure with Li Yun's determined face appeared. He marched forward fiercely, then suddenly paused, glancing to one side. Tessin and Weizan sat solemnly in a corner. Li Yan recognized, and also saw that Father and Lady Bak had arrived, along with Tae Hong, Cho Rang, and Jang Gook. He observed and said, "Uncle and the elders are all here." Li Yun quickly scanned forward. He seemed unfazed by the words, "That arrogant bastard stepson." Sion A calmly reached out her hand. She taunted, "Your neck's still too sturdy." "Huh, Sion A?" Showing disdain. She kept mocking Li Yan. "I never liked that neck of yours from the start." Sion A tossed two knives into the air. She kept spitting harsh words. "Just a stepson yet dares to hold his head high. It's already an eyesore." She pointed the knives forward, excitedly saying, "Today I'll break that neck. Just wait and see." Li Yan smiled calmly, showing no fear as he said, "Looking forward to it, Sion A." The referee raised his hand and quickly announced, "Then from now on, the duel between 6 ladies and 9 young masters begins." Sion A quickly took her stance. The referee's voice continued the preparations. Li Yan focused on his opponent, gripping his sword ready. Suddenly he shut his eyes tight, preparing to unleash a move. Then he opened them wide. Li Yan's eyes radiated the power of the demon eye. As the referee shouted, "Begin," Sion A suddenly dashed behind him. She rushed forward with fiery knives in hand, throwing them at Li Yan. He quickly glanced back. Somehow she had circled behind him, but Li Yan stood perfectly still, as if he could see everything and thought. 3 throwing knives came from behind. 2 more flew straight at Li Yan. He gripped his sword tightly while analyzing. Unseen when thrown, 2 daggers fly from the front, with countless fiery knives hovering around Sion A. She's arrogant with her technique, the throwing knife skill. The powerful daggers rush forward, surrounded by blazing red flames. This is Sion A's unique skill, channeling demonic energy and force into the daggers before launching them. She narrowed her eyes ahead. In her hands are countless daggers that look like blazing flames, called the Burning Blades. The knives fly at Li Yon from all directions. He quickly assesses and thinks, "Can't dodge this," so he raises his sword. Li Yon's eyes widen as he channels his power. Then, a sharp slash cuts through the air like a tear. Thunderstorm transforms, and the daggers affected by the strike instantly change direction. Sion A struggles to leap back, cursing irritably. She lands as Li Yon's silhouette emerges through the smoke. He suddenly sneers with contempt. Li Yan taunts, "I've heard a lot about Sion A's amazing throwing knife skill." Yet Li Yan's face is totally calm. He looks at her coolly and continues, "Turns out it's not as scary as I thought." Sion A instantly flies into a rage. She pulls more daggers from her clothes. She shouts, "You're dead for sure," and charges at Li Yan, who stands his ground. She wildly slashes at Li Yan. Xian A bitterly thinks, some brat who's barely bloodied dares to act tough? Her eyes blaze with fury. Xian A grips her knife tighter. "I'll personally teach you a lesson." Daggers keep flying at Li Yon, who braces to block each strike. He watches Xian A carefully, tracking her moves. He analyzes her movements. They're like a circus artist juggling many blades at once. The stabbing attacks come from weird angles. This secret technique only works with superhuman reflexes and vision. Without seeing the full picture, it's impossible to perform. Suddenly, Li Yan smirks oddly, thinking calmly. Now Li Yan launches forward, thinking, this was all bait for my real move. Li Yan rushes at her. Xian A and he face off, forcing a direct attack. Her blazing daggers are ready, quickly targeting him. Li Yan swings his sword. The slash nearly grazes Xian A. He tightens his grip, raises the sword high, preparing his ultimate move. Li Yan stares down Xian A, ready to strike straight at her. She stares back, frozen in shock. Xiana silently warns herself danger is near. She quickly blocks with 2 daggers, bracing for impact. The clash explodes with sparks flying everywhere, their massive powers colliding. A thunderous shockwave rumbles, dust filling the air. The crowd buzzes with excitement. What's going on? Could the second sun really be this strong? Or is it just an illusion? Li Yon emerges from the dust, standing in the center, frowning in confusion, silently wondering, did I underestimate him? Dust still swirls at Xiane's feet. The air is tense. Strangely, she clenches her dagger tightly, grinding her teeth in frustration, thinking back to the sword clash. He rolled back to disperse the impact, breaking her dagger. She looks at it puzzled. A second-rate guy who can even perform the clan's secret technique? Xiana throws the broken dagger aside, her face full of resolve, thinking, if I got hit by that, I'd be done for. She quickly gets up, gripping her weapon tightly. You still have another killing move? She faces Li Yan again, testing him with words, but unfortunately that move channels power into the blade. Xiana charges like a beast. You should have saved that for a more important moment. Not now. Li Yan keeps watching, focusing more sharply than before, but is he really charging head-on again? She keeps swinging daggers at Li Yan, who dodges non-stop. Xiane spins in midair. Li Yan raises his hand to block. Xiane circles behind, her scary face smirking arrogantly. What now? Come on, talk big again. Xiane shoves a dagger at Li Yan, who instantly raises his sword to block. Leaping non-stop at a dizzying speed, he instantly assessed. Swift combos, unpredictable moves. Li Yan blocked each strike one by one, then dodged to observe and analyze. I can block, but the speed is insanely fast, making counterattacks far from easy. Li Yun's eyes suddenly blaze. He stared straight ahead, but Xian A, Li Yun caught every step she took in his gaze, carefully pondering. Everything's clear before me now. Li Yun easily dodged the attack, meticulously watching and trusting his instincts. I can feel every blade strike, and my demonic eye fully detects the attack's direction. Li Yun smiled faintly. He muttered the reason behind this fight, the very reason he was determined to spar with Xian A. Lightning crackled around him. He calmly thought, because my power perfectly counters Xian A's technique. Xiana caught Li Yan's gaze and silently screamed in fury at those eyes. She seemed to regain her composure. She carefully analyzed the edge of her blade technique. Its strength lies in stealth and speed. But once everything is detected, Xian A's fighting style has to be restricted. She quickly recalled the last attack. Xian A realized and analyzed, if I rush in with brute force, I'll run into that deadly move from before. She began channeling energy, electricity crackling all around. Xian A struggled with this mana limitation. If only I could remove just 1/10 of this restriction, I could use high-level energy skills. Xian A recalled her training. Bitterly, she thought, all this past year, I've only focused on revenge. That brat had to be crushed. I shattered his pride. She killed many targets. Xiana panted after brutal fights until her opponents begged for mercy. She looked up, smiling wildly, struggling to think about her current situation, never expecting to end up like this. Xian A suddenly snapped awake. The last thought in her mind, it's me. Li Yun spoke, pulling her back to reality. Does Xian A still have the brain to daydream like that? Li Yan closed in, arrogantly telling her to focus. Much better. Then Li Yan struck. Xian A quickly blocked, struggling to stop his sword. Xian A gritted her teeth and instantly unleashed a powerful energy. She said mysteriously, I didn't intend to use this move. Li Yan watched in shock as Xian A's power quickly enveloped the knife, channeling it directly into Li Yan's body. His heart suddenly stirred. A rising power surged with every heartbeat. Li Yan slowly sensed this energy flow. Doubt crept in. Is my magic circle being suppressed? Xian A leapt off the ground. She stood arrogantly before Li Yan, taunting. So you're a bit smarter than I thought after all. She screamed, face twisted with mad triumph. Even a coward like you realizes you can't win. What if no mana? Li Yan fell silent, deep in thought. Would she use her special skill? He realized it was the mana suppression skill of the sixth sister, Li Yon, who possesses a unique ability, triggered with a slight move. She can disrupt the enemy's magic flow, throwing them into chaos. If their mana capacity is superior, they can resist. But if not, even if they realize the trap, they'll be bound with no escape. He stood still. Siana roared loudly, her voice echoing through the stands. Nowhere left for you to run. A surge of power ran through Li Yon's body. But there's one thing she didn't know. Xian A's eyes widened in shock at the scene in the stands. No way! Li Yun was radiating an even stronger magical power than before. She stammered, "How can you still use magic? My spells originally were completely different from all the others." Below, the sunlit crowd pressed together waiting. Sunlight mixed with the buzzing atmosphere. "It's gonna be okay." Mangahua clasped her hands tight, trembling, trying to calm herself. "It's gonna be okay." Her whole body shook in waves, making each breath harsh and heavy. "That kid's incredible." Mungahua's gaze went blank. Her lips barely moved, whispering words only she could hear. "That's right, it won't happen like before. But those negative thoughts keep replaying in my head. But if Kawa was here, noticing Mungahua's slight tremble, she'd be worried about you." Elderly Yon. "Mungahua, didn't you hear her words?" Mungahua squeezed her eyes shut, trying to block out the fear. What if I end up in the same situation again? She's lost in her own swirling thoughts. What am I supposed to do then? Asterisk. Suddenly, a voice rang out ahead of Mungahua, pulling her from the chaos in her mind. "You good?" In front of her, two young men were whispering. "Not just good, that foundation's rock solid makes you want to respect him." They finished speaking. From behind Mungahua came another voice. "What kind of qigong skill is that?" The guy next to him shook his head. "Isn't that the secret demonic energy technique of the Sungmu clan?" Their next words shocked her. "Heard the kid just turned 15 this year." Turning back to Li Yun on the stands, his eyes flashed, body leaning slightly forward as he unleashed the Thunder Qigong technique. His sword struck down, the impact sending shockwaves that made the ground tremble like it might explode. Forcing Seone to quickly retreat to avoid the blow, Li Yan swung his sword backward. His cold gaze tracked her every step as she backed up, trying to keep a safe distance. Before Xian A could stabilize, Li Yan immediately launched his next attack. The sword tip tore through the air, charging forward with speed and power, giving no chance for counterattack. The Dim La Qigong. She saw red energy blasts piercing like arrows, rushing straight at her with terrifying speed, making her breath catch. Before Xian A could strike, the red energy coils wrapped around her body like invisible chains, tightening every muscle, rendering her movements powerless. On this side, he rushed forward like the wind from where he stood. Li Yan's movement was decisive and fluid, slicing a wave of energy through the space. Using the Satfang Qigong to cut the bonds holding Xian A. This made her eyes widen. Her look filled with disbelief, staring at his proud gaze. She clenched her teeth tighter. He actually cut through Diemla with Satfang? On the stands, Mungahua's body slowly relaxed. Thunder, Diemla, Satfang, all Qigong skills he and the kid created together. Her hand clenched tightly, reflecting the quiet determination rising within her. Those chaotic feelings were now completely cleansed. Mungahua's eyes gradually brightened, like a fire reignited. "That's right, I have to win." From earlier until now, she finally smiled brightly, like the dawn. "You really are a genius." Looking at the chaotic scene beside her, she still couldn't believe it, silently asking herself, how is this even possible? Xian A's eyes widened to the max, her gaze a mix of shock and panic. She was clearly powerless to use her demonic energy before, so how could she still use it now? At that moment, Li Yan kept his distance from her. Xian A stared intently at him while he squinted, observing every shift on her face. There was one thing Xian A didn't know. A blue aura enveloped Li Yon and his sword. He smirked slightly. "My demonic energy technique is different from theirs. It only needs my own energy to use it." Then Li Yun slowly stepped forward, his calm yet sharp gaze speaking with steady voice. "Now, let me handle this." As he spoke, his whole body closed in on Xian A, making the air around them tense. Watching Li Yun's move, she could only think one word: fast. His sword swung decisively. The blade flashed through the air, knocking Xian A flying backward. She barely managed to catch herself with her hands. After flying a good distance, bracing herself with her arms, Xian A trembled from the impact. Her muscles tensed, trying to keep her balance and not fall. Damn, he didn't even know when he started. Swinging the sword down from above towards her, the speed so fast all you could hear was the wind slicing past the blade. Seona quickly stepped back, slamming her sword down onto the ground with a loud clash. The earth cracked beneath her feet, sending out a wave of power. She gritted her teeth. How is this possible? How can I be overwhelmed like this? Siana was trying to defeat him, her thoughts spinning like a fierce storm, but then her gaze suddenly hardened. Frozen for a moment, Siana glanced up toward the second floor of the stands, spotting someone there. The air around her suddenly darkened like a heavy cloud, casting a shadow over Siana's mind. Upstairs, a sharp, piercing gaze was locked on her, cold and cutting like a blade. On the stands, she sat like a queen, regal yet radiating a dark, powerful presence. Her icy gaze fixed directly on Siana standing below. Facing that stare, Siana suddenly gasped, heart tightening with fear. A creeping dread sank deep into her chest. Her body began to tremble, lips quivering. Siana poured all her strength into the hand gripping her dagger. A brilliant orange-yellow aura spread around her. She clenched her teeth, eyes burning with rage, then let out a loud roar. Just from being the youngest, that blazing magic erupted around Siana. Even Li Yan across from her couldn't help but be stunned. The amount of magic was terrifying. The dagger in her hand began to levitate, and Li Yan's eyes flashed with surprise. Forcing the magic no longer caused internal injury. What? Siana's daggers slowly transformed, splitting into smaller ones floating around her. Her magic grew stronger and stronger, spreading throughout her body like an uncontrollable raging fire. Magic enveloped, countless daggers hovering in midair. Siana raised her hand, her gaze flashing with desire, cold and ferocious as if ready to devour Li Yan alive. She thrust her hand forward fiercely. I will kill you no matter what. Chi Hong on the stands jumped up, shouting loudly, that's against the rules. As soon as he finished, her daggers shot toward Li Yan at lightning speed. Stop her! But he showed no fear, gripping his sword tightly, quietly channeling magic into its blade. Li Yan's eyes gleamed golden, the sword glowing with each pulse, magic spreading from the hilt to the blade in a blue light. Suddenly, Li Yan exhaled deeply, his breath echoed softly yet powerfully, then he moved into an attack stance. Just as her daggers came close, Li Yan swung his sword hard forward. The steel blade flashed through the air, but surprisingly missed the target. Seeing this, Siana couldn't help but burst out a proud laugh, echoing like a bold challenge. Where do you think you're swinging? But then her eyes widened in disbelief. One of Siana's daggers was stuck straight into the ground. Li Yan moved fluidly, his sword slicing sharply through the air. Some truths in this world are unchanging. Magic never truly disappears. Li Yan glanced at the daggers slowly falling, piercing the earth with sharp sounds. Magic scattered into the void eventually returns to nature. Magic is infinite and cannot be lost. He gripped his sword firmly, coldly scanning the remaining daggers floating in the stands. But Li Yun stood cold-faced among the daggers stuck in the ground. The founder's sword, he smirked. This sword can cut through and destroy magic itself. Li Yun looked at the sword trembling slightly in his hand, amazed that someone could even wield Liu Tin. But either way, it was a success. His gaze toward her remained cold and sharp. Remembering the opponent's move just now, with my current strength I can't fully block Liu Tin. So I used Black Knight to sever the magic thread linking the daggers. Li Yan narrowed his eyes, focusing all his spirit. Using magic eyes to see the magic thread connected to the daggers, but both require extraordinary concentration. He stepped forward with sure, steady strides, each step like a nail driven into the ground, setting a solemn rhythm. The space around seemed to tighten. Now it's my turn to watch Li Yun's move. Siana clenched her teeth, furrowed her brow, eyes flashing with tension. Is she planning to use that move again? You could only see his body move like the wind, keeping a certain distance from her, stepping with agile precision. Watching Li Yun's moves, Siana was shocked and confused, her eyes darting around. It was like she was trying to read his intentions, but if she stretched the distance, she couldn't strike. Suddenly, she saw him ready to attack. A flicker of confusion flashed in her eyes. Trying to attack from this distance? Li Yan smirked slightly. The demon-piercing sword technique was originally made to fight monsters. His power radiated all around, flooding the space like a strong, invisible wave. Then it slowly focused into the sword in his hand. Distance was never an issue from the start. His eyes rolled white. He poured every ounce of power and demonic energy into the upcoming strike, infinite solar eclipse. His sword swung fiercely and decisively, as if tearing the sky apart. The blade gleamed with bright golden light, whipping up a violent, swirling wind through the space. Siana's body froze, her eyes locked on Li Yun's incoming sword. She widened her eyes and spat out angrily. Damn it! A huge explosion erupted in the stands. The deafening blast shook the air violently. Thick blue smoke billowed, covering the entire area. It obscured everything inside. Slowly, the blue smoke thinned, revealing the scene within. He still held the downward strike pose. Beneath him, a deep, wide slash marked the ground. Dust still swirled thickly. Suddenly, Li Yun covered his mouth, coughing harshly. His dry cough echoed as he lowered his head, hand pressed to half his face. Cold sweat dotted his forehead from pushing his demonic eye to the limit, causing sharp pain in his eyes. Li Yun glanced toward the opposite side, where thick dust still blocked his view. But it wasn't over yet. The demon piercing had landed, but he needed the finishing blow. Suddenly, through the thick smoke, a sharp dagger shot straight at him with terrifying speed. Li Yun hadn't reacted yet. The dagger sliced across his thigh, leaving a long cut. Li Yun lost balance. His knee buckled slightly. His body staggered for a moment as the sharp pain spread from the wound. From the smoke, a pair of lightning-fast legs shot forward, slashing through space with terrifying velocity. Xian, face covered in wounds, eyes burning with determination, swung a powerful fist toward him. Too fast, she held the dagger, raised it, and stabbed violently at Li Yun with relentless force. This move was seriously dangerous. He pushed strongly off the ground with his foot, creating immense force that cracked the earth beneath him. Li Yun stepped back to keep a safe distance from Xian-A's fierce pressure, but her dagger had already caught up. She dashed like a lightning bolt and stabbed straight into Li Yun's chest. The air suddenly froze. Every movement seemed frozen in that moment. Xian-A's motion was still, the dagger embedded deep in his chest. Dark red liquid flowed from Li Yun's chest, soaking a patch of his pristine white shirt. Meanwhile, his sword hadn't pierced her body. The shiny blade stopped just inches from her chest. Xian-A slowly withdrew the dagger from Li Yun's chest. Every move deliberate, but suddenly she collapsed to the ground. Losing balance, she fell before she could react. Li Yun clutched his wounded chest. A pained expression crossed his face. If he had blocked with Black Knight, even a second slower, his heart would have been pierced. Li Yun glanced at her lying face down. At that moment, the demon piercing had surely knocked her out. But her body sensed his killing intent and instinctively reacted. He turned his head, sighed, then smiled softly. Truly fearsome bloodline. Then, he looked over at the two young men standing right beside him. He sheathed his sword and said coldly, "What are you waiting for? Not gonna get her help? Leaving her like this, she'll die from internal injuries." The two nearby young men suddenly snapped out of it, replying quickly. Li Yun rolled his eyes, raised his hand, and pointed back. Yeah, he was exasperated, watching the two preparing to take her for treatment. "Well, you saw that, right?" Li Yun's gaze shifted toward the stands. There sat an old figure high above. The Cho clan fighters saw his gaze and, their eyes widened stubborn old men. Then Li Yun looked back at Xian-A, unconscious on the ground, along with his half-siblings. His hand clenched tightly and raised high. "To those of you who once thought I'd failed just because I'm a younger son," Li Yun closed his eyes, a silent declaration. "For the first time, I've proven myself." Suddenly, an object flew fast and hit his head. Li Yun tilted slightly, his eyes quickly darting toward the thrower. The thrower was Tessin. His gaze was serious, but his hand gave a gesture full of encouragement and congratulations. Behind him, a young man's loud applause erupted from the stands, spreading like a powerful wave of support. This surprised Li Yun down below. His eyes widened in astonishment as he felt the crowd's enthusiastic backing from the stands. Gi-Ong's voice echoed excitedly. "My kid is truly amazing." She was up above, energetically waving her arms, her face blooming with joy. "Damn, I knew it all along." Kawa anxiously tugged Mangahwa's sleeve. "Elder, please stay calm." Her shout still echoed in Li Yun's ears. "My kid is the best." He blushed, quickly covering his reddened face. "Oh man, even your words carry magic power." Tessin's people appeared in the stands, quickly drawing everyone's gaze. Li Yun looked toward them, and Tessin spoke first, in a deep, warm voice. "Outstanding." He smiled gently, eyes sparkling. Father probably won't be pleased. He wasn't the type to praise his child in front of others. Tessin eyed Li Yun sharply. This kid chose Taehong and rearranged the board, picking the sixth player to make the match unfold exactly as planned. His eyes reflected seriousness and rich experience. An opponent whose elemental advantage beats anyone else. Those unaware would think sixth player must win. He sank into deep thought. Easier said than done, but among all here, how many could pull that off? He spoke powerfully yet praised. "You've proven yourself, so I acknowledge you're qualified to leave the family." According to martial artist rules, Li Yun placed his hand on his chest, bowed respectfully to his father. Then he smiled softly, remaining silent with his head bowed. Tessin noticed Li Yun's expression and said, "But it seems you still have something to say?" Li Yun smiled as if his purpose had been reached. Li Yun lifted his head, calm eyes meeting Tessin's. As expected, he couldn't hide anything from his father about external affairs. The reward for this trial was permission to join the martial artist ranks, and his father couldn't grant anything beyond that. He nodded slowly, voice firm. Then please allow me to speak. Li Yun paid close attention, as if silently confirming the understanding across. Of course, with father's approval. Though still injured from the match, he stood straight and declared boldly, I've gained enough strength to complete my academy program early. This had been personally verified by father. Li Yan looked at those ahead with mature determination. I also went to Thienvi Mountain and passed the bloodless dream trial. He watched Tessen's every expression, thinking, now father has handed decision power to the elders, so the reward must be addressed to them. Still, Li Yan didn't lose heart, clenching his fist. I've proven everything, and all conditions are met. He immediately focused on Cho Rang. But why did the elders not trust him and challenge him without reason? Li Yon stood firm, raising his hand to explain clearly. After this match, the sixth was badly injured, and I'm barely standing here reporting. The elder's eyes narrowed as he locked onto Li Yon's gaze, hearing every word he spoke about himself. Though feeling the elders were pressuring him, Li Yon remained resolute, clutching his chest, thinking, at 15, even if my words are harsh or disrespectful, it will be forgiven. This age rarely gets chances, so I must use it wisely. Meanwhile, Teshin stood beside him, defending Li Yan, the elder head. Please answer this kid's questions. Cho Rang gripped his staff tightly, silent. Finally, after a tense silence, he smiled faintly, seeming to understand some misunderstanding. Until now, all matters related to martial artist ranks have been decided by the Elder Council. He just gave a knowing smile, silently listening. The family rules clearly state no distinction between primary and secondary heirs. Could it be that the Elder Council just ignored the family rules? As soon as the words ended, Li Yan immediately objected inside. With a sly smirk full of meaning, deliberately mentioning the word secondary heir, something even I have never brought up. Revealing a hint of sadness about his origins, he continued questioning. Could it be that the Elder Council actually brought this up? Under pressure from both logic and emotion, Cho Rung finally voiced his concern. Yeah, he's too young to rush into the warrior path. If he runs into the original champion, it's almost unavoidable. Li Yun seized the chance. He immediately asked skeptically, then why must it be the sixth warrior? Everyone knows the sixth is way stronger than me. Arguing about age again, the elder sweated nervously and replied, that island. But Li Yun pressed on. I've read the official notice. It clearly states the trial will be against someone just returned from the warrior path. Li Yun said excitedly, then shouldn't the seventh warrior step up? If not the seventh, then there must be others. Taehong cleared his throat to curb his boldness, but inwardly he was quietly amused. This brat's clever, he set the board and is now cornering the Elder Council head. Well played, a smart kid indeed. Tishin was a bit suspicious and said, did you pick the sixth warrior for this moment? Meanwhile, Cho Rung could only offer a shaky explanation. I just thought the sixth warrior was the most suitable for this trial. But Li Yun wasn't letting it go. If that's true, the duel should have been held in private, not in front of everyone here. He clenched his fist and spoke clearly. So I want to hear your reasoning. Stern-faced, he bluntly demanded, why did the Elder Council organize the trial like this? Tessen couldn't help but admire him. He looked at the elder's pale face with some amusement. That's a bold move, but if not careful, the Elder Council might come off as bullying a kid. Tessie quickly intervened, returning to a serious tone and decisively declared, enough. He shot a displeased glance at the Elder Council head, the tribe's senior elder, giving a warning. Taishin reminded Li Yan of his mistake. It's understandable to be hot-headed right after a duel, but your words were disrespectful. He bowed his head. Sorry. Yes, I admit my fault. But the elder made a deeper observation. Still, if we just let it slide, I'm afraid it won't end well. What did the Elder Council head mean? The elder showed no sign of movement, just glanced at Cho Rung, sighed helplessly inside. Just a secondary heir, yet being pressured like this is really unfair. In the end, he admitted, I also admit there are parts of this trial that are hard to explain. The Elder Council should offer a worthy reward. Li Yun understood his intention, bowed seriously. I also apologize for my disrespect. But he didn't stop there, adding, I'm just doing what's right. Everyone here had different attitudes and didn't dare expect an excessive reward. Cho Jiang was startled by Li Yan's concluding words. I only asked to receive what's rightfully mine. A few days after the duel ended, the scene was peaceful under the morning sun shining on the intricate wooden windows. Inside, Li Yan lay on the bed, sighing softly. His eyes thoughtful, then he suddenly murmured sadly, never thought I'd miss Thienvier Mountain one day. Though frustrated inside, Li Yon couldn't help but sigh, holding back his emotions, until his body fully recovered. Why did the familiar warnings echo in his mind? Hey, you're injured, where do you think you're going? Little brother isn't fully healed yet, you can't. He felt down and blamed himself silently. If only I had healing pills. I'd be better by now. Suddenly, a knock at the door startled him. Li Yon turned his head in surprise. Sitting up, he straightened his posture and invited, "Come in." The door opened, and a familiar voice made Li Yon pause. Startled, Li Yon turned his head. He sat up, adjusted his serious posture, and invited, "Come in." The door opened, and a familiar voice echoed, leaving Li Yon momentarily stunned. It had been a long time since he'd seen the young master. Right after, 3 close friends entered the room. With a bright smile, "You doing well these days?" Cho and Ha spoke first, showing concern. "Wanted to visit right when you got back to the clan, but heard you were busy," Kim Han added, then asked about his health. "Are you still doing okay?" He smiled, waving his hand. "Don't worry, no matter what, I'd never skip meeting you guys." Li Yon pointed to the chair. "Bring a seat over. Make yourself comfortable." After everyone settled around the bed, he smiled and asked back, "Are you all doing well?" Cho and Ha nodded happily. "Of course." He beamed, recalling old times. "Had some trouble, but thinking back, it was just people being wary of me. That's a good way to think." Kim Han beside him, unlike his calm appearance, was very excited, asking, "What cultivation did you do to get so strong?" Making Li Yon's eyes widen in surprise. Before he could react, Li Yon sternly continued, "Speaking of that duel, I saw it with my own eyes." Li Yun flared up angrily, his gaze deadly toward Kim Han. He immediately cut in. "Level 5-3 upgrade is coming soon. Looks like you all have some free time." "Huh?" Feeling cornered, Li Yun quickly stepped back, stammering, It's not like I had some big emergency. How could we possibly miss it?" Kim Han kept defending, shouting, "It's not just me. Everyone's here, right?" But when he turned back, he was surprised to see 2 friends silently exchanging glances. And Bo Seoong bowed his head. "Sorry, please forgive us. You planned to come right after training, but you're late now." Cho In-ha softened her tone. "Because Bo Seoong also took part in the duel, so did I." Li Yan waved it off. "No need to feel bad. I don't blame you." However, then he turned to question Kim Han. "So you got lazy when I wasn't around?" Making Kim Han frantically wave his hands. "No, absolutely not." Looking at his friends, Li Yan smiled inwardly, thinking they'd grown a lot. Cho In-ha and Bo Seo-ong were both appointed apprentices in the Blood Tiger Squad and Celestial Palace Squad. Those 2 were the top elite from the annual fighters, 2 more squads. 4 major squads in total called the 4 Divine Squads. Kim Han decided to join the 6 Gates, where the academy training has 2 departments, the Blade Sword Department specializing in swordsmanship, and the Archer Department specializing in ranged weapons, attending both. Not an easy feat. His eyes softened, revealing rare gentleness, thinking, also, half the 5th grade students were appointed, truly a rare occasion. He sincerely looked at his friends and said, "You all need to work hard. I'll be relying on you a lot later." Facing Li Yan, Bo Seo-ung confidently replied, "Leave it to us." Cho In-ha added determinedly, "We'll grow worthy, so you won't be ashamed." After chatting, they cleaned up and prepared to leave. "Well then, with your permission." He smiled and replied, "Right. I'm glad to see you again." Suddenly Kim Han exclaimed, Almost forgot. You're going to claim your reward today, right?" Li Yan turned back, smiling softly. "I'm the one claiming the reward. Why are you so happy?" He answered immediately, eyes shining. "Because good things are coming to me." Kim Han couldn't hold back his curiosity, asking right away, "So have you decided what you'll take?" He smiled faintly. Without hesitation, Li Yan answered briefly but confidently, "Of course." At the Shengmu Treasury, 2 guards stood watch at the gate under the blazing Sunday. Suddenly, a car came speeding to the iron gate, its door opening. A pair of legs in dress shoes stepped out. Li Yan slowly got out, looking around, thinking, "It's been 6 years since I last came to the treasury." Suddenly, a voice startled him. "Isn't that the youngest son?" It was the gate guard speaking, asking politely for the purpose of the visit. Li Yan stepped forward, handed him a paper, and calmly replied, "I've got permission to withdraw equipment from the treasury." The guard took the paper, examined it once, and said, "Yes, I confirm the document. They opened the gate and invited you in. You may proceed." Just as he was about to enter, another voice called out, "The young masters are still just gatekeepers." They shyly raised their hands and sincerely said, "This competition really moved me deeply. I will also strive to improve like the young master." Then, right at the gate, they bowed respectfully to the elder. At first, he held back a bit but felt happy inside. "This is the first time in my life I've received such a respectful salute." Li Yan smiled brightly at them, turning his head but feeling excited inside. "Until now, most only despised, and looked down on me for my low status." He didn't forget to reply to the gatekeepers, "Thank you for thinking that way. To live up to that, I will try even harder." Then, he slowly stepped inside alone. The The secret vault is jointly managed by the Administrative Institute and the Elders Council. Before starting this mission, Li Yan had to undergo a full body scan. If the Administrative Institute handles storage and maintenance, then research and equipment access fall under the Elders Council's authority. His eyes softened hearing this because he had requested compensation from the Elders Council director. Li Yan recalled the scene. I only did what I had to, so I didn't dare expect any unreasonable reward. His face was serious as he expressed his wish to only receive the items chosen in the equipment selection ceremony. That day, Cho Jiang asked in surprise, "Didn't you already choose a weapon and wear it at your side?" He questioned Li Yan suspiciously. "You only took one weapon then. Now you want to claim all of them?" Li Yan's eyes were calm, answering without hesitation. According to the rules, weapons chosen during the selection ceremony can all be claimed later. Tae Hong, who was listening, was startled when Li Yan mentioned his name. "Am I misunderstanding, Chief Administrator?" The man muttered helplessly. "What a clever kid," then stammered. "All right, exactly. You put Cho in a tough spot. By tradition, the rest of the weapons are claimed later." The head of the family said he would follow precedent. He stroked his beard, glancing away. Looking back, it was indeed as such. His face was full of displeasure and reluctance. Li Yan sneered. "Just pick a couple of suitable items to grant based on status. Even if a few are given, the Elders Council won't lose out. That's probably what they think." He scanned the audience and whispered, "If the Elders Council director approves my request in front of the guests, then the weapons in the secret vault will officially belong to me." Then he asked, "Can I do that?" Taishin's eyes narrowed slightly at Li Yan. He calmly replied, "I permit it. Those things were going to be yours anyway." Li Yan bowed respectfully to thank his father. As he bowed, Taishin continued, "Of course." His face was serious as he said, "As long as you prove you deserve to be the owner, the elders will always hand the weapons over." Li Yan paused a moment. "Father, even the Elders Council head couldn't see through my plan, but you saw right through it." He looked at him. Moreover, he skillfully sided with the elders to settle things and ordered his subordinates decide which weapons to release and deliver them to the youngest young master. Back in reality, Li Yan continued moving deeper inside. "So I'm allowed to receive 4 masterpiece-grade weapons." He stepped into the elevator to the second floor, his mind racing. There normally wouldn't be such a generous reward, but with father backing me, they didn't dare mess around. The elevator doors opened, his gaze steady with a hint of hope. Access was limited from floors 1 to 3. Li Yan scanned the room, which contained every type of weapon. The first floor held standard-grade weapons, which he ignored. He needed to choose the truly useful ones for this journey. He raised his hand, releasing a small black aura on it. Li Yan said, "Let's take our time picking." Scene shifts to Mai's office. Li Yan and he sit opposite each other drinking tea. "No need to pay attention to the first floor where the average grade weapons are. I need to pick only what's really useful for this journey." He raised his hand, releasing a small dark aura from his palm. Li Yan said, "Let's take it slow and choose carefully." Scene shifts to Mai's office. Li Yan and he sit facing each other, drinking tea. Mai Li Yan asked, "Have you decided to set off yet?" He replied cheerfully, "Yes, everything is prepared." Outside the window, cherry blossom petals began to fall gently, creating a refreshing spring scene. Truly beautiful weather. Mai Li Yan spoke calmly and slowly. "You're starting a rare long journey. What season could be better?" He slowly looked up and asked, "Have you greeted everyone yet?" Li Yan answered casually, "Yes. As for uncle, he's on a mission far away, so he can't be seen." At that, his face fell, head down in helplessness. It was tough even to calm the nursemaid. He burst out laughing happily. "I can imagine that." Mai Li Yan looked at him and asked, "Have you greeted father yet?" Li Yan laughed heartily seeing him like that. "Yes, you're still as intimidating as ever." "Intimidating?" Li Yan continued, making him a bit helpless. "You said causing such a big deal? If you don't achieve satisfying results, you'll be punished." Hearing that is kinda scary. His face slightly fell, letting out a sigh. Myung-jong turned to him and calmly asked, "Have you heard about the sixth sister?" Jian's expression softened and turned serious. "Yes, I heard she's entered seclusion cultivation." He recalled that scene. Even the guards couldn't stop her. Siona, even while recovering, after waking she caused chaos. After healing, Mrs. Bick put her into seclusion for cultivation. Seeing his worried face, Mai Li Yan explained, "No one can intervene in your warrior path, but at least the sixth sister can't come out for revenge anytime soon." Li Yun said nothing more, slowly nodding as if understanding. He twirled 2 fingers nervously, hesitating. "Brother, can I ask for your help with something?" Then, to his brother's surprise, Li Yan made his request. "While I'm on my journey, please take care of the nursemaid for me." In his mind, he remembered Kawa from his past life. desperately banging on the door in the pouring rain for help. They might not dare target me directly, but going after my close ones is easy. In my past life, I lost my nursemaid that way. Myung-jong understood immediately, nodding in agreement. Got it, brother. Your nursemaid will stay here with me. His eyes widened in surprise at the next words. No one will dare harm her. Then he stood, solemnly, bowing his head and said, this debt will definitely be repaid. He smiled warmly and replied, my little brother is already the head. How could I not handle this? Li Yan smiled gently. My Li Yan added, I'll wait for your return after this journey. Then he lifted his head, full of determination, and said, yes, 15 years since returning, places to visit, things to acquire, people to meet, all packed in his heart. For the first time, leaving the clan, free to act, owning time that belongs only to him. Li Yan shaded his eyes from the dazzling sun, smiling contentedly. Everything starts from here. Morning sunlight filters through the leaves. A woman sits under a tree, leisurely sipping tea. Baekwajian slowly raised the cup to her lips, eyes closed, savoring the tea's flavor spreading in her mouth. Baekwajian put the cup back on the table, the tea still warm and shimmering. She didn't open her eyes. As if speaking to the void, report. A foot stepped lightly on the lush grass, movement so soft it was almost silent. A fully masked person knelt respectfully. I apologize for losing track. Baekwajian's face darkened, displeased. She glanced sharply and said flatly, report mechanically. Without daring to look her straight in the eye. When entering the Prosperity hideout, he lost the trail. It seems he expected to be followed. Baekwajian's slender fingers lightly traced the rim of the cup, utterly absurd. She casually circled the cup's edge and said, appearance can be hidden, but surely the aura of magic still shows. The hood of the cloak covered the guard's face, so his expression was unreadable. Among the weapons received as rewards after the recent duel, there's one that can alter both appearance and magical aura. So now, it's probably impossible to track him. Weizian pondered a moment, then suddenly spoke. Just a 5-year-old bastard child, yet dared to escape the pursuit of the shadow sword I forged myself. When she tilted the cup, her face was reflected clearly. Thinking back, if she couldn't even handle this, she would have been weeded out long ago. Weizian stared blankly into the void, planning to scout ahead, but ended up not keeping pace even for one day. Suddenly, she turned back, eyes glaring terrifyingly, ordering, monitor the news. Baekwajian lowered his gaze coldly into the bottom of the teacup. He said, if you see any signs, follow the guards immediately. Then shouted loudly, understood. Inside the tavern, it was extremely noisy. Where's that trash cheating again? People inside were drinking and playing games together. You're the one hiding cards up your sleeve. The noise inside spilled out as the door opened. What's up? Is there a fight? I bet 100,000 on the bald guy. A hooded man carrying a briefcase walked in confused. I'll put 150,000 on the guy with the lazy eye. He went straight to the bar and started ordering some drinks, a few draft beers. The bartender suspiciously asked, strange face, huh? The man slowly took off his hood, introducing himself. I'm from the north, meaning he wore a different skin, with a pretty cool scarf from China. These days, the 9 Dragon Camp is in complete chaos. The boss slid a beer in front of him, curious. Your accent sounds just like a true Seoul native. If you're Korean, why come from the north? Li Yan calmly took the beer and replied, I ran away back then, still clueless about everything. The man pressed further, what's your name? Suddenly, Li Yun snapped, surprising the boss. Do I have to give my name here? The boss awkwardly scratched his neck and changed the subject. Seems like he really is a drifter. Li Yan looked at his reflection in the beer glass. He muttered, looking closely, it's just like the real thing. To change his face, he used a high-grade mask masterpiece. When infused with demonic energy, it creates an illusion over the mask. Though it drains energy, it's a highly useful item. Li Yon was quite satisfied, silently smiling as he used the 10-faced iron skin technique to alter his appearance. Just blending demonic energy with his voice to disguise himself made hiding his identity no problem. He anxiously glanced at the people behind him. It's been a long time. I worried if I'd find the right place. Here are tall mountains and the darkest part of the northern danger zone. This spot falls under the jurisdiction of Zagangdao. The monsters have been wiped out, but it's still unexplored. Inside lie endless deep forests where darkness always looms, surrounded by treacherous mountains. Yet there's a village here, drifting through dangerous zones worldwide, a village formed by those who use martial arts, sorcery, and magic to commit crimes, also known as the Drifter's Den. For years, this place was engulfed in flames, with many trying to destroy the den. They killed and burned the village mercilessly. But once, drifters who tried to escape caused massive damage. The handshakes of those powerful figures in the light marked a new beginning. So, those handshakes of the powerful outside were just the start. The tavern he came to is one of them, and this is the largest drifters hub in Korea. Criminals from everywhere pour in, and secrets gather too. He recalled old times, a shadow of sadness crossing his face. In my past life, to avoid my clan's gaze, I hid here, but I was eventually discovered. Lee Yoon already had his own plans. And the reason this time I picked this as the first stop of my warrior journey, he suddenly spoke, making the boss slightly startled. Let me ask you something. Lee Yoon's eyes showed an unshakable resolve. I used to be at 9 Dragon Camp, but which organization runs this place now? The boss kept wiping his glass. Why do you want to know? He tried to sound reasonable. I don't want to die foolishly. At least I want to understand the situation. The boss's next hint made Lee Yoon frown. Not easy to say. But one keg of beer might not be enough to get me talking. He slammed a stack of money on the table, loudly. Here, 100,000. One eyebrow raised, adding some snacks to the beer. For you, boss. He smiled with satisfaction. Quite to my liking, the boss brought out a plate of peanuts and slowly explained. This place is managed by Big Cho Soo. The owner here has been running it for 15 years. Even if you went to China, you'd know him, right? Lee Yoon quickly replied, of course. How could I not? Inside, he stirred slightly, just as expected. A tall man whose hands often took others' heads, Butcher Baek Cho Soo. He's also a man blinded by money. Back when he was an official fighter, he killed his master and became a drifter. In his past life, Baek Cho Soo was the notorious underground boss of Korea. In his early 30 seconds, he took over the 100 Bone sect and began controlling the black market. Lee Yoon pondered, scratching the table unconsciously. And now must be when the best goods appear. But the one I need isn't Baek Cho Soo. Soon after, he smiled slyly. In the last life, that item fell into the Sumu clan's hands. This time, I have to get it first. Dark clouds are slowly covering the stars above. A breeze lightly sways the tree branches. A large villa sits quietly among the pine forest. Baek Cho Soo's villa. A hand clenched a stack of documents, the sound of papers, rustling. With a flick of his hand, Baek Cho Soo slapped the papers and smiled lightly. Indeed, the black market is even more lucrative than the street vendors leading the 100 Bone sect. Baek Cho Soo laughed joyfully, speaking to Dong Ji-soo. CEO Dong Ji-soo, you've worked hard. He lowered his head, a bit resentful. I knew I was right bringing you here. CEO Dong Ji-soo and Baek Cho Soo still wore that sly smile. There was something off in that grin. Then he raised his voice, stiffening Dong Ji-soo. Didn't I say Dong Ji-soo? Baek Cho Soo slammed a stack of documents on the table, keeping his expression perfectly controlled. He swayed closer to Dong Ji-soo. I told you, I'm not tying you down. Baek Cho Soo placed a hand on Dong Ji-soo's shoulder, lowering his voice. If you feel strong enough to take charge, you can leave anytime. His whole body trembled, forcing a fake smile. Dong Ji-soo stammered out just one sentence, hesitating several times. I'll be more careful. Baek Cho Soo turned away, reminding him, yeah, smile like that, it's easier on the eyes. I really do value you, Dong Ji-soo. He glanced at him sharply and warned. Didn't you go to a prestigious university and make all that money because of me? Dong Ji-soo just bowed his head, resigned. Yes, boss. Baek Cho Soo started staring at the piles of papers on the desk, shifting back to business. He leaned on the table and sighed. This time, the black market tickets released were too few, which worried me, but it turns out the VIPs liked it. Baek Cho Soo's pupils narrowed slyly. But what if we increase the number of tickets a bit? Dong Ji-soo blinked slightly, suggesting to keep the invitation count extremely low and only release them quarterly. That way, it keeps the current client layers intact. He shrugged, showing understanding. Right, Dong Ji-soo, you'll nail it. No matter how bright the moon outside, it can't light up the dark heart ruling this mansion. But remember, our goal isn't this shabby place, it's far above, way up there. Dong Ji-soo crossed his arms. Why don't you dare move while Cho Soo's rambling? You once said you wanted to quit all this shady business, right, Dong Ji-soo? Moonlight started shining on him from outside. What we need from the black market is money and connections. In the dark, Baek Cho Soo looked like a demon revealing himself under the moonlight through the window. With that, we'll step into the light.